couple of days ago, I was struck by a car. The driver leaned out of the window and glanced at me. Suddenly, I recalled the survival strategies I had read online for such incidents. I promptly collapsed on the ground, feigning death. Only then did the driver seem reassured and accelerate away. Ultimately, I called the police myself and dialed for an ambulance. Lying on the ground, I became the subject of curious onlookers. After a tense 15 minutes, I was finally transported to the hospital. That day, as I lay on the hospital bed, my gaze fixed on the ceiling, the wound on my head from the accident throbbed faintly. My thoughts were consumed by the impending medical expenses, and the more I pondered, the more distressed I became, leading me to exhale a deep sigh and turn over in bed. Upon turning, I was startled to discover two figures had appeared in the room without my notice. The door had not creaked, nor had I heard any footsteps when had they entered. The dawn was yet to break fully, and the lights remained off. In the dim light, I discerned that the two figures were tall and stood silently by the bedside of an elderly man, Mr. H.A.O.M.R. How was my fellow patient? Our hospital room contained only 4 beds, and we occupied 2 of them. I had sustained minor injuries from the accident, while he was afflicted by a severe stroke that rendered him unable to speak. Consequently, I had been the one doing most of the talking, while the elderly man occasionally attempted to interject, only to have saliva escape from his mouth, rendering him speechless. As I observed the 2 towering figures, I speculated they must be Mr. Howe's relatives, perhaps trying to be quiet while I slept. Just as I was about to drift back to slumber, I suddenly heard Mr. Howe distinctly cursing, "You too! Get away!" I was taken aback. This hospital is extraordinary. Mr. Howe, in such a condition, can still articulate words. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The 2 men were tugging at Mr. Howe, seemingly attempting to drag him from his bed, while he struggled fiercely and hurled curses at them. Was this a kidnapping? Witnessing this injustice, I propped myself up on my elbows, intending to assist, yet, to my dismay, I discovered my arms were numb and utterly devoid of strength. I opened my mouth to cry for help, but no sound emerged. I could only watch helplessly as the 2 men wrestled with Mr. Howe. Minutes later, Mr. Howe gradually lost his strength, and the 2 men began to escort him out of the room. My eyes were fixed on this unsettling scene when, suddenly, one of the men turned to me and offered a sinister smile. This expression was unnerving. His face was ashen, seemingly contorted with rage, yet his lips curled upward at the corners. A shiver ran down my spine. I understood the unspoken rules of the underworld, recognizing a face meant death. Accordingly, I hastily shut my eyes to my astonishment. The 2 men paid me no mind and continued their exit. The moment they crossed the threshold, my body inexplicably returned to normal. I struggled to sit up and glance back at Mr. Howe's bed. That fleeting look was enough to send me back to lying down. Mr. Howe lay motionless on the bed, as if he had never left at all. Confusion and fear gripped my heart. Didn't those 2 just take Mr. Howe away? How is he still here? Could it be? As I contemplated this, a nurse entered, glancing at a medical record as she approached Mr. Howe's bedside. She called out to him twice, but he remained silent. Upon observing him closely, the nurse's expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm, prompting her to swiftly press the alarm button at the head of the bed. A flurry of doctors rushed in, creating a cacophony as they initiated the resuscitation efforts. I lay in bed, my scalp tingling with anxiety, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooding my mind. What did I just witness? Was a ghost? The messengers of death? In my childhood, I had heard countless ghost tales, which contained an immutable truth. Only those on the brink of death, their vital energy waning, can perceive ghosts. Recalling the unsettling grin of the burly man from earlier sent shivers down my spine. Why did he smile at me? Am I next? Throughout the day, this question haunted me, intensifying my fear. At that moment, a doctor approached and said, "Suyu, it's time for you to settle your medical fees." My mind was in disarray. "Doctor, I truly have no money left." The physician sighed. "Considering you are a student, under these circumstances, you may be discharged. Just ensure you take care of yourself afterward, as you're still quite frail." That I quickly sat up. "If I can be discharged, please expedite the paperwork. I dare not remain in this bed any longer. I fear the charges accumulate by the second." The doctor chuckled. "The bed isn't costly, just 20 or 30 a day." I followed the doctor out of the ward to complete the necessary formalities in the lobby. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my mind kept replaying the scene I had witnessed moments ago. At last, I could no longer contain myself and remarked when Mr. Howe passed, "I think I saw him." The doctor gazed at me in surprise before regaining his composure and replied, "You saw it too? Now it was my turn to be astonished. What do you mean you saw it too? Have you experienced it yourself? The doctor glanced around mysteriously and whispered, "In this hospital, many patients are in poor health, and occasionally one or two claim to have seen ghosts in my first 2 years of work. I was terrified, but I've grown accustomed to it now that a chill ran through me. So it's true? I had my doubts, wondering if it was merely a figment of my imagination." At that moment, the doctor's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, signaling me with his eyes to cease my inquiries. Just then, a commotion arose in the lobby as a group of robust men hurriedly passed through, carrying a coffin, making their way to the back courtyard. A solemnly dressed, middle-aged woman, hands resting on the coffin, murmured continuously, "Father, we've arrived at the lobby. Father, returning now. Father, we..." Once the crowd had dispersed, the doctor turned to me and said, "That is Mr. Howe's coffin." The realization sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I urged him to expedite the process, desperate to leave. To my dismay, just then, a rowdy group burst in, attacking upon sighting the white coats. The doctor wore a troubled expression. "Here comes another wave." Immediately, a commotion erupted in the hall, and I witnessed a dozen figures in white coats frantically fleeing. And, within mere minutes, not a single one remained. Although I can now walk independently, I'm still not entirely recovered, fearing that I might inadvertently harm myself. I can only retreat repeatedly. It was not until dusk approached that I dared venture outside. The group causing the disturbance remained in the hall, displaying wreaths and brandishing banners that simply demanded return the life of XX. Having spent several days in hospital, I had grown accustomed to such banners and no longer found them surprising. I understood that what these individuals truly sought from the hospital was not a life, but rather monetary compensation. However, I couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that today's banner appeared somewhat odd. As I walked, my curiosity compelled me to glance at it a second time, and suddenly, clarity struck me. Previously, regardless of the changing content, the banners had always featured white fabric with black lettering. Yet today, this particular banner bore bold red characters upon a white background, especially the character for life, which exuded a menacing aura at that moment. I noticed an elderly man in a hospital gown, incessantly groping at the banner. Unable to restrain myself, I approached him and softly cautioned, "Sir, you shouldn't get involved here. Haven't you seen how fierce these people are? It wouldn't be worth it if they decided to harm you." The elderly man turned to me and flashed a grin. "Thank you, young That instant, I realized his chest was open and one hand was dipping into it, smearing blood onto the banner. A wave of terror washed over me, and I collapsed to the ground, screaming as I scrambled away. The sole thought racing through my mind was words written in blood-painted characters. The surrounding individuals stared at me with bewilderment, but I paid them no mind and fled with the utmost speed a patient could muster. Upon reaching the street, the lamps had already illuminated the area. Observing the bustling pedestrians, I felt a slight sense of calm wash over me. I glanced back at the hospital, where lights flickered and shadows danced. The deceased had succumbed to their fate, while the living must grapple with the struggle of survival. I wrapped my coat tighter around myself and joined the throng crossing the road. This accident had depleted half a year's worth of my living expenses, and I couldn't help but fret about what fabricated tale I might concoct to request some funds from home. As previously mentioned, I am a student majoring in economics. I am currently in my 4th year, with only a few months left until graduation. Recently, I have been seeking employment, and at last, fortune smiled upon me. I secured an internship at an insurance company, selling policies. The manager indicated that if I met a certain sales quota, I could transition to a permanent position. I am a purveyor of insurance, and the phrase "life is unpredictable" often lingers on my lips. Yet, in the end, I have never purchased a policy for myself. Otherwise, would I truly need to worry about my living expenses? Regarding the compensation from the negligent driver is indeed a complex matter. In fact, merely a day after my hospitalization, several police officers approached me for questioning. They informed me that the individual who struck me was, in fact, a robber who had just committed a heist at a jewelry store. Upon hearing this news from my hospital bed, I was left in a state of ambivalence, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. One silver lining in this unfortunate incident is that robbery carries a weightier charge than that of fleeing the scene of an accident. Thus, I surmise that the police will pursue the case diligently, and it is likely that they will eventually apprehend the culprit. However, the downside is equally significant. Having committed such a grave offense, he will undoubtedly be on the run, making his capture a formidable challenge. Alas, I fear that I shall not see a return on my medical expenses. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I found myself walking towards the school when suddenly I halted. Before me lay a narrow path leading directly to our institution, yet it is seldom frequented by passers-by. Even in broad daylight, it exudes an eerie atmosphere, let alone at night. The experiences at the hospital still haunt me, and I deliberated whether to circumvent this route. The doctor was indeed correct. I am quite frail at present. After traversing this distance, I feel both weary and famished. If I were to take the longer route, it would require nearly another hour of walking. I lingered at the intersection, murmuring to myself for encouragement. What is there to fear? What is there to be afraid of? As a man of stature. Just as I was mumbling this, a delightful fragrance wafted into my nostrils. I looked up to see a beautiful woman not far away, observing me with a curious gaze and a smile playing at the corners of her lips, evidently having overheard my earlier words. Internally, I lamented my embarrassment. How mortifying this is. There was no one else around, and I contemplated greeting her to alleviate the awkwardness. To my surprise, she flashed me a charming smile and turned to walk down a nearby path. I thought to myself, perhaps she intended to bolster my spirits. Thus, I hastily followed her. As I trailed behind, I found myself pondering how to initiate a conversation with this enchanting lady. Excuse me, miss, you dropped your wallet? No, that was too trite. May I introduce myself? That too felt overly forward, akin to a lecture. Do you sell insurance? Now that was an interesting excuse. Yet 80% of people would likely recoil at such an inquiry. While I was lost in my musings, I suddenly sensed something amiss. There was a street lamp nearby. Yet this lady cast no shadow. I glanced back at my own shadow, dark and elongated behind me. She glided effortlessly beneath the street lamp, her figure unchanged along the path. A cold sweat broke out upon me. Could it be that this woman was not of this world? Anxiously, I halted. And it seemed as though she had eyes in the back of her head, for she too came to a stop. Turning to regard me with a gaze laden with meaning, I felt my heart race under the weight of her stare. She was indeed a flawless beauty. Yet my fear intensified. After a few seconds, I could not suppress a muffled groan and turned to flee. Stumbling forward, I glanced back only to be horrified. She was in pursuit, her previous mirth replaced by a furious countenance. Her face was ashen, no longer a vision of beauty, but rather that of a vengeful spirit. Despair washed over me. Given my current state, escape seemed futile. Just as the specter drew nearer, I caught sight of a fork in the road, illuminated with lights and bustling figures, reminiscent of a night market. Resolute, I ran towards it without a second thought. The wind whistled past me, and by the time I reached the market, the ghostly figure had vanished. Thank the ancestors for this reprieve. I had narrowly escaped death. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, I sat down heavily on the ground, panting. After a couple of minutes, a raspy voice pierced the air above me. Young man, would you care for something to eat? I turned my head to discover a modest food stall beside me, where a gaunt proprietor's face was obscured by the dim yellow light. I reached into my pocket and found 20 yuan remaining. Indeed, I was quite hungry. I nodded and settled in front of the stall, awaiting my meal. While waiting, I noticed a patron at the adjacent table who seemed oddly familiar. Yet I could not recall where I had seen him before. Curiosity piqued. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances in his direction. Unexpectedly, he noticed me staring. The customer turned his head, his face contorted with hostility, and glared at me. Buddy, what are you looking at? Do I know you? I hastily waved my hands and lowered my head. No, I don't. Just then, my food arrived. A bowl of plain rice topped with a large chicken drumstick. Ravenous. I devoured it like a starved beast, all the while pondering. I've definitely seen that man before, but where? Suddenly, a chill shot down my spine. I remember now. That's the hit-and-run driver. A mix of excitement and dread surged through me. My hands trembled so violently I could barely hold my chopsticks. Here he is, my medical compensation. I fished out my phone and had just dialed 110 when it struck me. No, he is a wanted murderer with no regard for human life. Calling the police right in front of him? That is suicide. Luckily, I had the detective's number saved. As I pulled up his contact to send a text, my phone buzzed, a message from the police. Talk about telepathy, I thought. I opened it and read. Suyu, the driver who hit you is dead. He crashed into a bridge pillar while fleeing and died in the wreck. Come by the station when you can to close the case. My blood ran cold. Dead. Then who the hell am I looking at right now? A shiver crawled down my back. Stealing a glance while the man wasn't looking, I noticed his head had no back. It was completely flattened, like a pancake. From the front, it hadn't been obvious, but now, under scrutiny, the grotesque truth was undeniable. Horror seized me. Another ghost. I need to leave before he notices. Just as the thought crossed my mind, that hoarse, hungry voice rasped from above. Young man, why do you stop eating? My food not to your liking? I stammered, and no, it's delicious. I'm just full. The vendor's response turned my veins to ice. Wasting food is unacceptable. You don't leave until you finish. Not allowed to leave. Suspicion coiled in my gut. In my earlier panic, I hadn't taken in the night market's eerie atmosphere. Now, scanning the scene, the wrongness of it all sank in. Only a dozen or so stalls stood scattered, with a handful of listless customers drifting between them. No one spoke. Vendors and patrons alike stood in unnatural silence. Then I saw it. Under the dim streetlight, the vendor cast no shadow. He floated, weightless, circling his stall like a specter. My scalp prickled. Pain and numbness throbbed from my wound. But fear paralyzed me. I didn't dare move a muscle, let alone touch it. My mind reeled, my pulse hammered. The vendor essay goes to? I have received a university education and have studied dialectical materialism extensively. In broad daylight, I would undoubtedly scoff at such notions. However, now that I find myself in this predicament, especially after encountering several malevolent entities in the past few hours, I cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. I dare not make any sudden movements, biting my lower lip tightly while trembling on my stool. Stealing glances around, I seek someone to assist me. Yet disappointment washes over me, as both vendors and patrons alike exude an eerie, ghostly aura. By sheer misfortune, I let out a loud burp, and a strange yet familiar odor rises from my stomach. Suddenly, it dawns on me, this scent is reminiscent of burning joss paper. The image of pristine white rice and greasy chicken legs sends a chill down my spine. I cannot possibly have consumed offerings from a grave, can I? Tentatively, I dip my chopsticks into the bowl, stirring slowly while silently reciting, "No money, no money, no money." However, contrary to my hopes, my chopsticks encounter something. My heart sinks as I uncover several coins at the bottom of the bowl. It is unmistakably an offering. In this region, it is customary to place coins among offerings at graves to beseech the deceased for blessings and prosperity. When I first arrived at university, I had heard of this peculiar practice and joked that if I ever found myself in dire straits, I would resort to pilfering coins from graves. Little did I know. My jest would become a reality, and now I lay witness to this very money. A wave of coldness washes over me, as if doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe. This is no place to linger. I must flee, and swiftly. Seizing the opportunity while the proprietor is distracted, I bend forward and cautiously retreat step by step. Beneath my feet lies an unknown object that creaks with each step, sending jolts through my heart. Fortunately, these faint sounds do not alert the others. My heart races with both anxiety and a sense of triumph as I notice the distance between us widening. Just then, my phone buzzes in my pocket. In this eerie silence, the ringtone seems to shatter the tranquility. Panic sets in as I fumble to silence it, pressing random buttons until silence returns. However, when I lift my gaze, I find everyone staring at me. The owner has somehow appeared before me, his face shrouded in shadow, gravely stating, "Young man, you haven't paid yet. Where do you think you're going?" My legs tremble uncontrollably, and I stammer incoherently before, in a moment of panic, I scream and bolt away. This escape feels like a matter of life and death. The sound of rushing wind fills my ears, accompanied by shouts and calls echoing behind me. I yearn to return to the safety of the university, but the lights ahead dance like living entities, shifting erratically, and I cannot seem to reach them. My legs grow increasingly numb, and my pace slows. At this moment, I sense a chill creeping up my back, accompanied by the proprietor's indistinct voice. "You ate my food and now intend to leave?" Despair engulfs me, and I mutter fervently, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, God bless me, countless heavenly lords." I am utterly exhausted, my legs resembling limp noodles, devoid of strength. Yet I dared not pause. I felt an insatiable urge to run, to propel myself forward ceaselessly. Suddenly, I sensed a large hand grasping my collar, lifting me abruptly. My strength had already waned, and this shock rendered me completely limp, leaving me to dangle feebly upon the ground. Though I did not faint on the spot, I began to slide downward. At that moment, a voice pierced through my daze, calling out, "Classmate, what are you doing? Why are you loitering at the school gate?" The voice struck a familiar chord, and with great effort, I managed to pry my eyes open, only to find 2 security guards from our school standing before me. As I turned my head back, the phantoms that had danced around me had vanished. I was overwhelmed with relief, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The guards looked at me with a mix of curiosity and concern, asking, "Are you all right? We saw you pacing at the school gate, running from one end to the other. We thought there might be some nefarious activity afoot." By this time, I had somewhat recovered, wiping the perspiration from my forehead. I addressed the guards, saying, "Thank you both for your help today. Should you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Here is my business card." Initially, the guards were filled with delight, believing I was of considerable stature, perhaps a distinguished individual. However, upon receiving my card and glancing at it, their expressions turned to disappointment as they remarked, "Oh, So you are an insurance salesman. After bidding farewell to the guards, I began to walk slowly back to the school. Just then, my phone rang again. I glanced down at the caller ID, which boldly displayed the words, Wild Ghost. My heart raced at the sight of that name. Wild Ghost was not a mere specter. It was the nickname of my roommate. His real name was Li Xiaoxing, a slender fellow with a timid disposition, who often recounted his nightmares upon waking, each involving a different apparition, those who had hanged, drowned, or burned to death. If one were to compile his accounts, it could very well form a tome of ghastly tales. As graduation approached, most had departed, each pursuing their own paths, leaving only the two of us still residing in the dormitory. I raised the phone to my ear, opting to use his given name rather than the moniker, deliberately avoiding any mention of ghost. Li Xiaoxing, what is it? His voice trembled with anxiety. Suyu, when are you being discharged? I'm terrified being alone in the dorm. I tried calling you earlier, but you hung up on me. Anger surged within me as I responded. It was your call that nearly cost me my life just now. I left the hospital early. Just wait a moment. I will return to the dorm in a few minutes. By then, it was quite late, and while the campus was illuminated by streetlights, shadows loomed ominously in the dark. As the light failed to reach many corners, the imposing academic buildings, dormitories, and administrative offices loomed like corpulent beasts, crowding the campus, their sheer size pressing down upon me, enveloping me in their immense shadows, leaving me feeling somewhat suffocated. As I approached the dormitory, I heard the dormitory supervisor's voice raised in reprimand. Through the glass door, I saw her in her pajamas and slippers, hair tousled, hands on her hips, vociferously scolding a student. The one under her ire was none other than my roommate. Li Xiaoxing. Li Xiaoxing wore a sheepish grin as he implored, Auntie, could you please make an exception? I understand the building is locked down, but my classmate just got discharged from the hospital today. I stood outside the glass door, my heart heavy with discomfort. Had it not been for me, Li Xiaoxing would not have been reprimanded so sternly today. I inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of frustration. After a few moments, the dormitory supervisor, grumbling, swung the door open. I limped inside, my body colliding with the glass door with a loud thud. As I walked, I muttered, what is there to be so haughty about for a mere gatekeeper? The supervisor, infuriated, seized my shirt, attempting to drag me out. How dare you speak like that? If you don't want to enter, then just leave. Li Xiaoxing intervened, pulling us apart and supporting me upstairs. Once back in the dormitory, I collapsed onto my bed, letting out a long sigh. What a tiresome day this has been. Li Xiaoxing, reclining opposite me, asked earnestly, Suyu, why were you discharged early? It's good you're out. I was nearly scared to death staying alone in the dormitory. I couldn't close my eyes without having nightmares. I waved my hand dismissively. Can you let me have some peace? I've just been released from the hospital and I feel utterly drained. Let me rest for a bit, and when I wake, I shall recount a tale more terrifying than any dream. I removed my clothes and retrieved my phone from my pocket, only to discover, to my astonishment, a piece of paper nestled alongside it. Illuminating the paper with my phone's light, I realized it was a Jaws paper. Upon seeing the colorful paper lying in my pocket, I shuddered and abruptly tossed it to the floor, cold sweat trickling down my forehead. At that moment, I sensed a shift in Li Xiaoxing's voice, now laden with an ominous tone. Suyu, what dreadful thing has occurred? Have you encountered a ghost? The peculiar inflection in his voice made me instinctively turn my head to look at him. I found Li Xiaoxing seated cross-legged on his bed, his eyes fixed intently on me, repeatedly murmuring, Have you encountered a ghost? The corridor's light cast shadows, obscuring his features, leaving me only to hear his foreboding voice. I swallowed nervously. How do you know? Li Xiaoxing let out a peculiar chuckle. It's written all over your face. As he spoke, he rose from his bed, advancing towards me step by step, whispering, If you owe a ghost money, you will face retribution. A chill ran down my spine. My back pressed against the wall, feeling icy. I stammered, What do you mean? Xiaoxing, you can't possibly be possessed by a ghost, can you? With the corridor's light illuminating him, I noticed his expression shift erratically, becoming increasingly unfamiliar, and he suddenly growled, What do you mean? I've come to collect. Before I could comprehend the situation, he lunged at me, pinning me onto the bed. My weakened state combined with his ears suddenly. I felt a tingling sensation in my waist, followed swiftly by an icy chill that began to permeate my entire body, rendering me powerless. A wave of panic swept over me, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. An instinct for survival compelled me to withdraw my hand from beneath me, only to clasp it tightly around his neck. Li Xiaoxing, being rather slight of build, found himself unable to escape my grip. His voice emerged as a hoarse cry, initially a furious roar that transitioned into a chilling laughter, eventually morphing into a plea. Suyu, what are you doing? It's me, Li Xiaoxing. What do you want? As he called out, I suddenly felt a jolt. The pervasive coldness vanished in an instant. To my astonishment, I discovered that Li Xiaoxing was lying safely on his bed. While I was astride him, my hands still gripping his throat. I hastily withdrew my hands and inquired, "What just happened?" Li Xiaoxing coughed violently a couple of times, gasping for breath, his voice trembling. "Suyu, what is wrong with you? Why were you choking me?" I returned to my own bed, perplexed, and asked, "What was that all about?" Li Xiaoxing appeared equally bewildered. "I was about to ask you the same. I was speaking to you when you suddenly fell asleep, and just as I was about to doze off, you lunged at me and seized my neck." I shook my head in disbelief. "That is not how it happened. I saw you coming to kill me, and that is why I fought back." I recounted the events that had just transpired. A heavy silence enveloped the dormitory, as we both remained mute. After a moment, Li Xiaoxing tentatively spoke. "Suyu, have you encountered something unusual lately? You seem to be afflicted by something sinister." I nodded, recounting my experience at the ghost market upon returning to school. Li Xiaoxing was visibly alarmed, urging me, "Suyu, this is serious. You dared to eat food offered by a ghost." Before he could finish, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. The unexpected sound startled me, and I urged Li Xiaoxing, "Go answer the door." Li Xiaoxing, perplexed, asked, "Why should I open it?" I replied, "Someone is knocking." "Are you not going to let them in?" Suddenly, he wrapped himself in the blanket, retreating to the corner of the room. "Suyu, don't scare me. There is no one at the door." Just then, the knocking intensified. I pointed at the dormitory door and asked, "Can you not hear that?" Li Xiaoxing, his face pale, nodded. I didn't hear anything. Resolutely, I thought to myself, "What is 5 yuan? I've shared a meal with you. You wouldn't dare harm me, would you?" With that, I yanked the door open. The knocking ceased abruptly, yet no one was outside. The dim yellow light illuminated the corridor. It was impossible for someone to have fled so quickly as a prank. While I stood there, lost in thought, Li Xiaoxing suddenly called out, "See you." Startled, I turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Li Xiaoxing, trembling, pointed towards the window. "Look." As the dormitory door swung open, the corridor's light flooded in, and I clearly saw a bloody handprint on the window. I turned around and asked Li Xiaoxing, "Who did this?" Li Xiaoxing shook his head repeatedly, looking as though he were on the verge of tears. At that moment, the dormitory door slammed shut with a loud bang, plunging the entire room into darkness. A chill ran through me as I thought, "This is bad. Trouble is brewing." Just as this thought crossed my mind, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the dormitory. Books and papers were sent swirling through the air, fluttering like paper money during a grave visit. I stood there, dumbfounded, watching the papers dance about the room, my legs trembling with fear. Li Xiaoxing stumbled out of bed and fell to the floor, then crawled towards me, clutching my shirt, and cried out in a hoarse voice, "Suyu." I was already sufficiently terrified, and his scream sent my heart racing with fright. As Li Xiaoxing clung to my shirt and stood up, he said nervously, "Suyu, we can't see the ghost." I took several steps back, leaning against the door, gripping the doorknob with one hand, contemplating escape. Although his words registered in my ears, they failed to register in my mind. I stared at the swirling papers around the room and remarked, "If we can't even see it, and we're this scared, what would happen if we could?" Li Xiaoxing, anxious, responded, "Suyu, that's not what I meant. I meant that we can't see the ghost. It's possible that when you opened the door earlier, you let them in without realizing it." Chapter 4. The Fated Ones. Upon hearing those words, a chill coursed through me. I exchanged a glance with him, and without warning, I let out a scream and bolted for the door. The papers in the room seemed to come alive, swirling around us, cascading down the corridor in a flurry. That night, we were utterly terrified, banging on doors and shouting in the hallways. Yet, the other dorms remained eerily silent, as if everyone were in a deep slumber. Unwilling to respond, Li Xiaoxing, his voice trembling with fear, tugged at me to flee downstairs. "Suyu, stop banging. It's futile. Those spirits must have used some trick. And the other dorms can't hear us. Let us just get outside." We rushed to the lobby, only to find the main door shut tight. Li Xiaoxing began calling for the dorm supervisor, but there was no response. I stopped him. "Don't bother. Even if we wake her, she might not open the door for us. Remember, we quarreled when we entered." Frustrated, Li Xiaoxing stomped his foot. "What are we going to do?" I gestured towards the glass door. "Let us break it." Always the timid one, Li Xiaoxing worriedly replied, "What if we get expelled for this?" I pointed at the swirling papers behind us. "Do you value your diploma more than your life?" With a clenched jaw, he relented, and together we began to kick at the glass door. To our dismay, the door proved remarkably resilient. My foot throbbed in pain, and not a single crack appeared. Just then, an icy gust swept through, and a torrent of shredded paper began to envelop us. I shouted in desperation, grabbing a chair from the lobby and smashing it against the glass door. A resounding crash echoed as the chair splintered, scattering wooden shards across the floor. Yet the glass door remained intact. "Damn it, looks can be deceiving," I cursed, At that moment, Li Xiaoxing, his voice quaking, lamented, "So we're doomed." I noticed that we were surrounded by the debris of paper, which continued to pour from the corridor, as if intent on burying us alive. We huddled in a corner, the air growing thick and suffocating. Li Xiaoxing pounded the wall, weeping, repeating a mantra like an incantation. "What do we do? What do we do? I haven't even married yet. To die like this, without any explanation." I felt exasperated and kicked his leg. "Can you be quiet? This isn't the time for mumbling like a monk." His words sparked a realization. Li Xiaoxing exclaimed, "Right? Chanting. Chanting can ward off spirits." I sighed. "I don't know how to chant." "Do you?" His enthusiasm surged. "I don't, but don't forget, our school has several religious classes, and their dorms are on the top floor." Hope ignited within me at this thought. I had learned about the religious classes when I first enrolled. Our university, being a prestigious institution, had a number of esteemed professors well-versed in religious texts. Thus, they established these classes, attracting monks and Taoists, who often went on to become abbots and leaders in their fields. While purchasing meals at the cafeteria, I occasionally observed a monk or two clad in their robes. This thought propelled me to act. I seized Li Xiaoxing and plunged into the heap of paper. Inside, it was a cacophony of wails and cries, disorienting me entirely. The chilling wind stung my eyes shut, and I felt as though the paper cut into my skin like knives, leaving my entire body aching. With my head lowered and lips pursed, I grasped Li Xiaoxing with one hand while shielding my face with the other, cautiously making my way forward. I stumbled countless times along the way, navigating corners and climbing stairs. Finally, as I ascended the last step, the fierce wind abruptly ceased. I dared to open my eyes and found myself standing on the top floor. The papers swirled at the staircase's entrance, too fearful to approach. Li Xiaoxing and I exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor. I remarked, "Indeed, this is a place of cultivation. These little spirits merely seek to frighten us. When faced with true resistance, they cower." How foolish we were to utter such words in the presence of ghosts. It was akin to pouring oil on flames, instantly inciting their wrath. A tempest arose, howling fiercely as it surged towards us. Terrified, Li Xiaoxing and I screamed and scrambled down the hallway. In our panic, I glanced up and spotted a dormitory with a sign for a religious class. Without a second thought, we shouted, "1, 2, 3, and crashed through the door. Upon entering the dormitory, our first instinct was to slam the door shut and brace against it, gasping for breath. Indeed, it was a religious class. The lights had gone out, and candles flickered on their tables, illuminating a group of bald monks chanting. Clearly startled by our sudden entrance, they turned to us with anxious expressions, asking, "Students, what brings you here?" Li Xiaoxing, in a moment of confusion, replied, "Shouldn't you address us as benefactors?" I managed to catch my breath and pleaded, "Masters, please help us." With that, I gradually slid down the door, my body too weak to stand any longer. I had relied solely on the will to survive until now. The monks assisted me to my feet, inquiring, "What has happened?" Before I could respond, a series of knocks echoed from outside, a steady, rhythmic thumping reminiscent of a drumbeat. The monks, startled, approached the door, intent on opening it. Li Xiaoxing pressed against the door, shouting, "We cannot open it. There are ghosts outside." The monks were taken aback, their panic palpable as they exclaimed, "Ghosts?" Subsequently, we gathered tables and chairs to barricade the door, and the monks surrounded us, bombarding us with questions. I recounted the events of the day, and they all chimed in. "Dear student, you have been quite reckless. Having just emerged from the hospital, your vitality is low, making you susceptible to apparitions. Moreover, one should never partake of another's offerings without permission. Those restless spirits, would they truly offer you food without a cost? Is it not often said among the common folk that there is no such thing as a free lunch?" In my desperation, I implored the monks, "Masters, let us dispense with idle talk. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. You cannot turn a blind eye to death." The monks exchanged glances, perplexed, but we are not equipped to capture ghosts. Our studies revolve around Buddhist scriptures, and with our certifications, we aspire to become abbots in temples. Li Xiaoxing grew anxious. "How can you not capture ghosts? Hai, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Tathagata Buddha, are they not all monks?" The monks clasped their hands together, chanting, "Amitabha. We are but novices, lacking in both talent and understanding. We have yet to fully comprehend the sutras, let alone confront spirits." Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoxing and I felt a chill settle in our hearts. Outside, it seemed the spirits had taken heed of our words, intensifying their assault on the door. Moments later, not just the door, but even the windows began to tremble. At this juncture, the monks, now anxious, turned their gaze towards a composed elder monk, dormitory leader. What shall we do now? I was taken aback by how these monks had so readily adapted to their surroundings. Studying in a university was one thing, but having a dormitory leader was quite another. I wondered if their religious class had a student union or perhaps a party representative. However, in this moment of life and death, such inquiries were far from my mind. The dormitory leader pondered for a few moments before issuing a decisive command. Elder Brother 2. Elder Brother 3, proceed to chant the Diamond Sutra at the door. Elder Brother 4 and 5, recite the Heart Sutra by the window. Elder Brother 6, send a message to the dormitory across the way, urging them to come and assist us. Observing the seriousness of his orders, I hurriedly inquired, who resides in the opposite dormitory? They seemed formidable. The dormitory leader, his expression impassive, replied, the opposite dormitory houses the Taoist class. Minutes later, Elder Brother 6 announced, contact established, they will arrive in 10 seconds. The atmosphere reached a peak of tension as everyone in the dorm held their breath. While the dormitory leader counted down the seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, opened the door. Elder Brother 2 and 3 flung the door wide open and insurged a throng of individuals. The dormitory door slammed shut behind them with a resounding bang. Li Xiaoxing, filled with apprehension, asked, Masters, when you opened the door, did you inadvertently let the ghosts in? The Taoists, clearly having rushed over, included several who were clad only in their undergarments, evidently having just risen from their slumber. Hearing Li Xiaoxing's inquiry, they parted to reveal a diminutive Taoist. This slender Taoist produced a compass from his robes, examined it, and declared, with so many practitioners present, though none of us can capture ghosts, these spirits would not dare to enter. Otherwise, a mere door would not suffice to keep them out. A bare-chested Taoist pointed at the slender one, stating, this fellow is at the bottom of our class. He neglects the proper teachings and fails every exam. His mind solely occupied with these unorthodox methods. He may be the only one in this entire building with a modicum of knowledge about capturing ghosts. The slender Taoist waved his hands in protest. Senior brother, please do not mock me. I know nothing of capturing ghosts. The last time, I was nearly ensnared by a water ghost, which almost cost me my life. Upon hearing this, I hastened to inquire, Master, even you cannot capture ghosts? The thin Taoist nodded solemnly. We, as monks and Taoists, can ensure your safety for tonight, but we cannot protect you every day. Those ghosts have already latched onto you. And in our absence, they may strike. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as panic enveloped me. What can be done? I merely had a bowl of rice. Is it truly necessary? The thin Taoist sighed. Perhaps the ghosts believe that repaying debts is a matter of principle. Here is what you should do, tomorrow. Buy some ghost money and burn it for them. I nodded, feeling despondent. I suppose that is the only option. The few of us chatted and recited scriptures in the dormitory, causing a ruckus until the early hours of the morning. The knocking from outside gradually faded away. However, neither Li Xiaoxing nor I dared to leave. Instead, we huddled with the monks on a single bed, sharing a restless night. The next morning, the monks departed for their classes. Li Xiaoxing, still drowsy, lay in bed, unable to rise, while I found sleep elusive. I borrowed some money from him, intending to return to the ghost market to burn paper offerings. With newfound funds, I hailed a cab and instructed the driver to the nearest joss paper shop. The driver, beaming, casually remarked, "What is the matter? Did someone in your family pass away?" My mood soured instantly. I snapped back, "Your family has passed away. Why speak like that so early in the morning?" To my surprise, the driver was argumentative, retorting, "If no one has died, why go to a joss paper shop? It's neither a holiday nor a festival." I fumed, "I'm burning it for you." Thus, we bickered throughout the ride. I threatened to take note of his license plate to file a complaint, while he countered with threats of physical reprisal, claiming he would have dealt with me if he weren't busy. In the midst of our quarrel, I turned my head and spotted the police station nearby. Remembering the events of the previous night, I insisted on getting out of the car. I entered the police station and sought out Officer Zhang, who had initially handled my case, and explained my purpose. The officer appeared somewhat troubled. The body of the suspect has already been claimed by the family. Moreover, why would you want to see the body? Are you suggesting I'm deceiving you? The individual is indeed dead. I scratched my head. I feel connected to this case, and simply wish to understand more. After a moment of contemplation, the officer retrieved several photographs from his drawer. These are the crime scene photos. Take a look and see if this is the person who struck you. I examined the photos, my breath catching in my throat. The front of the vehicle was crumpled. As I glanced back at the photograph, I observed the robber, bare-chested, with a few sparse blemishes scattered across his chest. A rather repulsive sight. The officer examined the picture, tossed it into the file bag, and remarked, "This has little relevance to the case. Perhaps the fellow simply suffers from sores. No need to make a fuss." I sighed deeply and slowly exited the police station. At that moment, I noticed a street vendor selling tofu pudding nearby, reminding me that I had yet to have breakfast. I approached and ordered 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. While I was enjoying my meal at the stall, A fluttering red piece of paper suddenly descended from the air, landing softly upon me. Seizing the paper, I focused my gaze and gasped. It was a 100 yuan note. The saying about money opening one's eyes rang true. As my eyes widened in astonishment, my heart raced. I had been troubled by financial worries lately. I glanced around to ensure no one was watching me, contemplating pocketing the money. To my utter shock, when I looked up, I was completely astounded. The street was awash with money, 100 yuan notes, 50 yuan notes, all of them colorful and cascading from the sky. Was money truly blowing in from the wind? I felt as though I might suffocate from the sheer excitement. I dashed onto the road, nearly colliding with the tofu pudding stall in my frenzy. I crouched down, frantically gathering the money. 100, 100, 100. Just as I was engrossed in my endeavor, a person grasped my arm, exclaiming urgently, "Young man, what are you doing? Do you dare to take money meant for the dead?" The words startled me, and I looked up to find the tofu vendor anxiously clutching my arm. Upon inspecting the handful of paper I clutched, I realized it was merely a collection of joss paper. Alarmed, I hastily discarded the paper onto the ground. It was then that I noticed a funeral procession passing by, with someone tossing stacks of paper money into the air, watching as they drifted downwards. A mix of fear and embarrassment washed over me, and I turned to the vendor to explain, "These days, the joss paper looks increasingly like real money." The vendor nodded vaguely in agreement. I resumed my seat, but the bowl of tofu pudding before me became increasingly unpalatable. Something felt amiss today, even in my confusion. I could not mistake joss paper for actual currency. As I pondered this unsettling occurrence, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. I turned to see an elderly woman with silver hair, clutching a photograph and weeping bitterly. The image, unmistakably, was that of the robber who had assaulted me. A chill ran down my spine. Was today the day of the robber's funeral? At that moment, the tofu vendor discreetly pointed towards the elderly woman, saying, "That's old Shin from our neighborhood. Alas, her life has been filled with suffering. She had but one son, who, for reasons unknown, turned to a life of crime. Now he is gone, leaving her to bury her own child. What a tragedy." I nodded numbly. Indeed, it is a profound tragedy. Chapter 5. The ghost market today. Meal weighed heavily upon me, leaving my mind in a state of disarray. After hastily settling the bill, I inquired about directions from the proprietor and made my way to the paper offerings shop. The shop was desolate, devoid of patrons who lingered here. Upon my entrance, I noticed a gaunt middle-aged woman seated in a chair, absorbed in a television show. I scratched my head and addressed her. "I would like to purchase paper money." She lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance in my direction before raising her chin and gesturing towards a pile of paper currency near the entrance, indicating that I should select for myself. I bent down to examine the rows before me, discovering two varieties of paper money, one exquisitely printed, resembling the style and denominations of real currency, either 50 or 100, the other, crudely produced but with significantly larger denominations, often reaching into the billions. Having studied economics, I possess a keen sensitivity to currency, and after a moment's contemplation, I opted for the finely printed variety. Though the denomination was modest, it undoubtedly constituted hard currency, boasting a high exchange rate, one of my bills equating to millions in the eyes of others. I selected several bundles of paper money and presented them to the woman for payment. She retrieved a black plastic bag and methodically packed the bundles inside while counting them. As she tallied the currency, my gaze began to wander around the cramped shop. The space, already small, felt even more constricted by the stacks of paper money, floral wreaths, and paper effigies. At the back of the shop, I noticed a table adorned with an incense altar, upon which rested not the god of wealth nor the king of hell, but a paper figure, meticulously painted with delicate features, exuding an endearing charm. Its eyes, particularly vivid and expressive, seemed almost alive, gazing directly at me. As I became entranced by the paper figure, the woman placed the plastic bag before me, declaring, "That will be 10 yuan. I hurriedly extracted the money from my pocket, settled the bill, and departed. By this time, it was already late morning, the sun high above casting a warm glow that enveloped me in a reassuring embrace. With a bag of paper money in hand, I slowly made my way back to the street where I had encountered the ghost the previous night. I was well aware that burning paper money was prohibited in the city. However, this particular street was deserted, allowing me to proceed without hesitation. I took out the paper money and ignited it with my lighter, watching as it blazed in a cascade of flames. I believe everyone has experienced the thrill of playing with fire in their childhood. The dancing flames were undeniably captivating. Yet now, the flickering fire upon the paper currency stirred an unsettling anxiety within me. The paper money blackened as it burned, the figures upon it contorting and distorting grotesquely. Suddenly, the flames extinguished. A bundle of paper money remained intact, the faces twisted into sinister visages, staring back at me. In broad daylight, I felt a chill of sweat break upon my skin. Could this be an ominous portent? I dared not linger, reigniting the lighter. The paper burned for mere seconds before extinguishing once more. I lit it approximately 20 times in total. Frustration mounted within me, and I cursed the merchant as a rogue traitor. At long last, the paper money was reduced to ash, and I cast a glance at the remnants scattered on the ground before hastily departing. Free of debts, I exhaled deeply and made my way briskly towards the school. Upon my return to the dormitory, I was greeted by the sight of the chaotic mess from the previous night, now meticulously tidied. Li Xiaoxing was leading a monk and a Taoist priest, who were engaged in reciting scriptures within the confines of our room. I recognized the Taoist, the slender figure who had wielded a compass to exorcise spirits the night before, while the monk also appeared familiar, undoubtedly affiliated with the religious class. Upon noticing my arrival, Li Xiaoxing gestured towards the two practitioners and informed me, I have invited these two masters to chant some incantations and dispel any malevolent forces. I nodded in agreement and settled onto my bed. In just a matter of minutes, the monk and the Taoist completed their ritual. The monk advised us, in our Buddhist Heart Sutra, there exists the phrase Prajnaparamita, a powerful mantra for dispelling evil. You may recite it whenever you have the chance. The slender Taoist interjected, asserting, my fellow student, the most potent incantation belongs to our Taoist tradition. Tai Shang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Trust in my words, and disregard any mention of the great pineapple. The monk smiled gently, refraining from engaging in further debate, and offered us a few parting words before departing. The slender Taoist then inquired, have you burned the paper money? I nodded. I have burned it. Surely, that should suffice, right? I planned to take a shower to cleanse any lingering negativity. The Taoist acknowledged with a nod and turned back to converse with Li Xiaoxing. Just as I was preparing to change my clothes, Li Xiaoxing suddenly pointed at my chest and exclaimed, Suyu, what is that on you? Confused, I looked down, my heart plummeting in terror. A corpse mark had appeared on my body. This mark was all too familiar, resembling the ones I had seen in the autopsy photographs of robbery suspects at the police station, positioned identically. In that moment, I felt as if the world was collapsing around me. I sat on the bed, lost in contemplation. What had transpired? At what moment had I erred? The slender Taoist murmured softly, this mark seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? Instinctively, I responded, on the bodies of robbers. The Taoist abruptly turned and exited, leaving behind the remark, wait here, I shall investigate. My mind was in disarray, yet one fragment of his words resonated. Investigate, investigate. With a sudden surge of determination, I sprang to my feet and said to Li Xiaoxing, wait for me. I must investigate. I dashed out, intent on finding that Chen Pe, for as the mother of a robber, she surely possessed knowledge of her son's affairs. However, upon reaching the entrance of the police station, I discovered that the tofu pudding vendor had already departed. I stood by the roadside, stopping passers-by to inquire, do you know Chen Pe? The one whose son is being buried today? After questioning dozens of individuals, I finally encountered one who nodded in recognition. He pointed in a direction and said, that old woman has rented a place nearby. You should seek her out. Theirs is the most dilapidated dwelling around. Following his directions, I approached the indicated area, asking a few more people along the way, and eventually found Chen Pe's home. Indeed, the residence was quite impoverished. Had I not navigated the winding paths to arrive here, I would scarcely believe such a rundown house could exist in a bustling metropolis. 2 doors bore white mourning banners, confirming that Chen Pe resided here after all. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Suddenly it dawned on me, and Chen's son had just been buried, so she probably hadn't returned yet. Left with no choice, I found 2 broken bricks and sat down to wait. The wait stretched into the entire afternoon. Only when dusk began to fall did an elderly woman finally appear, tottering unsteadily from a distance. The moment she saw me, the sorrow on her face twisted into fury. My son is already dead. What more do you want from me? Come on then, drag me to the police station for questioning again. Go ahead. As she ranted, she lunged at me, bending forward to ram her head into my stomach. This old woman, I couldn't strike her, nor could I outshout her. Before I could even devise a countermeasure, her skull collided with my abdomen. The pain brought tears to my eyes, forcing me to double over. Yet she refused to relent. Clutching my waist with both hands, her entire body pressing me against the wall with desperate, reckless force. Helpless, I could only shout repeatedly, I'm not from the police. I came to visit you. After several cries, Chen, likely exhausted, staggered back a few steps and eyed me suspiciously. You came to visit me? Thinking fast, I adopted a mournful expression. Actually, I came to see your son. At the mention of her son, the anger drained from her face. Her lips trembled, and her voice cracked with grief. My Xiao died for no reason at all. Sobbing, she unlocked the door and ushered me inside, silently trailing behind her. I rapidly sifted through my knowledge of wanted criminals before tentatively asking, Xiao was always so honest. How could he suddenly turn to robbery? Was he framed? Enchen shook her head. No one framed him. He went on his own. I know, that child. As she motioned for me to sit and poured me a bowl of water, she continued haltingly, he was my only son. 2 years ago. I sent him to a technical school to learn auto repair. The teachers were decent, they even taught him how to drive. A phrase flashed through my mind. Learn to drive. Free trial lessons for a month. I shook my head, dispelling the thought, and listened as Aunt Chen wept on. I'd hoped he could earn some money through transport work. But then, he fell ill. I frowned. Ill? She nodded. Boils broke out on his chest, 3 or 5 of them, each as large as a copper coin. At this, my heart lurched. Without thinking, I lifted my shirt and pointed. Like these? Aunt Chen paled. Yes, exactly like those. Ah, we spent every last penny trying to cure him. Xiao'er was terrified of dying. So he turned to robbery. I interrupted her. Why did he get these boils? What did the hospital say? What did he say? She shook her head again. No one knew why. He was perfectly fine before. Oh, now I remember, the day before the boils appeared, he came rushing home in a panic, saying he'd seen a ghost. I stiffened. A ghost? Aunt Chen nodded, recounting how he had told her about dining on a bowl of rice at the night market, where the vendors were all apparitions. Then, in the dead of night, he fell ill with a fever, rambling incoherently, and the next day, she noticed sores had erupted on his body. Aunt Chen continued her ramblings while I slumped in my chair, overwhelmed by the realization that it was all due to that ghostly market. I too had visited that market, and now I bore the same unsightly marks. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Li Xiaoxing calling. I answered, asking, what's the matter? Li Xiaoxing replied from the other end, Suyu, I found out what those marks on you are. They are called copper coin source. My expression shifted instantly as I instinctively echoed, copper coin source? Li Xiaoxing confirmed. The Thin Taoist said that it is said some ghosts disguise themselves as vendors to deceive people into consuming ghostly food. Those who eat this ghostly fare will develop copper coin source and are doomed to die within 7 days. Moreover, the deceased cannot reincarnate unless another person with sores is found to take their place. The news struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving my mind a blank slate. As Li Xiaoxing hung up, I sighed and turned to find Aunt Chen's head disturbingly close, as if she had been eavesdropping. Startled, I instinctively took a step back. Aunt Chen's face bore traces of tears, yet she grinned and asked, young man, what were you just saying about source? Her demeanor filled me with trepidation, and I hastily waved my hands. It's nothing, nothing at all. I must be on my way. I'll visit you again in a couple of days. With that, I fled in haste. It was late at night, and Aunt Chen's residence was quite secluded. I ran frantically, fearful of encountering any unclean entities. Finally, upon reaching the bustling main road, I felt a slight sense of relief. I hailed a taxi and sped off to the school. Upon my return to the dormitory, I found Li Xiaoxing and the Taoist waiting for me. I inquired of the Thin Taoist, what is going on? Am I truly doomed to perish within 7 days due to these copper coin source? The Thin Taoist nodded, theoretically. Yes, in truth, as I had pondered everything on my way, hearing the answer again left me feeling utterly hollow. I sat on my bed, sighed deeply. If death is to come, then so be it. But before I meet my end, I must secure some insurance for myself. I lay in bed, covering my head with the blanket. Then, I heard the Thin Taoist's hesitant voice from outside. Unless. I sprang up, unless what? The Thin Taoist, uncertain, replied. I once encountered a wise individual. If you manage to find him, perhaps he could save your life. Upon hearing this, excitement surged through me, and I leaped up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Where can I find this wise person? I must go at once. Master, can you take me there? The Thin Taoist scratched his head. Looking somewhat troubled, I cannot go. My health is not yet fully recovered, and I haven't stepped outside for a week. I was taken aback. You're unwell? The Thin Taoist nodded. This matter is somewhat related to that wise individual. Upon hearing that it was related to an eminent figure, I hastily inquired. What exactly is going on? Please tell me. The lean Taoist pondered for a moment and recounted his experiences. As his senior brother had indicated, the lean Taoist had long been deeply enamored with Taoist arts. However, due to the lack of genuine teachings, he had found himself unable to find his way in. Thus, he resorted to piecing together fragmented knowledge and relying on hearsay to navigate this esoteric realm. One day, he fortuitously heard of certain methods for summoning spirits and, driven by curiosity, clandestinely made his way to the riverbank to experiment. That night, the sky was ominously overcast, and the streetlights along the river were out. Although his understanding of Taoist practices was rudimentary, years of study had granted him a certain instinct. He sensed the heavy presence of yin energy that night. Rather than feeling fear, he was filled with a peculiar excitement, for his intention was to summon a ghost. With the mountains representing yang and the water embodying yin, he relied on this rudimentary knowledge and settled beneath a tree at the confluence of the riverbank and the water, lighting a solitary candle. The riverbank symbolized yang, while the river itself signified yin. Thus, the candle burned quietly at this threshold of duality. The flame flickered gently in the air, while another flicker danced silently in the water below. The lean Taoist gazed into the river, where the candlelight illuminated the surface, revealing another lean Taoist staring back at him. Gradually, the water grew increasingly luminous, and the face within began to morph. A surge of joy filled the lean Taoist. He sensed that success was within reach. Suddenly, the candle extinguished. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it reignited, albeit with an eerie blue flame. When the lean Taoist peered into the water once more, the visage reflected therein had also taken on a ghastly hue. At this moment, a sense of trepidation gripped him, although it was merely his own reflection. The sight was unsettling. He began to gather his belongings, intending to depart, when he was startled to see the face smiling at him from the bank. Paralyzed with fear, he stood at the water's edge, unsure of what to do next. Just then, a splashing sound erupted from the water as the face emerged, not just the face, but a whole figure. A foul stench of decay permeated the air. Within moments, a dripping wet figure clawed its way up from the depths, undeniably a water ghost. Chapter 6. The Red Lantern. The lean Taoist felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement as he attempted to engage in conversation, striving to speak in a calm manner. "Ghost brother, shall we become friends?" The water ghost, resembling a beast, crouched on all fours, its belly pressed against the muddy riverbank, while its face hovered near the candle, inhaling deeply. At that moment, the lean Taoist sensed something amiss. If this creature was indeed a water ghost, why did it possess a face strikingly similar to his own? Just as he was grappling with this bewilderment, the water ghost curled its lips in what seemed like a cold smirk. The Taoist stared at the ghost's face, feeling as though another version of himself was grinning back. A wave of fear washed over him, and he thought, perhaps it is best to forego this ghostly friendship and leave at once. Resolving this, the lean Taoist gathered his belongings and stood up, but as he attempted to take a step, a sudden chill enveloped his ankle. A pair of damp hands seized him. Panic surged within him as he struggled forward, only to be yanked back with a force that sent him tumbling down. In that instant, a realization struck him. The water ghost sought a substitute. This ghost, it seemed, was once a soul drowned in the river, unable to reincarnate for many years, and now it had set its sights on the hapless lean Taoist. How could it resist the temptation of ensnaring him, especially with the candles lit in invitation? Confronted with this thought, the Taoist surrendered to the ground, his fingers clawing frantically at the earth, desperately attempting to crawl away from the river. Yet, the strength of the water ghost was overwhelming. He was no match for it. In a moment of desperation, the lean Taoist grasped the trunk of a nearby tree, using its sturdy presence to pull himself toward the riverbank. They remained locked in this struggle for some time, but gradually, exhaustion began to take its toll. His feet were dragged into the water. Without warning, the river's water turned icy and biting. As his feet submerged, they were instantly numbed and pierced with pain. At this juncture, the Taoist could no longer endure, prideful as he was, believing himself a practitioner of the mystical arts. Being captured by a ghost was a source of great humiliation. Now, at the brink of life and death, he cast aside his dignity and began to cry out for help. After a series of desperate calls, not a soul appeared, and his calves were already submerged in the chilling water. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, two figures suddenly emerged in the distance. Elated, the lean Taoist shouted, "Come help me, please, save me." He refrained from mentioning the water ghost, fearing it might scare the two away. He calculated that if they drew near, he would grasp them tightly, not letting go until he had climbed back to safety. As the two figures approached the riverbank, illuminated by the eerie candlelight, the Taoist discerned that one figure bore iron chains, walked barefoot, and had disheveled hair matted with something unidentifiable. A shiver ran down the Taoist's spine. This was dire. These two did not appear to be living souls. Fear gripped him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Suddenly, the ghost bearing the chains collapsed to the ground, and from behind it, a shadowy figure emerged. In the midst of his panic, he barely caught a glimpse of the figure's features, but he did see it produce a talisman from its bosom and cast it upon the water's surface. As the talisman approached the river, it ignited violently. There is a common saying that water and fire cannot coexist, yet the scene that day was anything but ordinary. Not only was the talisman ablaze, but the entire river was engulfed in flames. The water spirits within wailed in agony, ultimately releasing the frail Taoist. At that moment, the thin Taoist realized he had encountered an extraordinary master, and his long-held dream of learning the arts was on the verge of fulfillment. Overcome with excitement, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With his elbows propped on the ground, he struggled to crawl ashore, repeatedly expressing his gratitude while seizing the opportunity to express his desire to learn the mystical arts. However, the man merely glanced at him and, in a deep voice, replied, "If fate permits, seek me at the great sage temple." Then, without uttering another word, he hoisted the chained malevolent spirit and departed. The tale of the thin Taoist concluded, and both Li Xiaoxing and I remained entranced by the vivid imagery he had painted. The night, the riverbank, the water spirits. I gazed at him with lingering trepidation. "You certainly have a daring spirit." "And what happened next? Did you seek out the master at the great sage temple?" The thin Taoist shook his head, offering a bittersweet smile. "After returning from the river, I suffered from a fever for several days. I couldn't even leave my bed, let alone search for anyone. It is only now that I am beginning to recover and can manage to walk." Although the thin Taoist had not ventured outside during his convalescence, he had diligently inquired about the location of the great sage temple. According to him, there was but one such temple in the entire city, situated by the riverbank. As long as he followed the river, he would surely find it. Based on this geographical information, it seemed certain that the master resided there. I nodded in acknowledgement, mentally noting the details. Thus far, there remained a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, I felt compelled to investigate further. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Xiaoxing and I prepared to seek the great sage temple. Just as we were about to set off, Li Xiaoxing received a phone call. After hanging up, his expression darkened as he sighed. "Suyu, my mother has been hospitalized. I must return to oversee the shop." I waved my hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall go alone." As I was about to depart, Li Xiaoxing pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and pressed it into my hands, saying, "You've just come from the hospital, and finances may be tight. Take this for now." I did not refuse, as it would have seemed pretentious at this juncture. Accepting the money, I replied, "If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, provided I am able to assist." Li Xiaoxing chuckled wryly. "Are you buying insurance?" We both laughed heartily before parting ways. I made my way to the river where the thin Taoist had summoned the spirits, slowly advancing forward. Although the weather was still cool, it could be deemed springtime. The river began to emit a foul stench, and after walking for a while, I found myself feeling dizzy and disoriented. Doubt crept in. Did the master truly reside by this river? Would he not be overwhelmed by the stench? Initially, I had the energy to gaze around. But soon exhaustion set in, and I felt lightheaded. During my trek, I stopped numerous passers-by to inquire, "Where is the great sage temple?" Without exception, they merely pointed ahead, saying, "It is further on, further on, further on, further on." I trudged along, my head bowed in weariness. The sun had ascended to its zenith, casting a torrid heat that made me perspire profusely, my eyes shimmering like stars. A thought crossed my mind. Surely, if I continued further, I would be leaving the city limits. Just then, my objective came into view. In the distance, I spotted a tall, tiled house with crimson walls and gray tiles, partially concealed by the trees along the riverbank. Such structures are rare in our northern regions, particularly within urban confines. In an instant, I was convinced that this tiled abode was the temple I sought. With excitement, I dashed forward a couple of steps, and before me appeared a bridge spanning the river. I crossed the bridge, maneuvering around several large trees, and suddenly, a cluster of tiled houses revealed themselves. Indeed, it was a temple, although it was not bustling with activity. There were a few incense offerings being made by a handful of devotees, no more than 2 or 3. The sparse attendance reassured me. These worshippers walked in pairs, each covering their noses, for the river's water was overwhelmingly foul. As I approached, I noticed a plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, "Great Sage Temple." This was undoubtedly the place. Some may dismiss this as nonsense, for it is common knowledge that Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, is a fictional character. However, every occurrence possesses its own rationale. To criticize without understanding only reveals one's ignorance. I had encountered such great sage temples before, one being near my childhood home. Back in elementary school, I understood that Sun Wukong was merely a figment of imagination, and I, along with a group of children, would throw stones at the temple as a form of play. Consequently, we all fell gravely ill a few days later. It was only after my mother personally went to the temple to burn incense and offer apologies to the great sage that the matter was resolved. From that moment, I realized that although Sun Wukong was fictional, the temple itself could harbor spirits and entities that thrived on the offerings made there. Thus, I approached with utmost reverence. Straightening my attire before entering the temple, I bowed several times before the statue of the great sage. Just as I completed my bows, I heard a voice behind me proclaim, "Umitba." A stir of excitement surged within me. Could it be a sage? I quickly turned around to see a monk clad in robes. He appeared to be middle-aged, yet there was an air of wisdom about him. The previous thin Taoist had not provided a description of a sage, as he had not seen one himself. Upon seeing the monk, I instinctively associated him with the notion of a sage. I stood up promptly and said, "Master, I." But the monk waved his hand, silencing me. Young brother. Hold your words. Let me observe. Your complexion does not appear well. Have you encountered some troubles recently? My heart sank. Indeed, he was a sage. I nodded vigorously. Like a chick pecking at gray. The monk gestured for me to follow him. The great sage temple faced south, featuring a grand hall that housed the golden statue of the victorious fighting Buddha. On either side of the courtyard, there were small rooms lined against the walls, resembling meditation chambers. With trepidation, I followed the monk into one of these rooms, my mind racing with thoughts on how to seek his assistance. Since he took the initiative to approach me, it is highly likely that this matter will come to fruition. Upon entering the meditation room, the monk seated himself and addressed me, saying, "My humble name is Fang Zhang." "Young man, what is your name?" I thought to myself that the monk's name was indeed peculiar. Who would directly call themselves Fang Zhang? However, at that moment, I had no inclination to ponder over others' names, so I answered truthfully, "Suyu." Fang Zhang closed his eyes, nodding and murmuring, Suyu. I politely inquired, "Master, are you the only one in this temple?" Fang Zhang opened his eyes, nodded, and replied, "Indeed. I am the sole occupant of this temple. Our humble abode has but a few acolytes and is devoid of the worldly clamor, serving as a sanctuary for quietude. However, do not be misled by the sparse incense offerings. We still have our share of capable individuals." Chapter 7. The Copper Coin Blight. Upon hearing these words, my conviction deepened. Was the monk suggesting that he possessed genuine skills? Without waiting for further inquiries, I recounted the events of the past 2 days in meticulous detail. The monk displayed no signs of surprise, casually sipping tea from his kettle. After I finished my tale, he nodded slightly, assuring me that the matter was manageable. He offered to inscribe a 6-character mantra, the very one that the Buddha of Great Sun had used to subdue the victorious Buddha of combat. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. He claimed that with this, even the spirits would retreat. As for the copper coin blight and the ingot blight, they would heal without remedy. He then retrieved a paper bundle from beneath the bed, containing a bald brush and a bottle of ink. Without hesitation, he tore off a piece of paper and prepared to write. I silently mused that indeed, a master acted with such unrestrained flair. Once the mantra was inscribed, I held it in my hands, uncertain how to express my gratitude. To my surprise, the monk extended his hand towards me. I was taken aback. "Master, what is this?" With unwavering confidence, he replied, "Payment, of course. 6 characters, $10 each." My expression fell instantly. Was this not extortion? Observing my displeasure, the abbot settled back into his rattan chair, tea kettle in hand, gazing thoughtfully at the beams of the room. He recounted, in ancient times, when Tangxing journeyed to the west for scriptures, even revered masters like Ashvaghosha and K. Yapa demanded recompense from him. What more can be expected here? Young brother, knowledge is not freely given, nor are mantras distributed without consideration. With that, he abruptly snatched the paper from my grasp. Intrigued, I contemplated the irony of this place being named the Great Sage Temple, where all customs seemingly adhered to the tales of journey to the west. Perhaps those with true abilities possessed peculiar temperaments. In the interest of self-preservation, I resolved to part with the money. The abbot pocketed my $60 with evident satisfaction and then inquired, "Do you have any other perplexing matters to discuss? Whether it be love, career, or grievances, feel free to share." After a moment's hesitation, I expressed, "Master, I was just pondering that while this talisman is powerful, I cannot carry it with me at all times. What if one day I take a bath or change my clothes and inadvertently forget it? What if those mischievous spirits come after me?" The abbot fixed me with a stern gaze and asked, "What do you propose?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I suggested, "Might it be possible for you to personally visit and dispel those spirits? It would grant me peace of mind." His expression soured. "I have devoted many years to this sanctuary and have never stepped into the mundane world." After some contemplation, I retrieved the last $200 from my pocket and offered it to him. "Please accept this as a donation to the temple's offerings." The abbot sighed, "Truly, you are a kindred spirit devoted to the Buddha. The Buddha does not save individuals. What use is scripture without transmission? Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey." A wave of joy surged through me, and I expressed my gratitude profusely. At that moment, the temple's patrons had already departed. The abbot locked the temple doors and leisurely led me outside. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Master, do you not find the river water odorous? You seem unaffected." He replied nonchalantly, "I have grown accustomed to it." By the time we exited the Great Sage Temple, it was already afternoon. We had a simple meal before making our way to the city center. By the time we reached the street where the ghost market had appeared last night, the sky had begun to darken. I pointed to a secluded path and said, "Master, it is here." The monk nodded, standing in the middle of the road, his eyes wide open as he stared intently for a moment before affirming, "I just opened my heavenly eye, and indeed, I see many spirits here." A wave of fear washed over me, prompting me to take a couple of steps back as I gazed at the lush trees. What shall we do? I asked anxiously. The monk slightly closed his eyes and began to mutter a series of melodic syllables. After a considerable time, he finally ceased and informed me, "It is all right now. A chant for the departed has sent those little spirits off to reincarnation. They will no longer cause havoc in the mortal realm." I was stunned. Is it really that simple? The monk nodded. Just a few minor spirits. A simple wave of the hand is enough to disperse them. As we conversed, the streetlights along the roadside flickered to life. In that instant, I suddenly caught sight of the enchanting woman from the previous night, standing gracefully beneath a nearby street lamp. Her beauty captivating as if she were awaiting someone. I could clearly see that she still cast no shadow. A cold sweat broke out over me. But glancing at the monk beside me offered some comfort. I discreetly pointed at the woman and said, "Master, there is another spirit over there, the beauty. Do you see her?" The monk scrutinized her, looking at me with a hint of doubt. "Is she a spirit?" I focused on the woman and whispered, "Yes, master, look. She has no shadow." The monk rubbed his eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness, she truly has no shadow. We must leave quickly. There are spirits here." I hastily grasped the monk's robe as he turned to flee. "Do not leave. Did we not come to capture spirits?" The monk paid no heed. Breaking free from my grip and striding back with urgency, his earlier calm demeanor completely vanished. I persisted, tugging at his monk's robe. Finally, he stamped his foot and said, "So let me be honest with you. I possess no supernatural abilities, nor am I a genuine monk. The previous abbot of the great sage temple was my uncle. He passed the temple to me in hopes of providing me a livelihood." My heart sank upon hearing this. "You cannot capture spirits?" The monk nodded earnestly. "I truly cannot." I shook my head in disbelief. "You are deceiving me. You must be able to, as you are the only one at the great sage temple." The monk sighed. "I am not deceiving you. Young man, you seem quite educated. Why are you so superstitious?" My mind was in a whirl, murmuring, "You cannot capture spirits? How dare you come here then?" The monk, exasperated, replied, "How was I to know you would encounter a real spirit? I thought you were merely scaring yourself. How about this? I will refund your money, and we can leave quickly." He then pulled me along. Hurry as I pondered these thoughts. I was suddenly startled by the violent trembling of the abbot's hand. A wave of surprise washed over me, prompting me to inquire, "Abbot, what is the matter?" Trembling. He gestured towards the front, saying, "Look." I tilted my head, peering past him, and beheld a beautiful woman standing beneath the street lamp, seemingly smiling at us. My heart raced. What is happening? How do we end up back here? The abbot cast a terrified glance in my direction, muttering, "It seems like we're caught in a ghostly loop." I surveyed our surroundings, shrouded in darkness, unable to discern anything clearly. At that moment, the abbot cried out in panic, "That woman is approaching us." I turned my head to see the enchanting woman, her lips curling into a ghostly smile, drawing closer. Fear gripped both the abbot and me, and we fled in terror. At that moment, the notion of a ghostly loop was the least of our concerns. Survival was our priority. After running for a while, we were met once again with a blinding light, and beneath the street lamp stood yet another beautiful woman. Breathless and chilled to the bone, the abbot, panting, began to grumble, Suyu, you have led me to this plight. I was perfectly content in the temple, partaking in vegetarian meals and reciting scriptures. Why did I follow you here?" While the abbot continued his incessant lamentations, a sudden idea struck me. "Abbot, why must we run down the main road? Let us veer towards the roadside." The narrow path beside us was secluded, flanked by lush trees that cast an even darker, more ominous shadow. Nevertheless, we had no other option. We steeled ourselves and ventured into the thicket, one behind the other. As we plunged deeper into the wild, untamed woods, the sound of our footsteps echoed amidst the stillness. These woods, untouched by human hands, enveloped us, and we stumbled through the undergrowth. The abbot, seemingly paralyzed by fear, darted forward with the speed of a rabbit, while I could only catch fleeting glimpses of his figure through the shadows. My heart raced with trepidation as I called out softly for him to wait. Yet the abbot paid me no heed, pressing relentlessly into the depths of the forest. After a short while, an unsettling feeling crept over me. Though I had not traversed this path frequently, the surroundings felt familiar. The trees were indeed present, but there seemed to be an uncountable number of them. How could I have wandered for so long without finding an exit? With this thought, my pace instinctively slowed. Just then, a chilling hand landed upon my shoulder. I nearly screamed in fright, my heart racing as I turned to glance behind me. There stood a figure, indistinct in the darkness. The voice that emerged was hoarse and grating, trembling as it spoke. "Young man, what are you doing wandering aimlessly here?" The sound sent shivers down my spine, yet I felt an unsettling familiarity with it. After a moment's hesitation, I ventured cautiously, "Are you Chinpa?" A faint acknowledgement followed. "Young man, do not venture deeper. Come with me." With that, Chinpa grasped my arm, guiding me slowly back towards the path. After only a few steps, we found ourselves once more illuminated by the streetlights above. In a state of urgency, I exclaimed, but the abbot is still in the woods. Suddenly, Chunpo's expression took on an air of mystery and tension as she exclaimed, that person is not the abbot. We must leave quickly. Anxiously, my heart raced, thumping in my chest as I glanced around, following Chinpa down the narrow path in a frantic escape. This time, fortune favored us. We encountered neither the ghost market nor the enchanting woman, safely emerging onto the main road. Just as I stepped out from the alley, a fervent voice rang in my ears. See you have returned. I turned to see the abbot standing by the roadside, appearing as though he had been waiting for us for quite some time. I was taken aback, asking, how is it that you emerged before us? I thought you were still in the woods. Chapter 8. The water ghost. The abbot patted the bald head beside him. Earlier, when we fled, I ran ahead for a while, and suddenly I heard something amiss behind me. When I looked back, I saw you diving into the woods, unresponsive to my calls. Just as I was growing anxious, this old lady appeared and led me out, then went to rescue you. Suyu, have you been bewitched by a ghost? I scratched my head in contemplation. Perhaps I truly have. Then I turned to Chinpa, expressing my gratitude repeatedly, and inquired, what brings you here? Chinpa sighed. Last night, I dreamed of my son, who urged me to come here and burn some paper for him. He mentioned that the spots on his body appeared here, and this little path could be considered his road to the underworld. Upon hearing this, I suddenly sensed the weight of an important matter lurking within, yet the specifics eluded my memory. I stood by the roadside, deep in thought, when the abbot queried, we both encountered ghosts and even experienced the ghost wall. How come you remain unscathed, old lady? Chinpa chuckled softly, revealing a few remaining teeth. How could my son frighten his own mother? Besides, at my age, I have only a few years left to live. What is there to fear? The abbot nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on her words. At that moment, a light bulb flickered in my mind, and I abruptly recalled something. I turned to Chinpa and asked, old lady, did your son tell you to come here to burn paper last night? She nodded. Indeed. My anticipation grew as I asked, did he mention how to resolve the copper coin spots? Chinpa affirmed. He did. Upon hearing those words, a surge of warmth flooded through me, and I eagerly pressed, what must be done? Chinpa explained, those afflicted with copper coin spots decay particularly fast after death. You need to find such a person, apply their corpse oil to the affected area, and then sleep it off. I grimaced, feeling nauseated. That sounds utterly revolting. The abbot interjected, Suyu, do not be squeamish at this time. Dirt can be cleaned, but once life is lost, who can you turn to? I nodded reluctantly, very well. But where on earth can we find such a corpse? Chinpa replied, coincidentally, my son suffered from copper coin spots. Follow me. I shall take you to his grave. I was deeply moved by her words. Old lady, you are truly kind. If I recover, I shall ensure your comfort in your old age. Chinpa scoffed. My son intended to care for me as well, yet now he is nowhere to be found. After saying this, she produced a match and ignited a white paper lantern. It turned out she had brought the lantern with her. Though the abbot was tall and robust, he was not particularly brave. He touched his bald head and suggested, could we not go during the day instead? Nighttime can be quite frightening. Chinpa retorted, why not wait until 7 days from now? Digging up the grave during the day would only let the spirit dissipate. It would be futile. We fell silent, trailing behind Chinpa. Along the way, I sensed a multitude of eyes watching us, lurking in the shadows, observing yet not drawing near. Silently following our path, I cast a glance at the abbot, whose pallid visage revealed his shared trepidation. In stark contrast, Chinpa remained composed, lantern in hand, chattering incessantly. You ought to be grateful for our simple folk. Our customs are unrefined, refusing cremation. Otherwise, where would you find a corpse? We meekly acquiesced from behind her. Chinpa led us deeper into the wilderness. After a while, we had reached the outskirts. Moments later, she pointed to a mound and declared, here it is, dig. We exchanged bewildered glances. We had come unprepared, devoid of tools. Use your hands, she instructed. With no alternative, the abbot and I squatted down and began to excavate with our bare hands. The moon shone dimly, the wind howled ominously, and we toiled grimly, unearthing another's grave. I was certain the spirit of the deceased was nearby, perhaps deterred by the talismans we bore, unwilling to approach. The abbot, whether out of boredom or fear, incessantly conversed with Chinpa to distract himself. Madam, you are indeed a living bodhisattva, braving the night to rescue my friend. Chinpa shook her head, replying, my motives are not entirely selfless. Then, with a sigh, she revealed, only last night, I dreamt and learned that my son succumbed to a copper coin disease. Unable to be reborn, I intend to exhume his body, place it in the temple for veneration, and chant sutras to facilitate his reincarnation. As she spoke of her sorrow, Her voice faltered with emotion. The abbot and I continued our mechanical digging, listening intently. I glanced at the abbot and suggested, "Madam, why not place the body in the great sage temple for worship?" The abbot vehemently shook his head, glaring at me. "You scoundrel, are you attempting to ensnare me? I cannot abide a corpse by my side daily. How would I ever sleep?" He chuckled nervously and turned to Chinpa, adding, "I've heard that those who die from copper coin disease merely need a substitute to be reborn. Why complicate matters with exhumation and offerings?" As soon as he uttered these words, a chill coursed through me. I sensed an ominous shift in the air. Just then, Chinpa let out a sinister laugh. "Ah, little monk, you are rather clever." Realizing the implications, I urged the abbot, "Run." Before he could comprehend, two hands emerged from the grave, seizing us both with a vice-like grip. My heart raced with terror as I instinctively recoiled, but those hands clung to us tenaciously. In our retreat, we inadvertently yanked the corpse from its resting place. Well, half of it, to be precise. As the old woman had foretold, the body was grotesquely decayed. Yet, it writhed upon us, wailing and calling out, seemingly attempting to ascend. I was struck with both fear and revulsion. Just then, I heard a retching sound. The abbot had succumbed to nausea. Chun-Po's laughter echoed through the night, reverberating eerily. My son, I have found you a substitute. Rest easy and be reborn." The old woman's alternating laughter and sobs intensified the already terrifying atmosphere. My arms were gripped by the clammy corpse, leaving me no choice but to retreat step by step. Yet the cadaver's strength was overwhelming. I could feel it slowly creeping upward as if to mount my back. Though I struggled desperately, my efforts proved futile. Gradually, my strength waned until even resistance became feeble. Then, my consciousness began to fade. My vision blurred, and a suffocating weight pressed upon me like a heavy quilt. I knew the corpse had latched onto my back. At death's doorstep, a sudden memory surfaced. The Buddhist monk from our scripture class once mentioned in the dormitory in our Heart Sutra. There is a phrase, prajpiramit, an incantation to ward off evil. Recite it often when you can, like a drowning man clutching at straws. I mustered my last strength and whispered, "Prajpiramit." The moment the words left my lips, warmth surged through my body, and an inexplicable vigor returned. Overjoyed, I repeated the mantra like a chant, dozens of times, my voice growing louder, my strength swelling. Finally, the corpse let out a blood-curdling shriek, so piercing it nearly deafened me, before releasing its grip. Scrambling to my feet, I saw the abbot wrestling with Granny Chun while the severed corpse lunged toward him. The abbot wailed in panic. "What do I do, Suyu? Save me." Too afraid to approach, I shouted instructions. Recite the mantra, Prajpiramit. The syllables, foreign and strange in Sanskrit, proved too difficult for the abbot, whose education was limited. Despite his attempts, he mispronounced it repeatedly. As the half-corpse crawled onto him, poised to invade through his nostrils and eyes, the abbot thrashed weakly before collapsing. The cadaver swiftly enveloped him. Then, in this dire moment, the abbot suddenly cried, "By the decree of the Supreme Lord Laozi, swiftly act." Were the situation less dire, I might have laughed. A monk invoking a Taoist incantation. Amid our chaotic recitations of mismatched spells, sheer luck prevailed. The corpse shrieked as if scorched by flames and released the abbot. A stench of burning flesh filled the air. Dizzy and nauseated, I staggered back, badly wounded. The corpse abandoned its prey and fled into the grave. Seizing the chance, we supported each other and sprinted away, our courage shattered. The wind howling in our ears as if our legs could never carry us fast enough. Behind us, Granny Chen's shrill voice still echoed, "You little brats can't escape. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. I know you live at the Great Sage Temple." Though we were threatened by Chinpa, we ran towards the Great Sage Temple nonetheless. This path was familiar to us, and within the temple, the presence of the Bodhisattva offered a semblance of solace, alleviating our fears of vengeful spirits. We fled to the temple, collapsing one after another in the main hall. Trembling in terror as we gazed upon the statue of the Buddha, surrounded by the flickering light of the eternal lamp, unable to utter a word. Dinner was rendered unnecessary. We were far too frightened to eat and huddled together, shivering in front of the hall. After some time, the abbot surprisingly drifted off to sleep, snoring softly. Alone, I fixated on the candles within the room and the moonlight streaming outside, my thoughts spiraling deeper into dread and despair. Chapter 9. The coffin. As the moon ascended high into the sky, its luminous glow streamed through the window, casting an eerie light within the room. Despite my trepidation, the weariness of the night overtook me, and I gradually succumbed to slumber. Unexpectedly, just as I closed my eyes, a voice pierced the silence, calling my name. "Suyu. Suyu." Startled, I quickly glanced around, and in that moment, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. Beside me stood a coffin, and the voice emanated from it. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to my feet, desperate to flee. Yet, after only a couple of steps, a whisper brushed against my ear. Do you not wish to be healed? Open the coffin, and you shall be saved. A shiver coursed through my body. Who? I managed to utter, my heart racing with apprehension, for the voice was hauntingly familiar, as if I heard it every day. In that instant, the realization dawned upon me. The voice belonged to none other than myself. I sank to the ground, fear gripping me as I stared at the ominous black coffin. I recalled how disconcerting it was to hear one's own recorded voice, familiar yet strangely foreign. Desperate to escape, I staggered to the doorway, but halted when I remembered the voice's words. Open the coffin, and you shall be saved. What did I have to lose? My skin was marred with countless copper spots, and death loomed imminent. What harm could come from opening the coffin? Resolute, I returned to the grand hall. It seemed to have grown darker since my last visit, and I stood there for a few moments, allowing my eyes to adjust. I swallowed hard, steadying my trembling legs. Placing both hands on the coffin lid, I pushed with all my might. In my anxiety, I exerted more strength than intended, and the lid creaked open with a reluctant groan before crashing to the ground. The coffin had not been sealed. Peering inside, a wave of terror washed over me. I beheld a figure lying within, and it was none other than myself. My legs turned to jelly, and I clung to the coffin for support. What was happening? Had I truly perished? It couldn't be. Who lay within? Tentatively, I reached down, and the cold flesh of my other self confirmed the grim truth. I was indeed dead. Panic seized me, leaving me momentarily paralyzed. Just then, the figure within the coffin suddenly opened its eyes, a sinister smile spreading across its face. I recoiled in shock, retracting my hand. Yet, in an instant, it grasped my wrist and, with a forceful tug, pulled me inside. My back and head struck the unforgiving wooden surface, and darkness enveloped me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying within the coffin, while my other self stood outside, grinning with delight. In that peculiar voice, it remarked, "Now, it is your turn to lie within." Then, he lifted the coffin lid and slowly placed it atop the coffin. Anxiety consumed me, yet my body remained immobile. Summoning all my strength, I raised my right hand and struck the coffin, the sound feeble and desperate. At that moment, I heard a series of haunting calls. Suyu. Suyu. Those voices enveloped me, swirling around my being, drawing ever closer and growing louder. Beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, as a sharp pain radiated from the wound atop my head, prompting me to cry out in agony. The instant my voice pierced the silence, the noise from the coffin abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of my own breath in the stillness. After a moment, a somber voice resonated around me. Do you wish to live? I swallowed hard and replied quietly, yes. But who are you? The voice responded with a chilling laugh. Who am I? Are you not lying upon me? A cold sweat broke out on my brow. You are the coffin? How can a coffin speak? Yet the coffin offered no answer to my query, merely stating, do you wish to live? Then take me as your master. Become my disciple, and I shall save you. My immediate thought was that this was a ruse. There was something amiss with this coffin. It was a monster, a ghost. My mind raced. But the coffin continued. Some souls do not perish upon death. They may inhabit the objects around them. I was once human, so you need not fear. Trembling, I asked, are you a ghost? You won't harm me, will you? The coffin chuckled coldly. In your current state, do you think I need to harm you? I pondered this and realized it was true. I was on the brink of death, unable to be reborn. It could hardly get worse than this. At that moment, the coffin inquired, so will you take me as your master? In this dire situation, I found myself devoid of alternatives, and I reluctantly agreed. Yes, I will take you as my master. The coffin erupted into laughter. Good disciple, we shall forego the formalities of the initiation. I have lived a life unrestrained, disinterested in such trifles. At that time, my sole focus was on survival, completely oblivious to the fact that this pledge would later lead to catastrophic consequences. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After pledging my allegiance, I stood there, uncertain of the coffin's next intentions. Additionally, I harbored a lingering worry. To rid myself of the copper coin curse, I had first been deceived by the abbot, then by Granny Chin. Surely, this coffin would not desire to join in the fray. After a moment of silence, the voice asked, are you afflicted by the copper coin curse? I nodded vigorously. Indeed. It's the copper coin curse. An old woman claimed she could help me rid myself of this poison. But the coffin let out a triumphant laugh. And you were left feeling disgusted, were you? I found myself at a loss for words, standing there in silence, too afraid to speak. The coffin spoke. In truth, resolving the issue of the copper coin plague is exceedingly simple. Beneath the ghost market lies a corpse, one that possessed considerable spiritual prowess in life. Although its soul has dissipated after death, it has transformed that place into a gathering of yin energy. Consequently, some minor spirits dare to congregate there, engaging in mischief and concocting various manifestations of the copper coin plague. Simply excavate the corpse, and those minor spirits will lose their anchor and be compelled to disperse. At that point, the living may find restoration, and the dead can be reborn. I was elated. Is it truly that simple? I inquired. The coffin replied, indeed, it is that simple. However, locating this corpse is no easy feat. I pondered for a moment. Although the ghost market was small, it was still a street, and excavating it would surely take no less than 3 to 5 months. The coffin's voice took on a mysterious tone. I shall teach you. Tomorrow, light a candle and walk a circuit around that street. The corpse is an entity of extreme een. When the candle reaches that location, it will undoubtedly extinguish. You should dig at the spot where the candle goes out. Overjoyed, I exclaimed, thank you, master. If the entity before me were not a pitch-black coffin, I might have felt even more at ease. Yet, after my initial joy, a flicker of doubt crept into my mind. This coffin was peculiar. It hardly seemed benign. What if it intended to deceive me? As I contemplated this, the coffin continued. When you unearth the corpse, you will surely see a peachwood sword thrust into its body. Exercise great caution. Do not remove that sword. You must find a way to transport the corpse back to the great sage temple without damage. Remember, it is imperative that you return it intact. Upon hearing this, my anxiety dissipated. If the coffin sought my assistance in moving the body, there was a high likelihood that this task was genuine. Curiosity piqued, I asked, who is this corpse? Is it significant? Just as the thought crossed my mind, a hand suddenly landed upon my shoulder, startling me. My heart raced, and I instinctively let out a loud cry. At that moment, a voice called to me, "Siyu, Siyu, what is the matter?" I found myself in a daze, the surroundings shifting in an instant. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that dawn had broken. I lay before the statue, the abbot watching me with concern. After a moment of gathering my thoughts, I swallowed hard and said, I had a dream. I then recounted the details of my dream in full. The abbot listened in silence, deep in contemplation. After a while, he spoke. Siyu, this is merely a reflection of your daily thoughts manifesting in your dreams. If we were to dig indiscriminately, we would be vandalizing public property. Should the police discover us, we could be detained for 7 days, and you would find yourself imprisoned. Just as I was about to argue, a cacophony of enraged shouts. It was unclear how long she had been struggling, but at this moment, her lips were already stained with blood, and her eyes were bloodshot. Even in broad daylight, her terrifying appearance sent a shiver down my spine. Just then, the abbot shouted, Madam, there's no need for bloodshed. We found a way to ensure your son's smooth reincarnation. Upon hearing the word reincarnation, the old woman's expression shifted instantly. Slowly, she lowered the kitchen knife in her hand and asked, Really? Fang Zheng clasped his palms together with the solemn air of an enlightened monk. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Of course, he was taking advantage of the old woman's ignorance. He was nothing but a fraud. Over the next few minutes, we explained our plan to her in detail. After listening, she rubbed her hands eagerly, declaring she would follow us and assist however she could. Though her words were cooperative, the kitchen knife remained tightly gripped in her hand. Chapter 10. The Yin-Yang House. The abbot and I walked ahead, while Granny Chen followed closely behind, wielding a kitchen knife. The abbot glanced back and whispered to me, Did you notice? Granny Chen does not trust us. If anything seems amiss, she might just cut us down. You've brought me to this perilous situation, I retorted. You've deceived me so thoroughly. I have yet to settle the score with you. Should I fall victim to the copper coin plague, you shall not fare any better. The abbot visibly shuddered, his face contorted with distress. You worldly folk are truly ruthless. With a sigh, I replied, Abbot, if what we dreamed last night turns out to be true, and we unearth the corpse, then all will be well. However, if we fail to find it, we need not worry about the copper coin plague. Granny Chen would surely chop us down on the spot. The abbot and I lamented our fate, fervently wishing for the dream to materialize. Considering the task of exhuming a body and transporting it, the abbot, in his capacity as the head of the great sage temple, shamelessly solicited tools from the nearby residents. Fortunately, as we were in the outskirts, basic implements were somewhat accessible. After visiting 5 or 6 households, we finally managed to borrow 2 shovels and a rickshaw. I pedaled in front, while the abbot pushed the cart, and Granny Chen sat atop, knife in hand, overseeing our efforts. After a while, the abbot could no longer endure the situation and proposed to Granny Chen, Granny, might we put away the knife? It is rather conspicuous. A young man, a monk, and an elderly woman with a blade attract far too much attention. We still need to transport the body, and should we encounter any trouble en route, your son may miss his chance at rebirth. Upon hearing about her son, Granny Chen proved to be quite reasonable. After a moment's thought, she concealed the knife. We arrived at the narrow path just as noon approached, the sun blazing overhead. With cars traversing the nearby road, everything seemed relatively safe. Following the guidance of the coffin, I lit a candle and began to stroll back and forth along the path, the flickering flame casting a glow. My heart raced in tandem with the dancing light. After a full circuit, The candle remained lit, yet my heart grew heavier. Granny Chin stood right behind me, her tone suddenly grave. What is happening? Where's the corpse? I glanced at the knife in her hand. A chilling realization struck me. It seemed there was no corpse here. Rather than allow her to take my life, it may be wiser to act first and seize her weapon. The abbot, quick-witted, urged, into the woods, into the woods. I chuckled bitterly within. Where was there any woodland? Merely a few trees lined the roadside. Nevertheless, desperate times call for desperate measures, and I continued holding the candle as I ventured inward. After passing several large trees, I noticed no change in the candle's flame. Just as I was about to turn back, the flame flickered ominously, shrinking to a mere pinprick. On the verge of extinguishing, a surge of joy filled me, but upon closer inspection, the flame regained its vigor, though it lacked the intensity it had while burning on the path. I held the candle as though it were a detection device, searching for hidden dangers. After meticulously searching between these trees several times, the candle suddenly extinguished with a soft puff as I approached one particular tree. I fumbled for matches to relight it, yet found even the matches refused to strike. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. The coffin hadn't deceived me after all. Here, it's here, I called out repeatedly. The abbot hurried over, shovel in hand. Together, we dug tirelessly for a full hour, taking turns with each thrust of the spade. As the pit deepened, the soil gradually transformed into a crimson hue, as though permanently stained by blood that never faded. This I recognize, the abbot exclaimed excitedly. The soil is mixed with cinnabar. Something sinister must be buried beneath. The corpse must be here. Sure enough, minutes later, we uncovered a body. Its garments had long decayed. Yet the corpse itself remained remarkably preserved, showing no signs of decomposition. Embedded in its chest was a peachwood sword. For reasons unknown, the sight of this corpse struck me with an eerie familiarity, as if I had encountered it somewhere in the depths of my memory. I rubbed my temples. Standing at the pit's edge in deep contemplation, sifting through every person I had ever known since childhood, yet the source of this haunting familiarity eluded me. Noticing my dazed stillness, the abbot urged impatiently, "What's the matter? Hurry and retrieve the body. Why the hesitation? Don't you know the night is fraught with peril?" I nodded. "You're right. Let us take it back quickly." Just as we prepared to lift the corpse, dark clouds gathered overhead, plunging the surroundings into shadow. "See you," the abbot stammered nervously. "The sky feels unnatural. Are we about to be struck by lightning?" I glanced upward, forcing calm into my voice. "It's just overcast. Don't overthink it." No sooner had I spoken than rain began to pour, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. The cinnabar-laced soil dissolved into scarlet rivulets, swirling like blood around the submerged corpse. The abbot shoved me. "No time to waste. Let us haul it out, load it, and be done. A quick bath afterward, and this affair is behind us." Agreeing, we each took an end, shoulders and legs, and began the arduous ascent from the pit. Their essay saying, "Dead weight." Today, the abbot and I learned its truth. Though the pit was knee-deep, the corpse felt impossibly heavy, and the slippery mud made every step a struggle. Old Lady Chen watched from the bank, muttering curses under her breath at our apparent incompetence despite our youth and strength. The abbot's face flushed crimson with exertion, yet he still found breath to retort between grunts. Amid the chaotic effort, a sudden, icy gust enveloped the three of us. A shiver ran down my spine. Instinctively, I sensed something amiss in the air. "Abbot," I called out, tension sharp in my voice. "Are you all right?" The abbot was not in a much better state. Trembling as he uttered, "I am fine, but this wind seems troubling. It stirs my thoughts." As we conversed, a sudden howl erupted from above, commanding, "Put the corpse down." A jolt ran through me, nearly causing me to lose my grip. Instinctively, I glanced upward to behold Granny Chin, her eyes ablaze with fury, glaring at us. The abbot, summoning his courage, inquired, "What troubles you, old lady?" She offered no reply, but abruptly brandished a kitchen knife from behind her. My anxiety surged, and I stammered, "Dear lady, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence." Before I could finish, Granny Chin lunged, aiming her blade at me with remarkable agility and ferocity, far beyond what one would expect from an elderly woman. In the face of peril, I reacted swiftly, dropping to the muddy ground just in time to evade her strike, and shouted to the abbot, "She must be possessed. We must flee." We scrambled out of the pit, using our hands and feet, grasping at the sparse trees nearby as we began to circle away in flight. Yet, Granny Chin pursued us relentlessly, her eyes gleaming with determination. After a while, the abbot exclaimed, "This is dire. The corpse is about to be buried." While fleeing, I glanced back and, indeed, saw the body lying in the mud, the relentless rain washing the earth around it, gradually concealing it. Panic surged within me. If I did not retrieve the corpse today, how could I survive? With this thought, I halted, turning abruptly to confront Granny Chin. "You wretched woman, time and again you attempt to harm me. Today, I shall take my vengeance. I prepared to retaliate, risking a blow from her knife to kick her down. However, before I could act, she cast a glance my way, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. The abbot rejoiced, exclaiming, "Evil spirits fear the wicked. You have frightened the demon from Granny Chun." Enraged, I spat at her and called to the abbot, "Let us continue retrieving the body." After the commotion, the corpse was entirely buried beneath the mud. The mixture of rainwater and mud resembled a thick porridge, making it impossible to shovel effectively. After a brief consultation, we extended our hands into the muck, finally grasping the corpse securely. The abbot asked, "Are we ready?" I affirmed yes. He shouted, "1, 2, 3, lift." Together we strained to hoist the body from the earth. Yet, just as the corpse began to emerge from the mud, the abbot, in a fit of panic, yelled, "Let go, Suyu, quickly." Confusion enveloped me as I felt my right hand loosen its grip. To my astonishment, the corpse slowly sank back, while in my right hand I clutched a peachwood sword. Unbeknownst to me, I had inadvertently extracted the sword from the corpse in the process. I recalled the words of the Coffin master, "Never disturb the peachwood sword upon the corpse." A chilling shiver coursed through my body as I brandished the sword, attempting to reinsert it into the lifeless form. Suddenly, a great splash erupted from the pit, and something emerged from the depths. Mud and water splattered against my face, blinding me momentarily. I struggled to open my eyes when I felt a firm grip on my arm, compelling me to follow. I stumbled and ran alongside him, driven by an instinctive urgency. When I finally managed to pry my eyes open, I found the abbot standing beside me, breathless. I inquired, "Why are you pulling me?" The abbot gestured toward the front, urging, "Look for yourself." At that moment, I turned back and was left speechless. The scene before me was etched into my memory for eternity. Chapter 11. Grave digging. A corpse rose, standing within the pit, waving its arms as countless whirlwinds swirled around it, seemingly attempting to penetrate its very being. In recent days, I had encountered apparitions, indeed, numerous specters. Yet, witnessing a resurrected corpse still sent tremors of fear coursing through me, and a singular thought occupied my mind: escape. The abbot and I supported each other, desperate to flee. However, as I attempted to stretch my legs, a hand seized my ankle. At that moment, I was already a startled bird, and upon feeling the grip on my ankle, I let out a piercing scream. Glancing downward, I discovered the one clinging to my leg was none other than the previously unconscious Granny Chin. Enraged, I exclaimed, "Granny Chin, what do you mean by this? Are you intent on dooming me?" She offered no reply, instead muttering incessantly, "If I transport that corpse to the great sage temple, my son will be reborn, won't he?" Frustrated, I retorted, "Transport what nonsense? Look behind you. The corpse has risen, and it's all due to your meddling." Granny Chun, trembling, stood up and suddenly snatched the peachwood sword from my grasp, then dashed toward the corpse with the utmost speed an elderly person could muster. Those whirlwinds had completely enveloped the lifeless body, and it was evident that most of the wandering spirits had already penetrated the corpse's form. As Granny Chin approached, the corpse grasped her throat, lifting her frail body effortlessly. The abbot and I cursed under our breath, picking up a shovel from the ground, intent on rescuing Granny Chin. As we progressed, we heard her hoarse cry, "Son, I must ensure your rebirth." Shortly after, the corpse let out a furious howl, flinging Granny Chin away. Her emaciated form soared through the air, crashing against a tree trunk before landing in the mud. The abbot and I stood frozen in the mire, holding our shovels. Before being thrown, Granny Chin had plunged the peachwood sword into the corpse's chest. The lifeless body writhed in agony, howling. We beheld, as its face contorted into myriad expressions within mere seconds. Subsequently, thick clouds of white mist emanated from its form, chilling us to the bone as it brushed against our skin. Then, the corpse collapsed, motionless. Suddenly, tranquility enveloped the scene, the harrowing events of moments ago seeming as if they had never transpired, regardless of Granny Chin's flawed character. The abbot and I could not help but feel a profound respect for her at that moment. We rushed to her side, helping her rise from the mud. Granny Chin's face had turned a shade of purple. As she opened her eyes, she inquired of us both, "Will my son be reborn?" We nodded vigorously. "Yes, he can be reborn." A smile graced her lips as she said, "He was my only kin. With my son gone, I am left with no family. I implore you both to bury me in that very pit. I have always despised being a burden. If you can spare yourselves the trouble, please do so." And with that, Granny Chin passed away. A few minutes later, the rain ceased, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. I glanced at the abbot, who returned my gaze. Together, we dragged the lifeless body from the pit and placed it onto the tricycle, covering it with a black plastic sheet. Following the request of old Lady Chin, we buried her in that very pit. While we worked, the abbot remarked, "Why do I feel as though we are destroying evidence?" I filled in the earth around the pit, replying, "As long as we are clear in our own conscience, that suffices." Once everything was accomplished, we pushed the tricycle towards the great sage temple. Initially, we managed to take a few steps, but as time passed, waves of dread washed over us, causing us to tremble, our legs to weaken, and our speech to falter. Eventually, we were compelled to sit by the roadside, gasping for breath. By the time we returned to the great sage temple, darkness had enveloped the sky. We had gone an entire day without nourishment, utterly drained. We collapsed onto the mats in the main hall, panting heavily. The abbot, with his eyes half closed, said, "The matter is resolved. Summon your master to take over." I grinned widely, feeling elated. I am alive. I am alive. The abbot sighed deeply. At last, I have saved you. Your money was well spent. When he mentioned money, I suddenly recalled, gasping, "You reminded me. When will you repay the money you owe me?" The abbot, taken aback, asked incredulously, "When did I ever owe you money?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Do not play dumb with me. You, a false monk, have been divining and exorcising spirits, swindling me out of over 200 yuan. Hurry up and return it." The abbot, standing firm, responded, "True, I am a false monk, but consider the effort I expended. Without me, could you have managed to move that body alone?" Realizing the futility of reclaiming the money, I opted for a different approach, speaking earnestly, "Abbot, through this incident, I have come to feel that life is unpredictable. One never knows when one may face the brink of life and death." The abbot, puzzled by my words, simply nodded vacantly. I continued, "Since you can acknowledge this truth, that is splendid. Would you be interested in purchasing an insurance policy? It is wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances should illness or disaster arise in the future." The abbot, who had been sprawled on the ground, sprang to his feet upon hearing my pitch for insurance. "See you. This is where you're mistaken. As a monk, I leave everything to fate. You propose insurance. Even the Buddha would not approve." I waved my hand dismissively. "You are not a true monk." The abbot, with utmost sincerity, clasped his hands together and said, "Upon entering the temple, one becomes a disciple of the Buddha. How can one be insincere?" I scoffed and fell silent. Yet my mind was racing with thoughts of how to recover my money. Suddenly, a series of soft knocks echoed from within the temple, 3 faint taps that were unmistakable. Though the sound was not loud, I heard it distinctly. I glanced at the abbot, who stood empty-handed in the hall. It could not be him. We exchanged nervous glances. Had a thief entered the temple? Just as we spoke, the knocking sound resonated once more. On this occasion, both of us clearly heard the sound emanating from beneath our feet, right there in the great hall. The expressions on both my and the abbot's faces instantly darkened. By this time, night had fully descended, casting an inky darkness outside, with only 2 eternal lanterns flickering within the hall. Standing there, I pondered for a moment before addressing the abbot. Since we can locate the corpse beneath the ghost market, it implies that the coffin indeed exists. The abbot immediately grasped the implication and responded, "So, the coffin is real? Where is it?" I pointed to the ground beneath us, in my dream. I saw the coffin right here, in the great hall. In unspoken agreement, we both grasped our shovels. I glanced at the abbot. "Shall we dig?" He nodded, a playful grin on his face, saying, "Yes, let us unearth your master." I playfully kicked him. "Stop joking. If he hears us, will he spare us?" At that moment, the abbot's expression grew contemplative. "See you, I can't shake the feeling that your master possesses some sinister qualities. Who seeks apprenticeship through dreams? Only a ghost would do so. Moreover, you envisioned a coffin in your dream. I fear, having escaped the wolf pack, we may now stumble into the tiger's den." His words made me hesitate as well, prompting me to ask, "So, shall we not dig?" The abbot struck the ground with his shovel. "Of course we will dig. If you leave, and I remain here alone, how will I sleep at night?" We exchanged blows with our shovels, perspiration pouring down, swiftly creating a large pit in the center of the room. The deeper the pit grew, the more uneasy I became, my thoughts spiraling in uncertainty about whether this decision was a blessing or a curse. Just then, a dull thud echoed as the shovel struck something solid. The abbot's expression shifted as he glanced into the pit. We reached it. Our movement slowed, and gradually, a pitch-black coffin emerged before us. According to the abbot, he had been at this grand temple for 5 or 6 years without ever disturbing the hall, which meant the coffin must have been buried for at least that long. However, the condition of the coffin belied that notion. It appeared remarkably new, devoid of any signs of decay, even after we removed the surface dirt. The lacquered exterior gleamed under the eternal lantern light, as if freshly painted. If someone told me it had been buried just yesterday, I would believe them. But if they claimed it had been interred 5 or 6 years ago, I would absolutely reject that assertion. The coffin lay silently, offering no indication of movement or sound. I began to doubt, could this truly be the coffin of my master from the dream? A wave of fear washed over me. I dreaded the possibility that, upon opening the coffin, I would find another version of myself inside. We stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at the coffin, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The abbot turned to me. So what do you think we should do? I let out a wry smile. I'm barely in my 20s and have yet to step beyond the school gates. You ask me what to do? Abbot, you're in your 40s. You should take the lead. The abbot was quite astute. After all, this matter pertains to your master-disciple relationship. It would be rather inappropriate for an outsider like me to interfere. I gritted my teeth and declared, open the coffin. To do so, one must leap into the pit. Yet neither of us was willing to descend. We stood at the edge of the pit, persistently deferring responsibility. Ultimately, we agreed to count to 3 and then leap into the pit together. Once inside, we discovered that the coffin lid was slightly ajar and had not been nailed shut. This was fortunate, as it made the task of opening it considerably easier. I instructed the abbot, you take one end, and I shall take the other. Together, we shall lift the coffin lid. The abbot nodded in agreement. Thus, we both exerted ourselves, and the coffin creaked ominously. Our faces flushed with exertion, yet despite our efforts, the lid remained obstinately closed. Chapter 12, Cremation. The abbot, panting heavily from exhaustion, flipped himself onto the coffin and said to me, So why are we struggling with this coffin? Let's just burn it. Who cares about his master or mistress? They're no good anyway. No sooner had he spoken than the coffin began to tremble violently. Startled, the abbot scrambled off the coffin and hastily climbed out of the pit. I followed close behind. His face had turned deathly pale, yet he still forced a smirk and said, See? Your master fell right into my trap. The moment I provoked him. Before he could finish, thick plumes of white mist began billowing from the coffin. Then, abruptly, the lights in the hall flickered out. The abbot and I screamed in unison, immediately scrambling toward the door, each unwilling to yield to the other. The great sage temple was never large to begin with. Though called a great hall, it was merely a slightly spacious room. In our frantic rush, we became wedged in the doorway, neither able to advance nor retreat. Behind us, the white mist swirled and thickened, swiftly enveloping us, yet we remained trapped. On the verge of tears, I roared, Abbot, damn you, move back. The abbot, his face flushed with panic, snapped back. Why don't you move back? A chill crept up our spines. Neither of us dared to retreat further. Instead, we counted in unison. 1, 2, 3, and threw our weight forward. With a deafening crack, the doorframe splintered and collapsed under our force. We tumbled to the ground, frantically tearing the shattered frame from our bodies before scrambling into the courtyard like startled fowl, casting fearful glances back at the hall. The lights inside had inexplicably reignited, but now they burned with an eerie, ghostly green hue. The dense white mist continued to pour forth, spilling from the doorway and spreading across the courtyard. Step by step, we retreated, our eyes locked onto the creeping fog. My lips trembled as I whispered, could that coffin be filled with liquefied gas? The abbot shook his head. If my temple burns down, you're paying for it. By now, the courtyard was thick with the mist, draping the entire temple in a spectral haze. As we edged toward the exit, I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder, the abbotess, it seemed, pushing me back toward the hall. Irritated, I slapped it away. Are you insane? The abbot looked bewildered. Why are you cursing at me? Annoyed, I shot back. Why are you pushing me? I didn't push you, he protested, his expression shifting to horror as his gaze flickered past me. He froze, his face draining of color. A cold dread settled over me. What's wrong? I whispered. He didn't answer, only frantically signaled with his eyes for me to look behind. Too afraid to turn, I strained my peripheral vision and glimpsed a shadowy figure standing directly at my back. Drawing a sharp breath, I lunged forward, then spun around in one swift motion. At that moment, I discovered a figure standing in the very spot we had just vacated. Bare and with eyes closed, he stood upright. It was indeed the corpse we had brought back earlier. Had it risen from the dead? My initial instinct was to flee, followed closely by the impulse to procure a shovel for self-defense. However, the abbot restrained me, gesturing towards the corpse and urging, look closely. It was then that I noticed the corpse's nose was gradually inhaling wisps of white mist, a slow yet unceasing process. I took a couple of steps back and inquired of the abbot, what does this mean? He, with a furrowed brow, replied, you ask me? Who should I ask? As we deliberated, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and with great effort, it managed to utter a few words. Help me, draw the sword. Both the abbot and I were taken aback by this proclamation. Was this being truly dead or somehow alive? Seeing our lack of response, the corpse struggled to lift its arm, grasping the hilt of the sword. However, it was evident that it was exceedingly weak. As soon as its arm was raised, it fell back down limply. Then it looked at me and weakly said, I am your master, quickly help me draw the sword. I glanced at the abbot, who returned my gaze, and we were both at a loss. My master was clearly interred in a coffin beneath the main hall. How had he suddenly transformed into a speaking corpse? The corpse, noticing my indecision, impatiently remarked, if it weren't for my guidance, you would have long succumbed to the copper coin plague. Hurry, help me extract the sword. The rest I will explain in due time. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing the term copper coin plague, I began to waver. Could he truly be my master? Driven by an inexplicable force, I slowly approached and grasped the sword's hilt. With a firm pull, it felt as though I were slicing through frozen tofu. The peach with sword came free. The corpse did not bleed, which was quite normal. As it was indeed a corpse, how could it bleed? Once the peach with sword was withdrawn, a white scar appeared on the corpse's chest, the flesh inverted and white, as if washed clean by water. The corpse looked at me and nodded, expressing, "Thank you." This utterance was markedly more fluent than before. I gradually stepped back. Everything that had transpired over the past few days was too surreal. The spirit of the dead, the lethal copper coin plague, a talking corpse. I discreetly pinched my thigh to ascertain whether this was. I raised my hand and scratched my head. Indeed, why not escape to the temple's exterior? As I uttered these words, both my hands and feet trembled violently. Moments later, I could no longer maintain my balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The abbot, seemingly in no better condition than I, slowly crouched down and sat on the ground as well. We were both rendered weak and immobile by the events of the night. Facing each other, we remained seated until midnight. The ever-burning lamp in the hall resumed its normal glow, casting a faint yellow light. The courtyard was eerily silent. Apart from our breaths, no other sound could be heard. I attempted to move my numbed limbs and managed to stand up with difficulty. Seeing that I could walk, the abbot laughed and exclaimed, "Please do not leave me here alone. Take me with you." Thus, I bent down to assist him to his feet. Supporting each other, we took hesitant steps toward the temple's exit. After a couple of strides, the abbot sighed. "Is my great sage temple truly to be surrendered so easily?" I coldly retorted. "Not to a person, but to a corpse. There lies a body in the hall. Do you dare to confront it?" The abbot glanced back at the great sage temple, seemingly reluctant to part with it. He hesitantly said, "Suyu, I believe that corpse is not so different from a living person." I widened my eyes in disbelief. Not different? It was excavated from the mud. A peachwood sword is embedded in its chest. Which living person could endure such a fate? The abbot whispered, "Isn't it your master? Surely, he is not a villain." I shook my head. "If you wish to pay your respects, go alone. Do not involve me. By the way, are you still concerned about your meager inheritance?" The abbot sighed. "After all, this is my cousin's labor of love. I cannot let it be destroyed. Suyu, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Will you accompany me to the hall to take a look? If all is well, we shall incinerate that corpse. In the future, feel free to visit the temple as if it were your own home." Though the abbot's words lacked coherence, his expression was earnest, revealing a genuine affection for the great sage temple. I nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you. If we survive until tomorrow, you must purchase me a life insurance policy." The abbot rejoiced, readily agreeing. We supported each other as we made our way into the hall. Inside, aside from a statue of the great sage, there was merely a coffin. Nothing else was present. As we scanned our surroundings, we suddenly heard a voice say, "You too have some courage. I thought you would flee in terror." The voice distinctly emanated from the pit. The abbot and I craned our necks to peer inside. The corpse lay clearly within the coffin, its eyes wide open, and its mouth moving as it spoke. The abbot began to tremble violently, and after a few moments, he stammered, This temple is mine." The corpse let out a chilling laugh. "No one is contesting it with you." Then, we watched as it leisurely sat up from the coffin, beginning to crawl out with both hands and feet. Unbidden, the abbot and I took 2 steps backward. Our spines pressed against the wall, neither of us daring to advance. As the corpse crawled forth and settled cross-legged upon the ground, it regarded me and proclaimed, "I am your master." I shook my head in disbelief. "Impossible. You are merely the cadaver from the ghost market." The corpse fixed its gaze upon me and suddenly broke into a smile, the corners of its mouth curling upwards. That smile was like a sharp dagger, piercing deep into my heart. A surge of pain coursed through my chest, as if my very heart had ceased to beat. In that moment, recognition dawned upon me. I recalled who he was. When I unearthed him from the soil, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Yet it was only upon witnessing his spectral grin that I truly remembered. He was the one who had seized the soul of old Hao in the hospital. My back pressed firmly against the wall. A chill enveloped my body. I whispered urgently to the abbot, "We must leave at once. This fiend is no benign presence." Chapter 13. The corpse. This remark evidently reached the ears of the corpse, who seemed unfazed and retorted, "Is this how you treat your savior and mentor?" My mind was consumed by the harrowing image of old Hao struggling on his sickbed, and I involuntarily asked, "In the hospital, old Hao, is it you?" I was acutely aware that my words were incoherent, for my emotions were tumultuous, rendering my capacity for structured speech utterly absent. The corpse rose from the ground and approached me step by step, and I was certain he comprehended my words. The abbot and I trembled with fear, yet curiously, we lacked the courage to flee. Perhaps we had lost even that semblance of bravery. The corpse stood before me, scrutinizing me for a moment, before leaning closer to whisper in my ear, "I am your master, and you are my disciple. Once a teacher, forever a father. Now, I tell you, your master is a good man, a man without guilt. What you see and hear is not the truth. The truth lies in what I reveal to you." Summoning my courage, I quietly inquired, "What is the truth?" The corpse regarded me before replying, "The truth is that there are some matters you need not know. You must unconditionally trust me." The night was eerily silent, two perpetual lamps flickering in the darkness, their inferior oil sputtering sparks. The incense at the great sage temple was waning, and my companion and I were pressed down upon the meditation cushions by the corpse, who sat cross-legged opposite us. Adopting a demeanor of candor, he urged, "If you have any questions, feel free to speak." I pondered briefly before unleashing the ultimate three questions of existence. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you going? Without a moment's hesitation, the corpse replied, "My name is Zhang Yuan. Though you are not permitted to call me that, you should address me as master. I cannot divulge the place from whence I came. But you will come to know where I am bound, for from this moment onward, you shall follow in my footsteps, inseparable." I gazed at him, momentarily rendered speechless by the weight of his confidence. Ultimately, the abbot could no longer endure the tension and, with a quavering voice, lamented, "What on earth is happening? This coffin, this body, isn't Suyu's master in the coffin? How have you come to be him? Are you dead or alive?" Zhang Yuan looked at the abbot and suddenly asked, "What is your relation to the crooked-necked one?" The abbot, taken aback, responded, "You know my cousin's nickname?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, "Ah, so you are the nephew of the crooked-necked one. I am acquainted with your cousin. Indeed, he is my savior." Then, Zhang Yuan recounted the events that transpired. According to him, in his youth, he had taken an unusual master to learn the ways of the Tao, ultimately achieving success. Life had been peaceful. He married and had a daughter, living in tranquility and abundance. However, one day, his daughter mysteriously vanished, followed closely by the death of his wife. Initially, Zhang Yuan believed these occurrences to be mere coincidences. Yet, in the ensuing days, he noticed an increasing heaviness of malevolent energy in his home, and every night, he was haunted by the wails and howls of tormented spirits. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was well versed in the art of Taoism. Thus he felt no fear as he brandished his peachwood sword and rushed out. However, once outside, he quickly realized that it was all a trap. Lurking in the shadows were a dozen wild spirits, and as soon as Zhang Yuan emerged, they pounced upon him, engaging him in a fierce battle. Although outnumbered, Zhang Yuan's profound mastery of Taoist techniques kept him relatively safe for the moment. Yet, at a critical juncture, a masked figure suddenly leaped down from a tree and inflicted a grievous injury upon him. Lying on the ground, Zhang Yuan found himself vulnerable as the assailant intended to silence him permanently under the cover of darkness. Lacking the strength to retaliate, he could only watch helplessly as his vitality waned. At that very moment, an old monk happened to pass by, mumbling incantations as he walked. Upon noticing the presence of another, the masked figure hastily fled. However, the surrounding spirits were undeterred and continued their assault, eager to seize Zhang Yuan in his weakened state. Zhang Yuan, aware of the considerable Taoist foundation he had built over the years, realized the dire consequences should he fall under the control of these malevolent spirits. Accepting his impending fate, he plunged his peachwood sword into his own heart. The sword, lodged in his chest, effectively sealed his physical body, making it nearly impossible for any spirit to enter. Simultaneously, his own soul was forced out. The lingering spirits, reluctant to part from Zhang Yuan's lifeless form, regarded the body of a Tao practitioner as a coveted treasure. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's soul, in a state of confusion, followed the old monk to the great sage temple. The monk, known as Crooked Neck, was the abbot's cousin and had been chanting throughout his journey. That evening, upon returning to the temple, Crooked Neck resumed his recitations. Without a corporeal form to anchor it, Zhang Yuan's soul began to dissipate gradually. In a desperate attempt, he took advantage of the night's heavy aura and extinguished the eternal lamp within the temple, allowing his spirit to manifest. Startled, Crooked Neck, having spent years in monastic life, did not flee in terror. Zhang Yuan earnestly recounted his predicament and implored the monk for assistance. Unlike the abbot, Crooked Neck was a true monk, embodying compassion. He promptly complied with Zhang Yuan's request, procuring a coffin from the nearest undertaker. In the dead of night, he dug a pit beneath the main hall and interred the coffin there. According to Zhang Yuan's plan, if his soul could be contained within the coffin and buried underground, nourished by the earth-seen energy and sustained by his former Taoist practices, he could avoid complete dissolution. Moreover, the sanctity of the great sage temple, dedicated to immortal beings, would deter any malevolent spirits from troubling him. As long as the Green Mountain stood, there would be no fear of firewood running out. All could be contemplated at leisure. Zhang Yuan's soul resided within the coffin for an indeterminate number of years, gradually binding itself to the coffin through the power of Taoism, transforming the black lacquered coffin into his surrogate vessel. His spirit began to cautiously venture into the realm of the living, seeking his original body, only to discover that the great sage temple had changed hands, and the malevolent spirits and masked figure of Yer had long since vanished. Unbeknownst to him, his body lay buried underground, a vessel for a legion of malevolent spirits who, drawing upon the dark energy that enveloped him, ensnared souls and wrought havoc upon the living. Thus, Zhang Yuan conceived the notion of exhuming his remains, seeking a means to resurrect himself. To this day, he remains oblivious to the identity of the one who orchestrated his demise or the motives behind such malevolence. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's account, a faint understanding began to dawn upon me. If his body lies beneath the ghost market, then the coffin contains his spirit. Essentially, by assisting him, I would be facilitating his revival. Zhang Yuan nodded in affirmation. That is one way to perceive it. I had originally intended to enlist the aid of a young Taoist priest, but fate, it seems, has led me to you. Perhaps this is what Buddhism refers to as destiny, an unspoken bond that decrees, you shall be my disciple. 1,000 reluctant thoughts swirled in my mind. I had graduated from university. Although I now sold insurance, a promising future lay ahead of me. What folly it would be to apprentice under this living corpse. Therefore, I proposed, the slender Taoist has long desired to become your disciple. Why not exchange roles? Take him as your apprentice and allow me to depart. Zhang Yuan scoffed. Do you still cling to aspirations? Suyu, you have partaken of the offerings meant for vengeful spirits. Do you comprehend the implications? His gaze instilled within me a sense of trepidation, prompting me to cautiously inquire. What does it signify? Zhang Yuan, intrigued, responded. Vengeful spirits are steeped in unresolved grievances. When their wrath afflicts the living, it manifests as misfortune. By consuming their offerings, you have condemned yourself to a life fraught with calamity and failure. His words fell upon me like a frigid deluge, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope within my heart. I hesitantly asked, is that truly the case? Zhang Yuan solemnly nodded. By following me, I can guarantee your safety and ensure your needs are met. Moreover, once you have pledged yourself as my disciple, you shall be bound to this path for life. Despondency began to creep into my spirit, yet disbelief lingered, prompting me to tentatively assert, what if I refuse to be your disciple? Zhang Yuan regarded me thoughtfully. I do not impose my will upon others. Should you choose not to follow me, I will not hinder your decision. However, I must caution you. You will not. The abbot, who had been sitting beside me, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, if that is the case, are you truly alive? After being buried for so many years, how is it possible that you still exist? Zhang Yuan offered a faint smile, replying, this is the exquisite nature of Taoist arts. That peachwood sword, embedded in my chest, resembles a breath-holding technique. It appears as though I am deceased, yet I have merely been awaiting the opportunity to revive. The abbot and I listened, half comprehending, yet felt a sense of reassurance. As long as it is Taoist arts at play, it is preferable to the antics of the deceased. At that moment, Zhang Yuan turned to us. Have you two finished your inquiries? Go fetch me a garment. See you, how can you, as my disciple, allow your master to remain thus unclothed? Chapter 14. A stroke of misfortune. I stood up begrudgingly and followed the abbot into a meditation room. The abbot's expression was grave as he inquired, Suyu, what are your thoughts on this individual? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, he does not seem to be malevolent, yet he appears to harbor numerous secrets. The abbot nodded solemnly, advising, in any case, exercise caution. We casually retrieved a monk's robe and exited. Upon returning to the main hall, we found Zhang Yuan seated cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in deep meditation. The abbot and I dared not interrupt him, standing quietly to observe. After a brief interval, a hint of color returned to his pale visage. It was at this moment I realized he was no longer youthful. His earlier pallor had obscured the signs of fatigue and age that now became apparent as his vitality began to manifest. Eventually, he opened his eyes and donned the robe handed to him by the monk, subsequently gathering his long hair into a bun. After completing these tasks, he inquired with genuine concern, have you had dinner yet? Both the abbot and I shook our heads. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, then why are you not hastening to prepare a meal? Without uttering a word of protest, the abbot scurried off to the kitchen. Zhang Yuan then instructed me, go outside the temple and incinerate the coffin. I turned to glance at the ebony coffin, startled by its condition. In just an hour, the once pristine and gleaming coffin had become mottled with black, with much of its surface peeling away, revealing signs of decay in the wood. When I attempted to move the coffin, a single tug caused a plank to come loose. By the time I dragged the coffin from the pit, it had been reduced to a pile of rotting timber, utterly devoid of its original form. Astonished, I gazed at Zhang Yuan and asked, "Master, what has transpired?" He cast a glance at the decayed wood and explained, "My essence was bound to the coffin. It was akin to a living being, naturally enduring for many years. Now that I have reclaimed my body, it has reverted to mere timber and consequently deteriorated." I nodded in understanding, gathering the wood to take outside the temple and igniting it. The rotting timber proved difficult to burn, yielding a meager flame that emitted copious smoke, mingling with the foul odors rising from the stinking river beyond the temple. A sudden recollection of the emaciated Taoists summoning water spirits sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to hasten back into the temple. Upon my return, I found the abbot and Zhang Yuan partaking in their meal. I observed that Zhang Yuan appeared quite unaccustomed to the food, taking an inordinate amount of time to chew each bite before swallowing. After several minutes, he had consumed scarcely 2 mouthfuls. After dinner, night had nearly fallen. Seeing that there was nothing amiss, the abbot and I decided to retire for the night. However, my sleep was restless as I awoke numerous times throughout the night, each time catching sight of Zhang Yuan standing rigidly in the courtyard, lost in thought. The following morning, the monk did not open the temple doors for business as there remained a pit in the main hall. Zhang Yuan occupied that space, refusing to allow us to fill it in. Throughout the morning, he sat motionless on the mat, eyes closed, as if sculpted from clay, engaged in quiet contemplation. The utter lack of instruction from my master regarding the arcane arts left me pondering. I turned to the abbot and said, "I shall return to the university to retrieve the contract. We must sign it." The abbot looked at me in surprise. "What contract?" I replied nonchalantly, "The insurance contract." "As you promised me yesterday." The abbot fell silent. I then addressed Zhang Yuan, "Master, I am returning to the school for a moment to collect some items." Zhang Yuan remained with his eyes closed, yet a mischievous smile crept upon his lips, sending a shiver down my spine. It was quite eerie. Upon exiting the great sage temple, a wave of relief washed over me as I finally escaped Zhang Yuan, feeling akin to a prisoner released from confinement. I signaled for a taxi to Shanda, "Please." The driver turned to glance at me. "Young man, you don't look well. You appear rather disheveled. Things haven't been going smoothly for you, have they?" His words startled me, evoking memories of my master's earlier sentiments. However, I quickly dismissed it, attributing my fatigue to a few sleepless nights and the harrowing encounters with restless spirits and the deceased. The taxi sped along, and soon the gates of my university came into view. At that moment, I patted my pocket and realized with dismay that I had no money with me. As the driver began to slow down at the entrance, a spark of ingenuity struck me. I swiftly opened the door, leapt out, and dashed toward the campus. The driver, taken aback, took a full 10 seconds to comprehend the situation before cursing and giving chase. Yet, my familiarity with Shanda allowed me to navigate a few turns and elude him. The dormitory supervisor sat at the entrance, and upon spotting me, shot me a fierce glare. I met her gaze defiantly. Just as I was about to enter, someone emerged from the shadows and grabbed my collar, exclaiming, "See you? Are you all right? I thought you had perished, and I was preparing to summon your spirit." I turned, bewildered, to find it was the thin Taoist. I touched the scab on my body, which was beginning to heal, and nodded, "I'm recovering." After a moment's reflection, I shared with him, "We have located the adept you mentioned." I recounted the tale of how we unearthed the coffin, how Zhang Yuan was interred beneath the ghost market, and my journey of apprenticeship. The thin Taoist listened, enviously. "If only I could become a disciple as well. When can you take me to meet him?" I replied joyfully, "Certainly. Then you shall be my junior brother." As we exchanged banter at the entrance, suddenly, I felt a firm grip seize my collar, followed by a bellow, "You rascal, so this is where you've been hiding." I turned to see my master, my face contorting in despair. "Master, I have no money on me. I was merely going to fetch some for you." The taxi driver, fuming, glared at me. "I wasted so much time chasing you. I could have completed 3 fares in that duration. You owe me double." Reluctantly, I nodded repeatedly, "Double, double." The emaciated Taoist, upon witnessing my predicament, likely surmised my financial constraints and generously procured several banknotes from his pocket to assist me. The dormitory lay desolate, its disarray accentuated by my absence over the past few days. I rummaged through a heap of discarded papers to retrieve the contract, tucked it into my pocket, and then accompanied the lean Taoist back to the great sage temple. Upon our return, Zhang Yuan remained seated in meditation, while the abbot, seemingly bored, stared vacantly from his perch. I approached him and playfully remarked, "Surely, this temple could benefit from electricity. A television would alleviate the monotony." The abbot shook his head. "This is a sanctuary for Buddhist cultivation. The installation of electrical wires and the viewing of television would invite unnecessary gossip and tarnish our reputation." I countered, "Why do you, a fraudulent monk, adhere so strictly to these principles? Many genuine monks have embraced the internet." Disregarding further banter, I produced the contract, urging him to sign. As I engaged the abbot in idle chatter, the lean Taoist gazed at Zhang Yuan with reverence, inquiring, "Master, would you accept me as your disciple?" Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened sage, and replied, "Little Taoist." The lean Taoist, visibly anxious, responded affirmatively. Zhang Yuan continued, "According to our sect's tradition, each practitioner may only take one disciple. Since Shiyu has already become my student, I cannot accept you." The lean Taoist's expression fell, his eyes welling with tears. Yet, Zhang Yuan leisurely added, however, hope ignited within the lean Taoist as he leaned closer, eagerly asking, however. "What?" Zhang Yuan regarded him and slowly stated, "You may stay here for 2 days. Let me assess the situation first." The lean Taoist was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost kneeling before Zhang Yuan. Throughout the day, he hovered around Zhang Yuan, incessantly questioning the art of summoning spirits and the crafting of talismans. Zhang Yuan maintained an air of inscrutability, often failing to answer even a single query, and when he did, his responses were enigmatic and vague. At dinner, Zhang Yuan took a few bites before rising. As he passed by me, he suddenly leaned down and whispered in a hushed tone, "Tonight, I shall impart your first lesson. You must pay close attention." He then gestured mysteriously towards the lean Taoist. Unease gripped me as I contemplated his intentions. What was he planning? He offered no reply. Sauntering outside the temple at a leisurely pace, it became evident to me that Zhang Yuan operated outside conventional norms. Tonight might unveil some peculiar spectacle intended to unsettle me. I finished my meal in a state of anxiety, then lay in bed, waiting for Zhang Yuan to summon me. The night was eerily silent. It was early spring, and a chill lingered in the air. No insects buzzed, nor birds chirped. I could only hear the rhythm of my own breathing, each heartbeat amplifying my trepidation. In ancient times, concubines would bathe and adorn themselves, stripped bare, only to be swathed in silk by young eunuchs and carried to the emperor's chamber, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Tonight, I felt akin to those royal consorts, yet devoid of anticipation, my heart solely gripped by nervousness, uncertain of how long I had been waiting. Zhang Yuan had yet to arrive. A sense of anguish began to brew within me, prompting thoughts of impatience. Whatever the delays may be, I longed to experience them swiftly, so that I might retire to slumber without further ado. The tension was becoming unbearable. As I cursed inwardly, my awareness began to wane, and unexpectedly, I slipped into a deep sleep. I could not ascertain how long I had dozed off when, suddenly, a faint noise broke through the silence outside. My slumber, already restless, was shattered by the sound, and I awoke with a start, a flicker of hope igniting within me. Had they finally arrived? Yet, as I strained to listen, silence enveloped me once more. I turned over, intending to drift back into sleep, but just then, an urgent need to relieve myself surged forth. Chapter 15. Restless night. Human beings have 3 urgent needs. I understand this is a natural law that cannot be resisted. However, I was exceedingly fatigued. Quietly, I murmured to myself, just endure a little longer. Once asleep, I shall know nothing of it. With these thoughts, I soon drifted back into slumber. Yet, in my dreams, I was perpetually searching for a restroom. Just as I would find one, I would awaken at the crucial moment. Reluctantly, I rose, hastily donned my clothes, for I could not risk wetting the bed. I stealthily crawled out of bed and, in the dark, made my way to the courtyard. The darkness enveloped me, save for the dim glow of the eternal lamp in the great hall. Trembling, I stood in the corner and began to attend to my physiological need. As a university student, educated and refined, I should not relieve myself indiscriminately. Yet, under these peculiar circumstances, necessity compelled me to act. Just as I completed my task and turned to return indoors, I sensed something amiss. The eternal lamp in the hall had always consisted of 2 lights, one on each side, but now I distinctly saw 3 flames. A sense of unease gripped me. What could this mean? Had someone, in their idle boredom, lit an extra lamp? I rubbed my eyes and scrutinized the scene. The 2 lamps remained in their rightful places, yet an additional candle flickered on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity propelled me forward. I approached the doorway and peered inside. The newly added candle, a mere inch in height, burned fervently. Apart from this, there was no other disturbance. Confusion washed over me. What was the meaning of this? Had someone entered in the dead of night to light a candle and then departed? Suddenly, my gaze fell upon the pit where the coffin had been unearthed. The soil remained unfilled. With this thought, an inexplicable urge led me to step inside, to discern if there was any unusual activity in the pit. As I traversed this path, I remained vigilant, observing the slightest rustling of the surroundings. Upon nearing the pit, I discerned a faint sound of breathing, soft and subtle. Instantly alert, I then noticed a trail of footprints leading into the very pit we had excavated during the day. Could it be that someone had descended? Zhang Yuan? This fellow, having been extracted from the ghost market, appeared capable of movement, yet I always sensed something peculiar about him. It seemed my intuition had proven correct. He had ventured into the pit under the cover of night. What could he possibly intend? A recollection struck me earlier. The abbot and I had wished to fill the pit, but he had vehemently opposed it. I understood now. He intended to keep it for nighttime use. After a moment of hesitation, my curiosity surged forth, and I held my breath, inching closer to the pit. Just then, a cold hand rested upon my shoulder. Startled, I broke into a sweat, involuntarily emitting a soft gasp. At that moment, another hand covered my mouth. Then, a voice whispered gently in my ear, "Do not speak." Recognizing the voice, I turned in trepidation and found it was none other than Zhang Yuan. The flickering flames cast an erratic glow upon his face, rendering his expression a tapestry of uncertainty and gloom. I found myself perplexed. How was he outside? I had presumed he lay within the grave. Cautiously, I inquired, "Master, are you well?" A ghostly smile crept across Zhang Yuan's countenance as he replied, "Today, I shall impart your first lesson, allowing you to behold the shadows of humanity." Gradually, he released his hand and gestured towards the pit, urging, "Take a look." I shook my head. "I shall not go." His impatience surfaced as he whispered, "When I say go, you must comply." Unease gnawed at me, prompting a hesitant question, "You wouldn't push me in, would you?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Am I so gluttonous as to push you?" With a wary eye on him, I inched closer to the pit's edge and leaned over to peer inside. In that moment, I beheld a figure lying within a coffin. By the flickering candlelight, I discerned a gaunt Taoist dressed in monk's robes. An ominous premonition surged within me, compelling me to leap back. My spine pressed against the wall as I braced myself, gazing at Zhang Yuan. "Why have you placed him in the pit? What are your intentions? To bury him alive?" Zhang Yuan regarded me with a quizzical expression before shaking his head. "I did not place him there. He crawled in of his own volition." His words left me astounded. What? He crawled in by himself? The master nodded. "Just now. He entered holding a candle and then lay down." I scratched my head. "Sleepwalking?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the thin Taoist in the pit. "It does not appear so." "Did you notice his shadow?" I waved my hand. "Master, are you jesting?" "The candle rests above the pit while he lies below. The shadow, too, must be beneath him. How could we possibly see it?" Suddenly, Zhang Yuan seized my collar, thrusting my head towards the pit. "Look more closely." I struggled momentarily, yet could not break free. It seemed he had regained his strength, no longer resembling the frail figure I had once known. At that moment, I caught sight of the shadow of the gaunt Taoist. Indeed, from an inexplicable angle, I beheld his shadow, two shadows, to be precise. The Taoist lay at the bottom of the pit, while two mirrored figures appeared symmetrically on the walls. Strangely, I was reminded of Li Bai's poem, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon." And together we become three. Previously indifferent to its verses, I now experienced a chilling realization upon witnessing such a phenomenon. I withdrew my head and asked Zhang Yuan, "Why does he have two shadows? Moreover, this angle defies logic. Light travels in straight lines. This appears in conflict with the laws of physics." Zhang Yuan led me out of the grand hall. "One of those shadows does not belong to him. The remaining shadow, however, seems to be on the verge of detaching from his body." Bewildered, I queried, "Why is this so?" Zhang Yuan gazed up at the star-laden sky, sighed, and replied, "Tomorrow, inquire at the school regarding any unusual occurrences involving this young Taoist. We shall deliberate further thereafter." The more he spoke, the more I felt the gravity of the situation. Unable to restrain myself from inquiring, "What has become of the thin Taoist?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Do not ask for now. Simply follow my instructions. I am still not fully recovered and require rest to regain my strength." With that, he sent me back to sleep. I allowed the candle in that room to burn quietly, just as I permitted the thin Taoist to lie in his coffin. Upon returning to my chamber, I lay on my bed, tossing and turning, utterly unable to find slumber. As soon as I closed my eyes, I felt as if I were lying in a coffin, with the thin Taoist beside me, occasionally flashing a faint smile that revealed his ghastly white teeth. I endured this torment, wide awake. Suddenly, I noticed a flickering light moving outside the window, casting shadows within. I quickly turned to look outside, just as a stubborn knock echoed from the door. I wanted to sit up and see who it was. However, in the next moment, I dismissed that thought, for I had clearly discerned that the one approaching was none other than the thin Taoist, holding a candle and slowly making his way towards my bed. I dared not move, squinting my eyes to feign sleep, trying to discern his intentions. The thin Taoist reached my side, inspecting me closely, although his eyes were open. They were devoid of focus, staring blankly. After a moment, he lowered his head and began to sniff around me. I felt the coldness of his breath against my skin, sending a chill through my face. Moreover, I detected a potent scent of alcohol. Terror gripped me, and I wished to push him away, but to my horror, I found I was utterly immobile. Just as panic set in, The thin Taoist stood up and departed, candle in hand. Once he was gone, a cold sweat broke out across my body, soon followed by a heated perspiration. The events of the night had left me nearly exhausted. I took out my phone to check the time for in the morning. With a sigh of relief, I began to relax, only to be startled by the sound of footsteps outside. My heart raced anew. Could it be that the thin Taoist had returned? I was torn between feigning sleep and hiding. As I hesitated, I heard a soft voice by the bedside. "The rooster has crowed." The words caught me off guard. The rooster has crowed? This is the city. There are no roosters here. Just as I pondered this, a sudden noise from the window announced Zhang Yuan's face peering in, declaring, "You can come out now. The rooster has crowed." I replied, "What rooster? There are no roosters here." Zhang Yuan shook his head and calmly explained, "When the rooster crows, it signifies dawn, and the little ghosts must retreat. Although we cannot hear the rooster now, the hour has not changed." I nodded in understanding, realizing the implication. Once I had dressed, I slowly stepped out of the room, when a thought struck me, and I hurriedly grasped Zhang Yuan's arm. "Are you suggesting that the thin Taoist left in haste because of the rooster's crow? Does this mean he is a ghost?" Zhang Yuan, however, did not respond to me. He merely waved his hand and instructed, "You should attend to the matter I entrusted to you last night." At that moment, a memory struck me. Last night, Zhang Yuan had asked me to visit the school to inquire if the emaciated Taoist had exhibited any peculiar behavior recently. I glanced at the sky, which was just beginning to brighten, and stifled a yawn, thinking to indulge in a brief nap before having breakfast. However, Zhang Yuan suddenly reached out, grasping my collar with a firm grip, and commanded, "Go now." Without allowing me a moment's hesitation, he propelled me forcefully out of the great sage temple. I seethed internally, thinking, "Oh, so you finally recovered, have you? It was too long ago that you were crawling out of that pit, pleading for me to lend you a hand." Chapter 16. Abnormality. The day began far too early, with no buses in sight. I could only walk while scanning the surroundings, hoping to hail a taxi. Slowly, I made my way to the main road and waved my hand. To my surprise, a taxi did stop. However, as soon as I got in, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. It was the same driver from yesterday. As I checked my pockets, my heart sank further. I had forgotten to bring any money. The driver clearly recognized me and jested, "Little brother, what a coincidence. Do you have any money today?" I could only muster a forced smile and reply, Yes, I have it." Fortunately, the driver was not one to hold grudges, and we engaged in light conversation during the ride. As we approached the school gates, I didn't wait for him to come to a complete stop. I flung open the door and bolted. The driver, taken aback by my audacity, paused for a few seconds before erupting into a furious chase. As I ran, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was 5:20. I had 10 minutes before the dormitory opened, and at my current pace, I would reach the entrance in just a couple of minutes. What to do? After a moment's contemplation, I decided to lead the driver on a winding route through the campus. All the dorms were locked, and the campus was eerily quiet, save for the driver's shouts echoing in the morning light. Within 2 minutes, curious heads began to peek out from the windows, straining to see the commotion. After spending 4 years at this school, I recognized a few faces among the onlookers. I was a university student, after all, and could not afford to lose face. I quickly raised my hands to cover my face and dashed towards the boys' dormitory. In the distance, I spotted the dormitory supervisor unlocking the door, just as the driver's shouts reached her ears. Upon seeing me, her expression shifted to one of malicious delight as she extended her hand, seemingly intent on shutting the door. There was no way I would let that happen. With a loud shout, I propelled myself forward, my body resembling a cannonball as I crashed against the door. The supervisor, startled by my momentum, quickly stepped aside. With a resounding bang, I burst through the door and sprinted into the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, I ascended to the top floor and burst into the religious studies dormitory, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, lend me some money." As the driver continued to curse and search for me in the corridor, I emerged calmly from the dormitory, money in hand, exuding nonchalance and elegance. "Master, as per our usual arrangement, here's double the fare." The driver stared at me, bewildered, scrutinizing me from head to toe. "Are you out of your mind?" he asked incredulously. I chuckled lightly. "You drivers spend all day sitting. It's not good for your prostate. A morning jog would do wonders for your quality of life." He accepted the money, clearly irked, but shoved it into his pocket and turned to leave, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it. If it weren't for you being such a fool, I would have dealt with you already." Throughout the entire ordeal, I maintained a smile. The students residing on the top floor were from the religious studies class, and once the driver departed, a few monks regarded me with interest, hands clasped in reverence, praising. In this world, there are those who slander me, deceive me, insult me, mock me, belittle me, and demean me. Endure him, avoid him, let him be, tolerate him. Pay him no heed, and in a few years you shall witness the outcome. My fellow student, that burly man earlier was hurling insults at you. Yet you maintained an unwavering smile, unperturbed. This serene disposition of yours is truly commendable. Observing your attire, one might not perceive you as a practitioner of the Buddhist path. Yet your state of mind rivals that of our years of asceticism. I could not help but chuckle inwardly. Were you to know that I had cleverly deceived the driver twice, your opinion would surely differ. After exchanging a few boastful remarks with the monks, I turned and pushed open the door to the Taoist dormitory. Upon my entrance, the Taoist inquired with great concern about the condition of my copper coin rash and whether I had found the fabled sage, to which I replied in kind. Only one Taoist stood apart, earnestly asking me, "My friend, when shall you return the money you borrowed from me?" I waved my hand dismissively, vaguely suggesting, "You should ask the thin Taoist for that. I came to inquire about him." The Taoists, evidently intrigued, clamored, "What has happened to him? Ever since that night you arrived, he has been consistently absent from class." I scratched my head and took a seat on one of the beds, asking, "Has the thin Taoist exhibited any peculiar behavior lately?" The Taoists spoke in unison. "Indeed, frequently skipping class is no ordinary occurrence." I shook my head. "I mean something even more unusual than that." Suddenly, the dormitory fell into an eerie silence, a silence that stirred a sense of unease within me. Hesitantly, I inquired, "What troubles you all?" They regarded me with strange expressions and responded, "Friend, has something happened to him recently?" Tentatively, I replied, "Nothing serious. He merely experienced somnambulism last night." The leader of the dormitory pondered for a moment and said, "There is indeed one matter that could be deemed unusual." I leaned in closer, asking, "What is it?" The leader explained, "The thin Taoist was originally nicknamed Little Fatty. Though not tall, he was quite plump, even requiring the largest size for his robe." My curiosity piqued, I asked, "How has he become so thin now?" The leader continued, "A few days ago, just 2 or 3 days before your encounter at the ghost market, one night, Little Fatty did not return at all. We tried calling him, but he didn't answer. It wasn't until dawn that he returned, drenched to the skin. It hadn't even rained that night. When we asked where he had been, he refused to say and simply went to bed. I thought to myself, a few days ago? Not returning for an entire night? That must have been the day the thin Taoist summoned the water ghost by the river." The leader went on, "At that time, there was nothing particularly abnormal, but Little Fatty slept the entire day. When evening came, we noticed something was off. I asked, 'Was he sleepwalking?' The leader shook his head. We saw that his body appeared even more bloated than before, resembling a balloon about to burst at a mere touch. A word escaped my lips. Edema? The leader nodded. Precisely. We rushed him to the hospital overnight, and the doctor diagnosed him with full-body edema. His skin stretched to the point of translucence. We kept him in the hospital for 2 or 3 days, yet the cause of his ailment remained elusive. I scratched my head and remarked, "Even practitioners like you place faith in doctors?" The Taoists responded in a chorus, "What an absurd notion. Do you take us for charlatans? Do we consume incense ash and drink talisman water?" After the commotion settled, the elder continued, "Eventually, we observed his condition stabilizing, so we brought him back. For the past few days, he has been lying in bed, his consciousness flickering between lucidity and confusion. Gradually, the edema on his body began to subside. This singular illness has left him emaciated." I nodded, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of summoning water ghosts. The elder glanced at me and remarked, "The little chubby one's somnambulism began with the swelling. One night, as I was asleep, I suddenly felt a breath on my face. Startled, I opened my eyes to find the little chubby one, his body swollen, leaning over and sniffing me. I called to him twice, but he remained silent and simply collapsed back onto the bed. At the time, I dismissed it. After all, sleepwalking is a common occurrence. However, during a later conversation, I realized that everyone in our dormitory had encountered the little chubby one sleepwalking, and invariably, he was found sniffing their faces, as if searching for something. Listening to the Taoists, I grasped the situation with considerable clarity. This was likely the information Zhang Yuan had urged me to inquire about. After sitting for a while without any new developments, I rose to take my leave. As I reached the door, the elder suddenly called out to me. Looking at me earnestly, "Have you found the sage he mentioned?" I could only nod in acknowledgement. The elder slipped a bill into my hand and said, "Help him out. Use this for your taxi fare." He then turned and returned to the dormitory. I tucked the money into my pocket and weaved through the throng of people in the dining hall. It seemed these Taoists were not foolish. They must have surmised that the slender Taoist had encountered something sinister. With this thought in mind, I quickened my pace, anxious to return to the great sage temple. My urgency stemmed from concern for the slender Taoist, as I sensed he was in peril. Of course, there was another reason. The mealtime was drawing to a close. and if I didn't hurry back, I risked missing out on the meal altogether. Upon my return to the great sage temple, I indeed found the three of them gathered for a meal. The slender Taoist appeared at ease, clearly unaware of the previous night's sleepwalking incident. Zhang Yuan remained composed, eating leisurely. The abbot, however, cast me significant glances, displaying an air of urgency. I nodded to the abbot, signaling that I was already aware of what he wished to communicate. After breakfast, the slender Taoist once again beseeched Zhang Yuan to accept him as a disciple. Zhang Yuan, with an inscrutable expression, regarded him and said, "Very well, today I shall assign you a task. If you accomplish it satisfactorily, you may become my student." The slender Taoist was overjoyed, nodding fervently, nearly prostrating himself in eagerness. He could hardly contain his excitement as he asked Zhang Yuan what the task entailed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan instructed, "First, sit on the meditation cushion for an hour, and allow me to assess your concentration." The emaciated Taoist readily agreed, and hurried to the main hall to commence his meditation. Once seated within the grand chamber, the abbot suddenly spoke. "I had no opportunity to mention this earlier, but last night I observed that young lad wandering about the courtyard with a candle, which was quite alarming." I glanced at the abbot, already aware of the situation. He scratched his head in confusion. "You already know? How dull." I thought it was something truly astonishing. Zhang Yuan glanced at the sky and instructed the abbot, "Please close the temple gates. Today we shall receive no guests, and the devotees need not enter." Chapter 17. Setting the formation. The abbot, with a distressed expression, lamented, "If the pit in the main hall is not filled, even if you permit me to open the temple doors, I will have no means to receive visitors. Master Zhang, I must tell you, our temple cannot continue in this manner. Closing today and reopening tomorrow will eventually dissuade our regular patrons from returning." I glanced at the abbot, pondering how his manner of speaking bore a resemblance to that of an old madam. Zhang Yuan disregarded the abbot's complaints and inquired, "What have you found out?" I recounted the information I had gathered at school in meticulous detail. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "This situation resembles that of a water ghost possessing someone. Now that we have identified the cause, it will be easier to address." I asked Zhang Yuan, "Easier? What shall we do?" He surveyed the courtyard of the great sage temple and stated, "Suyu, our sect does not adhere to traditional master-apprentice rituals. Since you have agreed to become my disciple, you are now one of us." As he spoke of this, an uneasy feeling washed over me, and I inadvertently remarked, "So, it's akin to signing a contract of servitude?" Zhang Yuan shot me a peculiar glance, then burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head repeatedly. "Is it truly that burdensome to be my disciple?" I quickly offered an apologetic smile. It was merely a jest. Zhang Yuan then instructed me, "Today, I shall teach you a ghost-catching yin-yang formation." I was elated and eagerly nodded in agreement. I had seen ghost-catching techniques on television, wielding a peachwood sword, lifting a yellow talisman, and igniting it with a resounding whoosh. It appeared exceedingly impressive. However, the yin-yang formation Zhang Yuan was about to impart was entirely different. He strolled to the corner of the wall and pried loose a red brick. The abbot, having been idly observing our antics from his chair, grew displeased upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's actions. "Old Taoist, what are you planning? To dismantle my great sage temple? First you dig a pit, then you tear down the walls? Surely, you have experience with demolition?" Zhang Yuan neither acknowledged him nor offered a response. Instead, he bent down and meticulously drew several lines in the courtyard. Straightening up, he instructed me, "Suyu, take a shovel and dig shallow trenches along these lines." I stood there, astonished. "Dig trenches?" The abbot leapt from his chair. "What are you two up to? Are you intent on destruction? I must inform you, this great sage temple belongs to my maternal uncle." Without uttering a word, Zhang Yuan kicked the abbot aside. Realizing the need to adhere to Zhang Yuan's command, I dared not slacken my efforts and promptly grabbed a shovel to begin my task. I had anticipated acquiring profound and mystical skills, yet here I was, relegated to the role of a laborer. I toiled vigorously, perspiration pouring down as I gasped for breath. Zhang Yuan observed me with arms crossed on the steps, while the abbot, standing by my side, offered sarcastic remarks. This young man, unwilling to provoke Zhang Yuan directly, sought to undermine my resolve to continue digging. Such a notion was utterly misguided. Zhang Yuan possessed a peculiar temperament, and even with the courage of two, I would not dare defy him. By midday, the courtyard bore the marks of my labor, a winding maze of trenches. At that moment, I suddenly comprehended that this meandering trench began at the entrance and extended directly toward the pit in the main hall. At that moment, Zhang Yuan instructed the thin Taoist, who had been meditating, "Young Taoist, there are 2 buckets here. Go fetch 2 buckets of water from the river." The thin Taoist hesitated slightly, replying, "Master, the river water outside is foul and undrinkable." Zhang Yuan glared. I said, "Go, so go you shall," clearly fearful of inciting Zhang Yuan's anger. The thin Taoist hurried off. After he departed, Zhang Yuan turned to me, saying, Go to the riverbank and gather some locust tree branches. At this point, a sense of shame washed over me. Having spent all my days within the confines of the school, my ability to identify plants was rather lacking. I turned to the abbot with a wry smile and asked, "Abbot, could you assist me?" The abbot glanced at Zhang Yuan, who merely lifted his chin. The abbot, without daring to utter a word of protest, followed me outside in a dejected manner. Once outside the temple, the abbot did not hold back his words. Muttering and cursing under his breath, thoroughly berating Zhang Yuan. The Buddhist precept against false speech had evidently been disregarded in his frustration. After half an hour, the two of us returned, each burdened with a large bundle of locust branches. At that moment, I noticed the thin Taoist, drenched in sweat, diligently pouring water into a shallow ditch. Zhang Yuan, in a rather mischievous manner, had instructed the thin Taoist to continuously fetch water, ensuring that the pit remained filled. Despite the soft, permeable soil below allowing for rapid drainage, Zhang Yuan took the branches from us and began inserting them into the ground along the sides of the shallow ditch, speaking as he worked. The locust tree is a creature of the shadows, a spirit of the wood. This ditch, now watered, becomes an extremely lean passage. I stood quietly by, observing as he arranged the branches. Upon completion, I suddenly realized that the winding ditch, with its haphazardly placed locust branches, bore a vague resemblance to the river outside. As the day faded into dusk, Zhang Yuan instructed me, once it gets dark, the young Taoist will inevitably succumb to temptation and walk through the shallow ditch. His water spirit perished in the water, and he will be irresistibly drawn to it. If he realizes halfway through and awakens from this trance, all our efforts will be in vain. Therefore, I need you to hold a stick of incense, walking ahead of him to entice him into the house. I was somewhat reluctant, voicing my concern. Isn't the young Taoist possessed by a ghost? Won't this be dangerous for me? Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With me here, what do you have to fear? I quickly inquired, but master, while I hold the incense to lure the young Taoist, where will you be? Zhang Yuan pointed to the main hall. I will be inside, ready to subdue him once he lies in the pit. I wanted to say more, but Zhang Yuan interrupted. It's settled. Resigned, I fell silent, sitting listlessly on the mat beside the abbot, anxiously awaiting the onset of night. The thin Taoist worked diligently, fetching water bucket by bucket, drenched in sweat, his toil unwavering. His reasoning was simple. This was a trial, and if he succeeded, he would earn the right to become a disciple. Unable to contain myself, I approached Zhang Yuan and said, "The water spirit's soul only emerges at night. Why subject the thin Taoist to such labor? Let him rest. We can discuss matters again in the evening," I suggested. Zhang Yuan shook his head. "First, we must exhaust him completely, allowing that water ghost to believe the young priest is feeble. Then, in a moment of overconfidence, we shall catch him off guard and ensnare him entirely." Just as we spoke, the temple door creaked open, and the gaunt priest entered once more. This time, his demeanor was peculiar. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes, wide and vacant, fixated on the shallow ditch ahead. I dared not hesitate, holding the incense stick aloft as I walked before him. Following Zhang Yuan's instructions, I refrained from glancing back, lest the lurking water ghost detect my awareness. Thus, I proceeded cautiously forward. My feet sank into the damp, muddy ditch, a remnant of recent watering, rendering each step uncomfortable. Yet, the greater discomfort resided in the chill creeping along my spine. I disowned two distinct breaths behind me, one rapid and labored, the other slow and measured, one resonant, the other faint. Accompanying these breaths was an unsettling coldness that brushed against my skin, beginning at my back and radiating throughout my body. As the chill permeated my mind, the scenery before me began to distort. The ground beneath me transformed, no longer a shallow ditch but a broad avenue lined with towering trees. It was midday, the sun blazing fiercely, yet the shade of the trees enveloped me in a protective embrace. I shook my head, startled by the illusion, striving to regain my clarity. I emerged from the mirage, only to find myself once more standing in the muddy ditch. A surge of realization struck me. My body had yet to fully recover. The weakened are prone to encounters with the supernatural. I resolved to rest for several more days. As these thoughts coursed through my mind, I caught sight of the house in the distance. Gritting my teeth, I gripped the incense firmly and advanced slowly. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, darkness enveloped my vision as I reached the threshold. Inside, a dim oil lamp flickered, casting vast shadows that danced upon the walls, rendering the small abode a veritable den of phantoms. Hesitation gripped me, and my steps faltered. At that moment, I strained to listen behind me, sensing an eerie silence. My heart raced as I dared to glance over my shoulder. The sight nearly sent me into a panic. The gaunt priest stood directly behind me, his face ashen, eyes half closed, leaning in to inhale deeply from my presence. Startled, I shivered involuntarily, and the incense slipped from my fingers, clattering to the ground. Suddenly, A hand emerged from within the house, snatching the incense and retracting into the shadows. Just as I grappled with my next move, a gust of chilling wind rushed forth, and before I could react, someone seized my arm, pulling me inside the dwelling. It was Zhang Yuan. My back pressed firmly against the wall as I watched in disbelief as the gaunt priest entered, moving as if in a trance, before gradually descending into the pit below. As I was about to speak, Zhang Yuan suddenly covered my mouth with his hand. Instantly, an unpleasant odor surged into my nostrils, causing tears of discomfort to flow down my cheeks. Noticing my distress, Zhang Yuan quickly removed his hand from my mouth. Then, I saw him rummaging in his bosom, retrieving an object which he hurled into the pit with a swift motion. The emaciated Taoist, as if struck by an immense force, began to convulse violently, emitting a series of mournful howls. The cries were long and sorrowful, utterly beyond the capacity of any human to produce. The gaunt Taoist attempted to escape from the coffin, but Zhang Yuan's hands would not cease their relentless motion as he continued to toss the contents from his embrace into the pit like a downpour. Chapter 18. Exorcism. At last, I beheld the emaciated Taoist thrashing about before lying still at the bottom of the pit, motionless. A surge of joy enveloped me as I exclaimed to Zhang Yuan, "It is done." He no longer stirs. Compelled by an irresistible urge, I took a couple of steps forward to inspect the Taoist's condition. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan's booming voice echoed from behind, "Come back." The suddenness of his command startled me, and just as I turned to retreat, I caught sight of a dark shadow soaring from the Taoist's form, hurtling directly towards me. Terror gripped my heart as I instinctively shielded my head and sought to flee. Alas, it was too late. The shadow had already reached me, and I felt a chilling gust of wind brush against my face, piercing my flesh and chilling my bones. At that very moment, a flash caught my eye, and I saw a yellow talisman positioned before me. Instantly, warmth enveloped me, and the ominous wind vanished without a trace. At this juncture, I could no longer maintain my composure and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. As I fell, the abbot entered, holding a candle that illuminated the room significantly. He peered in and asked my master, "Is everything all right?" To which my master nodded affirmatively, "All is well." He then turned his gaze towards me and instructed, "You and the abbot must pull the young Taoist up." Reluctantly, I rose from the ground and, alongside the abbot, descended into the pit to retrieve the emaciated Taoist. It was then that I noticed a scattering of red powder throughout the pit. Curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired, "Master, what was that substance you sprinkled earlier?" Zhang Yuan, examining the yellow talisman under the lamp's light, responded nonchalantly, "Cinnabar and sulfur." After a brief pause, he added gravely, "In the future, do not act without my command. You nearly fell victim to the water ghost." Recalling the earlier events sent a shiver down my spine, and I nodded vigorously. The abbot glanced at the yellow talisman in Zhang Yuan's hand and asked, "Master Zhang, did you capture the water ghost?" Zhang Yuan let out a wry smile and displayed the talisman before us. "Do you think this signifies a capture?" I looked up to see that the talisman appeared singed, charred on one side. I was taken aback. Is the water ghost truly so formidable? Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "In times past, it would have been vanquished long ago. Alas, I have languished in a coffin for several years, and my vitality has waned, allowing it to escape. However, fret not. After a brief recuperation, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is but a trifle." I turned my gaze towards the prostrate Taoist, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of oblivion. I pointed at him, asking, "Master, what is the matter with him?" Zhang Yuan expressed his disbelief. "This ought not to be." He then knelt to examine the Taoist. Meanwhile, the abbot whispered to me, "Suyu, your master's abilities seem rather lacking. He appears to be second-rate." Unfazed by this remark, Zhang Yuan continued his examination of the Taoist. After several minutes, he rose, his countenance grim. I anxiously inquired, "What is amiss?" Zhang Yuan replied softly, "It is a blood pact. The young Taoist, truly ungrateful, has forged a blood pact with a water ghost. Once such a bond is established, their fates become intertwined, sharing both life and death. Though we have managed to drive away the water ghost today, the frail Taoist may not be salvaged." A twinge of sorrow grips my heart. Despite having known the slender Taoist for merely a few days, his earnest nature and sincere aspiration to master the Taoist arts reveal him to be a genuinely kind soul. It is disheartening to witness a life on the brink of demise while we stand powerless. With a sigh, I ponder aloud. Are we left with no choice but to prepare for his funeral? Zhang Yuan contemplates, stating that typically, a ghost entering into a blood pact with a living person either seeks to cause harm or is a spirit whose unfulfilled wishes bind them to the living. If the latter is true, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. I inquire of Zhang Yuan, "Which category does this water ghost belong to?" Zhang Yuan taps his head, asserting that it is a mystery we must investigate ourselves. I sense the water ghost harbors significant resentment and likely perished not long ago. That evening, after a series of exhausting events, We found ourselves weary, and Zhang Yuan wisely encouraged us to retire early. The following day, before dawn had even broken, he roused me, claiming, "The rooster has crowed. It is time to rise." Groggily, I donned my clothes, questioning, "Master, the sun has yet to appear. The streets are deserted. Where are we to go?" Zhang Yuan offered no reply, hastening my steps as he led me outside. I stumbled to keep pace, unable to contain my curiosity. Where exactly are we headed? Zhang Yuan glanced up at the road, to the riverside, to the place where the slender Taoist summoned the water ghost. At that moment, an observation struck me. Zhang Yuan navigated through the streets and alleys with remarkable familiarity. Unable to suppress my inquiry, I asked, "Master, you have lain in a coffin for over a decade. This place undergoes constant change. Buildings rise and roads are constructed, altering the landscape in mere months. How is it that you seem so well acquainted with it still?" Zhang Yuan waved dismissively. "Have you forgotten? As a practitioner of the Tao, I often recuperate in my coffin, and at times, my spirit ventures out to attend to matters." However, when I pressed him for details about his activities, he remained resolutely silent. We relied solely on our legs, persevering from the great sage temple to the riverbank. Fortunately, our early rise allowed us to arrive as dawn broke softly over the horizon. Zhang Yuan meandered along the riverside, eventually halting beneath a large tree. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly announced, "A person once drowned here." Standing behind him, I could not help but chuckle at the obviousness of his statement, given that it is a water ghost, who would not know of a drowning. To my surprise, Zhang Yuan then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and uttering not a word. I waited patiently beside him, but curiosity got the better of me. "What are we doing now?" Zhang Yuan, sparing few words, replied, "Waiting." Confounded, I settled onto a nearby stone, succumbing to drowsiness in the morning light. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan tapped my shoulder, announcing, "They are coming." I looked up to see an elderly gentleman, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely approaching as he engaged in his morning exercises. Zhang Yuan approached and inquired, "Good sir, do you practice by the river every morning?" The elderly gentleman, his head completely bald yet brimming with vitality, readily replied, "Indeed. I have been doing so for 30 years. Just look at me now. My vision remains sharp, and my hearing is intact, though my teeth are somewhat lacking, rendering me unable to consume hard food." Zhang Yuan interrupted his rambling. "Are you aware that this river has claimed lives in the past?" The old man perked up. "Oh, I certainly know. Many have drowned in this river, particularly during those years when the Red Guards were rampant. One of my neighbors, unable to withstand the criticism, met his fate on the way home." Zhang Yuan gestured dismissively. "No need to recount distant tales. Have there been any recent drownings here?" The old man's gaze shifted, and after a brief pause, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed. Someone did drown here, ever since that incident. The river has been rather restless. Often, I hear wailing at midnight." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "However, it seems I haven't heard anything unusual for a while now." Zhang Yuan pressed further. "Do you know who drowned here?" The old man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I certainly do. It was someone from Unit 1. A fellow by the name of Wuan. He was a decent sort, working at some company. His earnings were meager, even less than my pension." He sighed. "Now he's gone, leaving behind a young widow. Life must be difficult for her." Zhang Yuan sighed in sympathy for a moment before asking, "Which unit?" The old man gestured toward a nearby residential complex. "Right over there. Do you see it? The first building, Unit 1. The old man finished his morning exercise and departed, while Zhang Yuan and I made our way toward the complex he had indicated. As we walked, I pondered aloud, how does this old man know so much? Could it be that he was involved in Wu Wen's demise? Zhang Yuan's expression grew peculiar. These elderly folks often gather to gossip about trivial matters. Do you believe it? If you were to ask him what Wu Wen had for breakfast, he would know that too. I was left speechless by this revelation. By the time we reached the complex, the buildings appeared quite aged, and upon entering, we found a serene atmosphere, though the walls were cluttered with disheveled advertisements. Zhang Yuan seized a small boy cradling a cat in front of the building, pointing, "Where does Wu Wen live?" The boy blinked innocently and chirped, "I don't know." I approached and gently patted the child's head. "Do you know if anyone has died recently?" The boy nodded vigorously. Yes, the house on the left. Someone died there. My mother won't let me play there anymore." Zhang Yuan nodded and remarked, "Let us go." The house on the left was numbered 101, featuring a rudimentary security door. As Zhang Yuan and I approached to knock, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Why did the corridor feel so ominous? Though sunlight could not penetrate here, it should not be so cold. Zhang Yuan retrieved a talisman from his pocket and handed it to me, advising, "Place it over your heart. It may protect you should anything arise." I dared not to be remiss and promptly complied. Soon after, Zhang Yuan knocked a few times on the door. It was the most rudimentary security door, fashioned from welded iron plates, and the sound of the knocks echoed thunderously. After a brief interval, a disheveled individual opened the door. Her hair was matted together in strands that hung limply down her face, which was dust-laden. I scrutinized her visage closely. It appeared she had dined on vegetables today, although it was equally plausible that it was yesterday's meal. After a prolonged examination, I could barely discern from her attire that she was indeed a woman. The woman remained silent, using her grimy hand to wipe away the streaks of tears on her face, inquiring, "Who are you?" I casually produced a business card and extended it towards her. "Hello, I am." She glanced down at the card momentarily before discarding it onto the ground, exclaiming, "I do not purchase insurance," and then turned to shut the door. Chapter 19. A visit. However, Zhang Yuan extended his foot to obstruct the doorway. With an air of feigned righteousness, he remarked, "My dear lady, I perceive a darkness upon your brow. It seems you have encountered some recent misfortune." The woman cast a glance at Zhang Yuan, retorting, "You're insane. Selling insurance yet acting so mysterious." Unfazed, Zhang Yuan inquired, "What is your connection to Wuan?" The woman paused, then coldly replied, "My husband is deceased. You should leave." A mysterious expression crossed Zhang Yuan's face as he asked, "Would you not wish to see him once more?" At this, Wu En's wife faltered, initially disbelieving, then hesitant, and finally filled with hope. "What? You cannot possibly be con artists. Is it true that I might see him again?" Without allowing further debate, Zhang Yuan pushed the door open and entered, stating, "If you wish to see him, it is not difficult. However, do enlighten me about the circumstances of his demise." As he spoke, Wu En's wife began to wipe her tears. Wu En was a decent man, but one night he didn't come home until dawn. The following day, I was informed that he had drowned in the river. The police claimed he fell in while intoxicated. Zhang Yuan shook his head. If he fell in due to intoxication, there shouldn't be such animosity surrounding his death. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Wu En's wife, disheveled, stepped out, returning moments later with an armful of snacks, which she carelessly tossed onto the floor. Seating herself on the ground, she tore open the packages and began to devour the contents voraciously. Between mouthfuls, she mumbled, "With Wu En gone, our home has crumbled. Just look at me. I hardly leave the house, too lazy to even groom myself." Nevertheless, his colleagues have been kind enough to frequently bring me food. Zhang Yuan and I stood in the living room, posing several questions to Wu En's wife. Yet we gleaned no substantial information. All we discerned was that Wu En was generally honest and had never made enemies. If it were a vendetta, that seemed unlikely. After a while, having consumed her fill, Wu En's wife turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Did you not promise that I could see him again? Please, bring him to me." Zhang Yuan nodded. It appears that the only course left is to summon his spirit and inquire about the situation. He called out, "See you. Contact the abbot and have him send for the young priest." I sighed. The great sage temple lacks even electricity. "You jest if you expect me to make a call?" Zhang Yuan replied, "The abbot may not have a phone, but the young priest should." I acquiesced, retrieving the slender priest's phone number and dialing it. Moments later, the abbot's exasperated voice echoed through the line, "See you. What is it?" "I'm busy digging a pit. You and your master. You two are carefree while I'm left to clean up your mess." I responded, "Bring the young priest over. My master requires him. I will send you the address shortly." Reluctantly, the abbot grumbled a few complaints, but ultimately agreed. Several hours later, the monk arrived on a dilapidated tricycle, entering with a loud outcry, his mouth spewing curses. At this moment, Wu En's wife approached me and inquired, "Who is this?" Just as I was about to respond, the abbot leaped back a step, his face etched with terror, exclaiming, "Who is this? Why is he so filthy?" Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Everyone, calm down. See you, please draw the curtains and shut the door. Master, I am about to summon the soul." According to Zhang Yuan, the emaciated Taoist was intricately linked to Wu En's spirit. Summoning the soul with the Taoist should not pose much difficulty. Moments later, the curtains and door were securely closed. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. The thin Taoist was placed amidst these candles. Zhang Yuan produced a talisman from his robe, ignited it, and then forcefully pressed it against the Taoist's chest. Suddenly, the Taoist erupted in a violent blaze for 2 seconds. The fire appeared swiftly, just as it vanished, extinguishing completely after that brief interval, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the candles surrounding the Taoist began to tremble violently. The room was sealed tight, devoid of any breeze. Yet the flames flickered insistently. At last, with a soft pop, 7 or 8 candles extinguished simultaneously. In the dimly lit room, the thin Taoist gradually rose to his feet. I inhaled deeply, as the air was saturated with a potent scent of alcohol. Zhang Yuan drew forth a peachwood sword, addressing Wu En. "I have heard that you were quite honest in life, never causing harm to others. Why then do you cling so fiercely to this young Taoist now? I advise you to cease this pursuit before it is too late." The Taoist's lips parted and closed, emitting a strange and ethereal voice. Old Taoist, your meddling is excessive. I seek my own revenge. What concern is it of yours? 3 days, just 3 days, and the young Taoist body will belong entirely to me. At that time, I shall exact my vengeance as I see fit. Wuen's wife collapsed onto the floor, speechless, tears streaming down her face. Wuen glanced at his wife, opened his mouth in anguish, yet ultimately uttered not a word. Zhang Yuan, gripping the peachwood sword, coldly inquired, "Whom do you seek to avenge?" Wuen's voice suddenly turned furious. "I seek revenge on those who caused my demise. All of them deserve to die." Zhang Yuan's hand began to tremble violently. I pondered to myself, could he truly be afraid? Stealing a glance at him, I noted his pallor and distressed expression. Nonetheless, his voice remained calm. "Tell me, who are your enemies? You need not wait 3 days. I will assist you in avenging your grievances." "You will help me avenge?" Wuen's tone wavered. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuan pressed on. "You may refuse if you believe yourself capable. You must be prepared to confront me fully." Wuen suddenly let out a chilling laugh. "Old Taoist, do not think to threaten me. Is this not your line of work? I have heard all about it. What is so remarkable? The world is rife with wandering souls and vengeful spirits. You capture." Wuen's words were cut short as Zhang Yuan, in a fit of rage, pointed his peachwood sword at him. "Scoundrel, do you wish to have your soul scattered?" Wuen indeed fell silent, and after a moment, he quietly stated, "Those who caused my death were my colleagues." Zhang Yuan uttered, "Very well, I shall assist with this matter. You need not worry." Immediately thereafter, the gaunt Taoist collapsed to the ground. Puzzled, I inquired of Zhang Yuan, "Why did you not allow him to finish speaking? We are still in the dark regarding the situation. Shall we seek vengeance on his behalf?" No sooner had I voiced my thoughts than Zhang Yuan suddenly fell to the ground, his wooden sword slipping from his grasp. I hurried over, anxiety etched upon my face, and asked, "Master, what ails you?" Zhang Yuan's complexion had turned ashen, and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. "Water," he gasped, "bring me water." Wuen's wife, having risen from the ground, eventually returned with a cup of water. Zhang Yuan, disregarding the thick layer of grime upon the vessel, tilted his head back to drink deeply. Gasping for breath, he confided in me, "Your master intended to inquire further, yet my body has not yet recovered, and my strength is simply inadequate. If he perceives my weakness, he will surely act without restraint, resulting in a multitude of deaths. It is imperative to keep him in the dark for now," instilling in him a sense of caution towards me. "We must expedite our investigation and provide him with an explanation." Master recuperated at Wuen's residence for quite some time, not regaining his strength until the afternoon. He then instructed the abbot to remain there, keeping watch over the gaunt Taoist. Meanwhile, Wuen's wife led the two of us in search of our colleagues. As we traversed the path, our trio was decidedly conspicuous. One was an elderly man clad in a monk's robe with a Taoist bun, and the other, a young woman in such disarray that her gender was nearly indiscernible. I appeared relatively normal, yet standing alongside these two peculiar figures only accentuated the oddity of our ensemble. Throughout the journey, I felt my cheeks flush, attempting to maintain a distance from them. However, Zhang Yuan persistently called my name, as if he were intent on ensuring that passers-by were well aware of my identity. We visited over a dozen households, only to find them all deserted. By the time darkness enveloped the land, we were utterly exhausted. I turned to Wuen's wife, expressing my frustration. "Have they all conspired to avoid you?" Wuen's wife shook her head in response. "How would I know?" Zhang Yuan, equally fatigued, let out a weary sigh and declared, "Let us search for one last household. Should we find no one there, we shall return to rest and continue our search on the morrow." Chapter 20. The haunting. We lingered by the roadside for a few moments before continuing our journey. Before long, we arrived at a residential complex. As we approached the entrance, I noticed a flickering light within, resembling a fire. Zhang Yuan gestured for us to tread lightly as we entered. I observed a dozen young men and women gathered around a bonfire, conversing in hushed tones, while the flames consumed what appeared to be paper money. Wuen's wife clenched her teeth and remarked, "These are all Wuen's colleagues. They are burning paper money out of guilt." Zhang Yuan glanced at me and then at Wuen's wife, saying, "Young lady, you will need to put on quite a performance shortly." Wuen's wife widened her eyes in disbelief. "What?" We huddled in a corner, meticulously devising our plan. The fire blazed brightly against the dark, windy night. The group of young people squatted around the fire, their elongated shadows dancing with the flickering flames. From time to time, someone would retrieve a stack of paper money from a plastic bag and toss it into the fire, causing sparks to rise and float momentarily before descending back down. Suddenly, one individual lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground, scrambling to flee. His panic set off a chain reaction among the others, who began to look around frantically, their composure shattered. The source of their terror was none other than Wuen's wife. With disheveled hair obscuring half her face, she advanced unsteadily, arms outstretched, exuding an aura reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Before long, someone from the group recognized her and shouted, "Isn't that Wu Wen's wife? Sister-in-law? What brings you here at this hour?" In a raspy voice, Wu Wen's wife intoned, "You owe me my life." The group immediately fell into disarray, with some women starting to weep. A few men stubbornly retorted, "What do you mean, owe you life? I don't understand. You seem perfectly fine." Wu Wen's wife, her voice gruff and insistent, declared, "I am Wu Wen. You are the ones who caused my demise. I seek vengeance." She lunged forward, arms extended. The young people, already filled with trepidation, were further alarmed by the apparition of a ghostly figure amidst their clandestine gathering, prompting them to scatter in fear. With little regard for the truth of her identity, one woman, lagging behind, was swiftly tackled to the ground by Wu Wen's wife, having not bathed for an extended period. Wu Wen's wife appeared quite fearsome even without the guise of a ghost. The woman, now sprawled on the ground, was utterly terrified as she watched Wu Wen's wife open her mouth, poised to bite. In a frantic plea, she cried, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. The debt has a master, it was instructed by Mr. Ma." Wu Wen's wife seized her wrist tightly, demanding, "What happened? Speak." The woman, now sobbing and trembling before the spectral figure, dared not withhold the truth any longer. There was no birthday celebration that day. The gathering was ordered by Mr. Ma, who said we should teach you a lesson. As the woman spoke, some of the male colleagues began to catch on, gathering in clusters. "Don't say it, don't say it. She is trying to deceive us." They started to rally their co-workers, eager and even contemplating striking Wu Wen's wife. At that moment, Zhang Yuan and I made our entrance. Although Zhang Yuan expended considerable energy dealing with spirits, he effortlessly subdued several ordinary men with just a few punches and kicks. After those men were knocked down, the master declared, "Whoever leaves first shall meet their demise," and with a flick of his wrist, he flung a peachwood sword. A buzzing sound ensued as the sword embedded itself into a nearby tree. While it is not unusual for blades to pierce tree trunks, the fact that a wooden sword, by its very nature, could penetrate so deeply was a testament to his formidable skills. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's display, the onlookers dared not flee. The earlier woman, overwhelmed by our imposing presence, began to sob and confessed, "Wu Wen offended Mr. Ma, and so Mr. Ma instructed us to teach him a lesson." "Who is Mr. Ma?" "We wouldn't dare to offend him, so we conspired to drink together under the guise of the company." At the table, we took turns forcing him to drink, with the intention of getting Wu Wen thoroughly intoxicated, allowing Mr. Ma to vent his frustrations. Later, Wu Wen became incoherent, and believing our task accomplished, I hurried home, fearing for my safety as a woman out drinking alone in the dead of night. I truly know nothing about what transpired afterward. When I later heard of Wu Wen's death, I felt uneasy and thus arranged to burn paper offerings here with a few others. Zhang Yuan shot a fierce glance at the crowd and inquired, "What happened afterward?" The men fell silent, each too frightened to speak. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yuan continued, "Given my appearance, I trust you can glean some insight. I am a Taoist and capable of seeing spirits. Do you know why I have come to seek you today? It is not for the purpose of taking lives, but to save one. If this matter is not resolved for Wu Wen, you will not comprehend how your demise will come in 3 days." Eventually, a small man stepped forward, sincerely stating, "This incident truly has nothing to do with us. We merely got him drunk." Afterward, Wu Wen was oblivious to everything. Our initial plan was to leave him there to settle the bill, which would serve as a release for Mr. Ma's anger. How he ended up in the river is beyond our knowledge. Perhaps he stumbled in after paying and heading home. Did he not live by the riverside? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. "You genuinely do not know how he met his end?" The small man replied, "We truly do not know. The police have questioned us several times regarding this matter. Furthermore, the restaurant staff stated that after being awakened, Wu Wen paid and left of his own volition. A server can attest to this. It is truly not our fault. Consequently, the police closed the case, ruling it an accidental drowning. We, too, have felt a pang of conscience, given our slight involvement, and have been sending gifts and food during this time." The small man glanced at Wu Wen's wife, who glared at them with fury. Had it not been for Zhang Yuan's restraint, she might have lunged at them in anger. I scratched my head and remarked, "If that's the case, even if you inadvertently caused his demise, it was merely an overzealous jest, not an intentional act." Wu Wen is indeed rather temperamental. A group of individuals wore expressions of innocence, affirming, "Indeed, we did not mean any harm." At that moment, a bold woman gestured animatedly and stated, "That Wu Wen fellow rarely speaks. When something arises, he feigns politeness towards us, yet I always sense that he is wary of us. His lack of camaraderie means that even if Master Ma does not discipline him, we shall have to address him sooner or later. Otherwise, how will our unity be demonstrated?" The others remained silent. Zhang Yuan sighed. It appears we must devise a plan to locate Master Ma and discern how Wuan has offended him. I cannot shake the feeling that Wuan did not fall by mere chance. Just as we were conversing, the phone rang abruptly. Upon answering, the abbot's voice erupted like thunder on the other end, causing my ears to tingle. Suyu, we are in grave trouble. I slightly withdrew the phone and asked, "What has happened?" The abbot, in a frantic tone, replied, "The young priest has fled." I was taken aback. Fled? What on earth transpired? The abbot continued, "Did you not instruct me to keep an eye on him?" Thus, I remained vigilant. But guess what? Eventually, I dozed off. When I awoke in the middle of the night, I discovered the young priest was missing. The streets are deserted, and I have searched extensively. As I listened to the abbot express his concern over the disappearance of the slender priest, I pondered whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Scratching my head, I asked the abbot, could it be that he awoke in the middle of the night and returned to the school? The abbot, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "That is impossible. If he had returned to the school, he should have at least informed me." Although I was not on speakerphone, the night was quiet, and the abbot's loud voice carried, allowing those around to hear him. A diminutive man inquired, "What is it? Masters, do you have companions?" Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Wu in spirit resides within this young priest, and now that the young priest is missing, it is likely that Wuan is seeking vengeance upon Master Ma. Lead the way. We shall pursue Master Ma." Chapter 21. Grievances on the road. Zhang Yuan sighed, acknowledging, this time, it was my blunder. I had always believed that by subduing Wuan, I would have 3 days to resolve this matter. Little did I expect he would seize the opportunity to exact revenge in my absence. At this moment, I remain uncertain whether Master Ma is alive or dead. I queried in confusion, since Wuan is responsible for Master Ma's demise, isn't it merely a matter of settling scores, one life for another? Why the urgency, Master? Zhang Yuan shook his head. You do not comprehend. Life and death are governed by fate. Should Master Ma's life not yet be extinguished, his spirit may wander the mortal realm after death. If, by mischance, he becomes a vengeful ghost, he could bring misfortune upon others. Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. Is it akin to a contagion? One harms another, who then inflicts harm upon yet another. Wouldn't this lead to an ever-growing number of vengeful spirits? Zhang Yuan nodded. This is precisely why it falls upon practitioners like us. After our conversation, we soon arrived at Master Ma's residence. Master surveyed the employees, instructing, "You all go knock on the door." Each employee shook their head, responding, "We have never visited Master Ma's home. What if we offend him? Our livelihoods would be at stake." Master extended his hand to knock on the door, but received no reply. He pondered briefly, then retrieved an iron rod from the ground and inserted it into the lock. I was astounded. Zhang Yuan possesses such skills? After a few minutes, a soft click sounded, and the door creaked open. The employees outside trembled, hesitant to enter. Master sighed, "If you prefer to remain outside, so be it. But heed my warning. Do not wander off, or should Wuan find you, you may not know how you met your end." The abbot remained behind, promising to watch over them, calling out should anyone attempt to flee. I followed Master as we stepped inside, but before I could take in my surroundings, I was met with the sound of sultry music. Evidently, Master Ma was blissfully unaware of his impending fate, lost in indulgence. Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed. As though he had not heard a thing, I inquired, "Shall we wait a moment before entering, or should we summon him now?" Zhang Yuan coughed lightly. "What is there to wait for? There is nothing worth delaying. Follow me." Thus, we proceeded towards the bedroom, drawn by the sound. My heart raced with excitement, akin to a raid on a den of vice. Zhang Yuan acted with decisive force, kicking the door open. Inside, startled gasps erupted as 2 bare figures leapt to their feet. The occupants were momentarily stunned, as were we outside. The surprise within stemmed from the interruption at a climactic moment, while the astonishment outside arose from the revelation that the 2 figures on the bed were men. We stood frozen, for pairs of eyes locked in mutual disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. In terms of responsiveness, Zhang Yuan was truly exceptional. He addressed the men inside, "Which of you is Master Ma?" At that moment, a middle-aged man within the room finally regained his composure, likely Master Ma himself. He hastily seized a lamp from the table and hurled it towards us, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you? Get out." Zhang Yuan skillfully evaded the situation and remarked, "I am a Taoist priest. Wu in spirit is restless. I have come to investigate. Please dress. I shall wait for you outside." He then gently closed the door behind him. After a considerable interval, the door finally creaked open. 2 elegantly dressed individuals emerged. The man in the forefront appeared to be in his 40s, with a physique that had begun to show signs of indulgence, while the younger one, barely in his 20s, possessed a delicate visage akin to a jade ornament, exhibiting a strikingly refined beauty reminiscent of what we often refer to as a pretty boy. Observing this young man, I contemplated quietly to myself, this lad is likely a submissive. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the pretty boy seemed to sense my gaze, glanced up briefly, then quickly averted his eyes, his cheeks flushing crimson. Suddenly, I felt a surge of unease. Why was he blushing? I held no interest in him. Mr. Ma's expression soured as he directed his words towards Zhang Yuan and me. You both must leave at once. Zhang Yuan shook his head, plopping down onto the sofa. I am here to save you, not to harm you. I have already reiterated this twice today. I have no desire to repeat myself. Mr. Ma displayed signs of impatience. If you do not depart immediately, do not blame me for being ungracious. In an unexpected burst, Zhang Yuan leapt up, his hair standing on end, his expression seething with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Mr. Ma. Let me make this clear. Wu in spirit is disturbed. He harbors resentment and seeks vengeance. He has taken possession of a Taoist priest and is now missing, potentially coming for you at any moment. Mr. Ma waved dismissively. I do not believe in such nonsense. I am an atheist. Zhang Yuan scoffed derisively. Atheist, you say? Very well. So you extinguish the lights. Although I was perplexed by the command, I complied and turned off the lights. Zhang Yuan retrieved a talisman from his robe and with a swift motion, set it aflame. He then flicked it forward, and the fiery talisman soared towards a distant mirror. Upon contact, the mirror's surface ignited. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and Zhang Yuan seized Mr. Ma by the hair, dragging him towards the mirror, nearly pressing his face against its reflective surface. Look for yourself, he commanded. At that moment, the flames on the mirror began to dwindle, leaving only a flicker at the edges. Peering into the mirror, I was immediately struck by a wave of terror. Our gathering did not consist solely of the four of us. 7 or 8 ghostly figures hovered in the air, their faces ashen. Zhang Yuan's voice cut through the tension. Do you see? Mr. Ma murmured. I see, I see. In that instant, I heard a thud behind me. The pretty boy had collapsed to the ground, his voice quivering as he lamented. Wu Yin's death is not my fault. I am merely an accomplice. Startled by fear, Mr. Ma suddenly erupted in rage, striding over to deliver a kick to the pretty boy. Useless wretch. The pretty boy merely sat on the ground, weeping, pleading, Brother Wu, the one who harmed you is Mr. Ma. If you seek revenge, please do not come after me. Mr. Ma raised his hand to strike again, but Zhang Yuan intervened. You must explain what is truly happening, he urged the pretty boy. The effeminate young man wept and lamented. Today, you have all witnessed my predicament, so I shall no longer conceal the truth. In reality, I am a respectable individual, a university student. Once, while frolicking in the streets, I caught the attention of Mr. Ma. He was taken by my delicate features and wished to engage with me. At that time, I was in dire need of money. Having heard that the experience could be rather pleasant, I consented to explore this avenue with him. As time passed, we found ourselves cohabitating. A few nights ago, Mr. Ma arrived in his car to retrieve me. During our journey, he confided that he intended to dispose of their colleague, Wu Yun, by casting him into the river. I was acquainted with Wu Yun, who was even more attractive than I. Mr. Ma often expressed his desire to win Wu over, yet it seemed he had met with little success. That evening, fear enveloped me, and I inquired, why must you throw Wu into the river? Have you ceased to love him? Mr. Ma replied with bitterness, this scoundrel refuses to accept my advances. He has threatened to expose my affection for men should I persist. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain. I have already arranged for several associates to intoxicate him, after which we shall deliver him to the riverbank and push him in. Terror gripped my heart, and in a desperate attempt to engage him, I asked, are you not concerned that he might reveal your secret while intoxicated? Mr. Ma, brimming with confidence, retorted, absolutely not. On one occasion, I had him so inebriated that he could scarcely walk, yet he divulged nothing. I attempted to take advantage of the situation, but he surprisingly retained his wits and kicked me away. It was excruciating. Thus, that night, I accompanied Mr. Ma in his vehicle to intercept Wu Yun. As we neared his home, we observed him staggering unsteadily. When he reached the riverbank, we gave him a shove. As the effeminate young man recounted this tale, Mr. Ma erupted in expletives. Once the narrative concluded, Mr. Ma fell silent, and both individuals bowed their heads, gasping for breath, one out of fear, the other from exhaustion. Zhang Yuan nodded. It appears that Wu Yun's predicament is indeed your doing. Mr. Ma lifted his gaze defiantly, and what of it? Do you possess any evidence? The police are powerless against me. No sooner had he uttered these words than the room was abruptly illuminated, as if someone had switched on the lights. Chapter 22. The Ghost's Grievance. As I turned my gaze, I beheld the abbot standing by the door, his expression one of feigned innocence as he inquired, why have you not turned on the lights? Zhang Yuan, visibly displeased, retorted, were you not supposed to keep watch over those people outside? How did you end up coming in? The abbot, appearing genuinely bewildered, stepped aside, stating, I had no intention of entering. At that moment, I observed the company employees, entering one after another, their faces etched with trepidation, standing apprehensively along the sides. Mr. Ma, incensed by the uninvited intrusion into his abode, erupted in a torrent of curses, vowing to dismiss every employee present. The last to enter was an all too familiar figure, the emaciated Taoist priest, though his eyes bore an unfamiliarity I had never witnessed before. A sudden realization struck me. This gaze belonged to Wuan. Indeed, Zhang Yuan posed the question, Wuan, what are you planning to do? Wuan's words were laced with a chilling air. Old Taoist, do you now comprehend? It was this scoundrel who caused my demise. Am I justified in seeking his life? Zhang Yuan sighed, conceding, indeed, you are correct. Wuan advanced slowly, affirming, it is good that you acknowledge this. Zhang Yuan, filled with compassion, cautioned, Wuan. A person's lifespan is determined by fate, not by mortals or spirits. Acting rashly to end his life will not bode well for you. Wuan shook his head, reassuringly stating, rest assured, I shall not take his life. Initially, Mr. Ma was vociferously demanding to know the identity of the young Taoist. But upon hearing the abbot's curt declaration, this is Wuan, his bravado deflated, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Some individuals are simply impervious to reality until confronted with undeniable truths. Wuan circled the room before settling onto the sofa. His icy gaze fixated on the faux woman. Fetch me some wine. The faux woman, trembling in fear, stammered, how much should I bring? Wuan replied coolly, bring as much as you can find. The faux woman, shaking, retreated into an adjacent room. Mr. Ma, who had been sprawled on the floor in a state of despair, suddenly shrieked and attempted to flee. Yet, the room's lights flickered ominously before illuminating once more. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, and Mr. Ma began to pace frantically, disoriented, unable to locate an exit. The remaining individuals, witnessing this unsettling scene, were rendered immobile by fear. After a brief interlude, the faux woman returned, struggling with a box of wine, while Mr. Ma collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Wuan, with an expression devoid of warmth, commanded, all of you, come here and encourage Mr. Ma to drink. The employees, caught between reluctance and terror, hesitantly gathered around Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma glared at them. Have you all turned against me? The employees, glancing fearfully at Wuan, urged, Mr. Ma, please endure this. Once he is gone, all will be well. Wuan instructed, encourage him to drink just as you did for me that day. I will not call for a halt. You must not stop. Thus, they began to drink in silence, the expressions on their faces reflecting their inner turmoil. After approximately 10 minutes, Mr. Ma could no longer bear it and begged for mercy. Wuan, please stop tormenting me. Is it such a crime to prefer men? I genuinely care for you. Yes, my desire to kill you stemmed from love turned to hatred. Grant me another chance. Wuan's countenance twisted in revulsion as he retorted, do not disgust me. You merely wish to indulge your whims, relying on your trifling wealth for thrills. I am appalled at the sight of you. You seem so unclean. Mr. Ma shook his head repeatedly, insisting, I am not joking. I am sincere. He cast a glance at the effeminate figure beside him, stating, look at him. My feelings for him are genuine. Wuan, with an indifferent nod, remarked, in that case, since Mr. Ma cannot drink, this fellow can substitute for him. The effeminate figure, initially trembling in the corner, widened his eyes, displaying a mixture of innocence and trepidation. After imbibing several cups on Mr. Ma's behalf, he began to frown, declaring, I can no longer drink. It is simply unbearable. At this moment, Mr. Ma retrieved a stack of money from his drawer and placed it before the effeminate figure, pleading, I beg you. The effeminate figure, in evident distress, acquiesced and consumed a few more cups. Thus, Mr. Ma intermittently produced money while the effeminate figure intermittently drank. Eventually, after several episodes of vomiting, he succumbed and collapsed onto the floor. Mr. Ma's condition was scarcely any better. He had drunk to the point of delirium and, after Wuan poured several bottles down his throat, lay sprawled upon the ground, limbs twitching slightly. The floor was strewn with large patches of vomit, exuding a foul stench. And the two men lay amidst this filth, heedless of their surroundings. Throughout this entire ordeal, I, Zhang Yuan, and the abbot remained mere spectators, observing with clarity. Wuan approached Zhang Yuan and inquired, Old Taoist, should such scoundrels meet their demise? Zhang Yuan nodded affirmatively. They deserve death. Wuan bowed slightly, saying, You have endured much. Then he leaned to the side and collapsed onto the ground. I asked Zhang Yuan, what happened? Has he departed? Zhang Yuan nodded. Wuan has left. The young Taoist should awaken soon. So you, assist me to the bed for a moment. I feel quite fatigued. I had scarcely agreed when my master fell to the ground, quickly succumbing to sleep. A couple of employees, still somewhat lucid, called for an ambulance. Yet, even without a doctor, I could discern that Mr. Ma was beyond salvation. The abbot and I each carried Zhang Yuan and the slender Taoist, intending to exit the premises. The employees, filled with trepidation, escorted us out, addressing us with great respect, referring to us as masters and kindly hailing a vehicle for us. Upon reflection, one individual handed me a business card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Upon realizing I was from the insurance company, they not only expressed no disdain but rather treasured the card, repeatedly thanking me. That night, upon returning to the Great Sage Temple, it was already well past midnight. The abbot and I, utterly exhausted, unceremoniously deposited Zhang Yuan and the slender Taoist on the ground before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, I did not awaken until noon. Venturing into the courtyard, I discovered Zhang Yuan standing there, while the slender Taoist stood before him, visibly anxious. I inquired of Zhang Yuan, "What is amiss?" He pointed at the slender Taoist, stating, "The young Taoist has formed a blood pact with Wuan. There is something amiss here. Wuan died less than 7 days ago. He certainly would not have employed such sorcery. The only possibility is that this young Taoist learned it from an unknown source." The slender Taoist, looking utterly innocent, protested, "It truly was not me. I did nothing at all." Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave. "Then how do you account for the matter of the blood pact?" The thin Taoist looked utterly perplexed. "What is a blood pact? I truly do not understand." Zhang Yuan scoffed. "Very well, you may leave. Since you are unwilling to strive for progress, I have nothing more to say. One day, you will come to regret this." The thin Taoist's complexion turned ashen. "You will not accept me as your disciple?" Zhang Yuan spat dismissively. "Do you think you are worthy?" The thin Taoist felt as if all his strength had been drained, swaying slightly, as if he might collapse to the ground. However, he staggered a couple of steps and steadied himself. Then, he bowed to Zhang Yuan and silently exited. It was midday, and not a soul was to be seen outside. The thin Taoist's silhouette appeared forlorn. I glanced at Zhang Yuan, wishing to say something, but he waved his hand dismissively. "Go have your meal." The following days passed in tranquil monotony, but Zhang Yuan's relentless insistence on my practice became a source of frustration. I had heard vague whispers about how Taoists cultivate their abilities, primarily involving the recitation of Taoist scriptures or using a large alchemical furnace. However, Zhang Yuan's methods seemed rather unconventional. Each morning, as the rooster crowed, he would rouse me under the pretense of training, compelling me to run along that foul river, cloaked in the grandiloquent phrase of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Though I dared not voice my discontent outwardly, I cursed him silently 1,000 times in my mind. At this rate, I doubted I could ever learn to capture spirits, though perhaps I might secure a place in the Olympics. At last, one day, Zhang Yuan explained, "For us cultivators, we emphasize the dual energies of yin and yang. You may not understand why I have had you running along the river these past few days. I can see that since your discharge from the hospital, your yang energy has been significantly depleted." I could not help but retort, "Master, do not deceive me. In the days immediately following my release from the hospital, I did feel somewhat weak, but it has now been a month, and I regained my strength and vitality over 2 weeks ago. Why must I continue running for another half-month?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "You speak of physical strength, but I refer to yang energy. They are not the same concept. I have observed that your yang energy is nearly restored. Now, I shall teach you how to perceive the yin and yang energies within you. The foundation of our Taoist arts is fundamentally based upon this principle." Chapter 23. Awakening on that day, I followed Zhang Yuan's instructions and sat on the ground, attempting to sense the dual energies of yin and yang. However, after a whole day of effort, I felt nothing. Doubt began to creep in. "Master, are these teachings genuine?" Zhang Yuan, with a stern expression, retorted, "What? Do you no longer wish to learn?" I quickly shook my head. "Of course I want to learn. How could I not?" Zhang Yuan sighed and said, "At the beginning, it is naturally more challenging. However, a master can only guide you to the door. The practice lies within you. If you diligently follow my teachings with time, you will surely achieve something." I muttered to myself, "Why should I labor over this? What purpose does it serve?" It was evident that Zhang Yuan overheard me. He lowered his head with a sinister smile. "Su Yu, in the future, as you accompany me in traversing the world to capture ghosts and demons, consider this. What if one day you encounter an evil spirit? How will you protect yourself?" A shiver ran down my spine at the thought. I would frequently be dealing with spirits? Zhang Yuan scoffed. "What do you think?" In a flurry, I exclaimed, "But this yin and yang energy is neither visible nor tangible. What if I have yet to master it when I confront a malevolent ghost?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That is indeed a valid concern." I interrupted him. "Forget about the concerns. What should I do?" Zhang Yuan suddenly smiled. "Wait a moment. I have a solution." He then strode out of the Great Sage Temple. As I sat in the temple, a sense of unease washed over me. Wondering what trick Zhang Yuan had up his sleeve, I glanced at the abbot, who, with a grim expression, silently filled in the dirt pit within the hall, seemingly uninterested in our affairs. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan finally returned, holding a peachwood sword. The sword appeared new, its grain palpable in my hand, resembling something freshly hewn from a tree. Zhang Yuan regarded me and said, "This is a peachwood sword I crafted for you. What do you think? Does it inspire awe?" I examined the sword from various angles. This looks more like a child's toy. "Master, are you certain this sword can slay ghosts?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Not yet. You must learn to nurture the sword." I was taken aback. "Nurture the sword?" Zhang Yuan nodded. Drawing forth his own peachwood sword, which shimmered with a dark luster, glistening under the sunlight as if it were made of some metal rather than wood. He showcased the sword before me and explained, "This sword is the result of my nurturing. I keep it by my side daily, allowing it to sense my spiritual energy. As my skills in Taoism grow, so too does its power." Joy surged within me, and I said, "How does one nurture it? Please teach me." Zhang Yuan nodded, taking the wooden sword from my hands. Suddenly, with a swift motion, I felt a sharp pain at my fingertip. Looking down, I saw that my finger had been cut, blood oozing and dripping onto the white blade. I looked up at Zhang Yuan. "Why did you cut my finger?" He returned the wooden sword to me. "This is how you nurture the sword, with your own blood." I nodded in confusion, yet I couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that this sword nurturing practice was somewhat strange, lacking the authenticity of traditional Taoist teachings, and carried an air of esoteric mystery. Thus, I engaged in daily exercises of breath and sword nurturing, unconsciously allowing several weeks to slip by. During this time, employees from Mr. Ma's company sought me out, without exception, to purchase insurance. Their intent was unmistakable. "Master, I've taken care of your business today. Should anything happen in the future, you must not neglect us." From these employees, I learned that Mr. Ma had succumbed to alcohol poisoning, ultimately beyond salvation. Wu had avenged himself. Furthermore, with no relatives to speak of, Mr. Ma had bequeathed his savings to a transgender individual. I was uncertain whether this individual acted out of newfound conscience or guilt, but they generously allocated a significant portion of those funds to Wu Wen's family. The matter of the water ghost had finally settled peacefully. In addition to the employees, a few Taoist priests from the school's religious class also approached me. The leader of the Thin Priests had previously visited the Great Sage Temple to inquire if I knew the whereabouts of their missing member. At that moment, I learned that after being expelled by Zhang Yuan, the Thin Priest had not returned to school. He had vanished entirely. A sense of unease washed over me, as I felt my master had acted unjustly. However, Zhang Yuan remained resolute in his stance, leaving me no room to interject. As the weather gradually warmed, it had been nearly a month since my return to school. Zhang Yuan and I lingered at the Great Sage Temple, much to the abbot's chagrin, as he lamented that our presence consumed all the incense offerings. One day, Zhang Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, decided to test the extent of my progress. He lit a candle a meter away and instructed, "So you, do not speak. Attempt to extinguish the candle using the dual energies of yin and yang." This seemed utterly absurd. I settled down, contemplating how to direct the yin and yang energies toward the candle. Yet, despite my efforts, from afternoon until dusk, as the candle burned low, I was unable to extinguish it. Just as I was growing bored and contemplating an excuse to abandon this endeavor, my phone suddenly rang. Since joining Zhang Yuan, I had scarcely used my phone, as there was little reason to connect with anyone. Occasionally, I would charge it at a small shop just to check the time. Hearing the phone ring now was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, it proved to be a timely distraction. Upon checking, I discovered a text from Li Xiaoxing, containing only 2 words. "Help, there's a ghost." Nothing more followed. My heart raced. Could Li Xiaoxing be in danger? I urgently recalled asking what was wrong, but after several attempts, my calls went unanswered. Anxiety gripped me as I turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, "My roommate appears to be in danger. Please, help me rescue him." Zhang Yuan regarded me thoughtfully and replied, "In emergencies, one should contact the police. What can I do?" I showed him the text, explaining, "It mentions a ghost. Surely the police cannot apprehend a ghost. Moreover, my classmate has a peculiar trait. He experiences nightmares every night, haunted by various apparitions." I could see a subtle change in Zhang Yuan's expression as he asked, "Do you know where he resides?" I shook my head and then took out my phone, saying, "Let me ask some of my classmates to see if anyone knows." After making a dozen calls and inquiring around, I finally received an address. Without delay, Zhang Yuan and I hastily made our way to Li Xiaoxing's home. Along the way, I attempted to call Li Xiaoxing's mobile phone, but it was perpetually busy. Just as I set my phone down for a few seconds, suddenly, a call came in. I glanced at my phone and saw it was Li Xiaoxing. Elated, I quickly answered and exclaimed, "Where are you? What is going on?" However, there was no response from the other end. Frustrated and anxious, I shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Speak." Still, silence persisted. No, there was a sound, a laugh. Sharp and peculiar. It was faint, drifting softly in my ears. I recognized the laughter was unsettling, yet I found myself unable to resist its pull, my thoughts ensnared, gradually succumbing to its influence. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, The laughter abruptly ceased, and I snapped back to reality. My phone was now in Zhang Yuan's hands. He glanced at me and said, "That laughter is peculiar. Your classmate is likely in serious trouble." Throughout our journey, Zhang Yuan meticulously inquired about Li Xiaoxing's usual behavior. And the more I shared, the graver his expression became. When we finally arrived at the address that led us to Li Xiaoxing's home, I was taken aback. It turned out to be a paper effigy shop. However, the door was tightly shut, and there was no one inside. Anger bubbled within me as I remarked, "Is my classmate playing a prank on me? Why is it a paper effigy shop?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, saying, "Your classmate's family must run a paper effigy shop. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spirits invading his dreams. This isn't his home. Let us inquire further about where he resides." Standing in the midst of the road, I stopped passers-by to ask where the owner of the paper effigy shop lived. Strangely, everyone waved their hands, indicating they had no idea. Chapter 24. The paper effigy shop. Disappointment etched on my face. I conveyed to Zhang Yuan, "It seems the situation is rather dire. No one seems to know where Li Xiaoxing resides." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "It's not that they are unaware. Rather, they simply choose not to disclose it." I regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "How can you be so certain of their reluctance?" He gestured towards the throngs of pedestrians when you inquired earlier. Their expressions were rife with disdain, as though they harbored an aversion towards Li Xiaoxing's family. I nodded slightly. I hadn't noticed that. However, during these years at university, Li Xiaoxing seldom returns home. Perhaps this is related to his family's unpopularity. Alas, regardless of the reason, we are utterly at a loss to locate him. How can we save anyone? Zhang Yuan glanced at the paper effigy shop. There is something peculiar about this establishment. Regardless of where Li Xiaoxing's family may be, we ought to investigate this shop first. I examined the shop's shuttered entrance and the bustling passers-by. Unable to restrain myself from cautioning, "Master, it is still daylight. Should you kick it open, we might be mistaken for thieves." Zhang Yuan offered a slight smile and approached the shutter, deftly grasping the handle, and with a gentle tug, the shutter emitted a crisp sound before being entirely lifted. The lock spring was forcefully severed. Such strength was indeed remarkable. As he strode into the paper effigy shop, he mused aloud. Who would dare to steal from a paper effigy shop? The secrecy surrounding it surely indicates something amiss. The establishment was modest in size, lacking even windows. While dusk enveloped the street outside, the interior was shrouded in an eerie twilight. We fumbled about until we discovered a light. The bulb cast a dim, yellow glow, revealing stacks of paper money piled high against the walls, almost reaching the ceiling. For reasons unknown, the sight of these paper notes imparted to me a peculiar sensation akin to entering a treasure vault. Following Zhang Yuan's lead, I surveyed the shop's interior. He settled into a chair at the center and addressed me. "Suyu, let us put your observational skills to the test. What seems out of place in this paper effigy shop?" Wearily, I acquiesced and began to scrutinize my surroundings, racking my brain for clues. What could be amiss? Feng Shui? I was no expert. The I Ching? My master had never instructed me in that. My stuttering silence persisted, and Zhang Yuan remained patient, reclining with his eyes half closed, awaiting my response. In my growing boredom, I began to sift through the paper notes, counting the denominations while muttering to myself, what could possibly be wrong? Could it be that these paper notes are counterfeit? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I noticed a currency verifier perched atop the table. I casually placed a stack of paper money into its slot. Upon pressing the switch, the verifier emitted a shrill tone. Genuine currency, genuine currency, genuine currency. The sound startled me, causing my scalp to prickle. I let out a scream and instinctively recoiled, inadvertently toppling the paper effigies, which crashed to the ground in a cacophony. The counterfeit detector continued its tireless chant. Genuine, genuine, genuine. I struggled to my feet from the floor and shouted, "Master, let's get out of here quickly." Before Zhang Yuan could respond, a severed head suddenly tumbled from my shoulder. My nerves were already frayed, and this ghastly apparition nearly scared the soul out of me. I almost wet myself in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, I scrambled up and turned to look. To my relief, the head belonged to a paper effigy. Its neck snapped when I had stumbled and fallen. Just as I exhaled in relief, my gaze fell upon the effigy's torso and I froze. Something was wrong with this paper figure. No, in fact, every single effigy in the room was unsettling. They were dressed in clothes. Of course, no paper effigy would be left bare, but traditionally, their garments were either painted on or pasted as paper cutouts. These, however, were clad in real burial shrouds, actual sets of funeral attire meticulously draped over them. I rushed to Zhang Yuan in 3 frantic strides. "Master, please, don't just sit there. This place is horrifying." Zhang Yuan glanced at me. "What's the matter? Found something unusual?" I nodded vigorously. Yes. These paper effigies are wearing burial shrouds. In the counterfeit detector, it talks. Zhang Yuan cast a dismissive look at the effigies and the machine, then chuckled. Apprentice, your nerves are too fragile. The shrouds are probably just for convenience, like mannequins in a clothing store. As for the detector, it's likely malfunctioning. I stared at the burial garments, clicking my tongue. Li Xiaoxing's home is terrifying. No wonder he refuses to return. Who do you want to come back to this? No surprise he has nightmares every night living here. It'd be strange if you didn't. Zhang Yuan pointed to a table in the corner. The real anomaly is over there. Following his finger, I saw a small table pressed against the wall. On it sat an incense burner, beside which lay a bundle of joss sticks. But what caught my attention was the object of worship, neither Guan Yu nor the god of wealth, but a small, eerily lifelike paper effigy. Its face frozen in a grinning expression. Zhang Yuan approached, examining the ashes in the burner. The incense has been lit in a long time. With that, he surveyed the paper effigy shop, then casually plucked a burial shroud from one of the figures and tossed it to me. Put this on. I balked. My grandmother said it's bad luck for the living to wear these. Zhang Yuan gave me a look as if I were a fool. You've already eaten ghost food. What more luck are you clinging to? After a moment's thought, I conceded he had a point. Without further protest, I slipped into the shroud. Once I was dressed, Zhang Yuan donned one as well. He then closed the shop door, lit 3 joss sticks, and placed them in the incense burner on the altar. Next, he turned off the lights, took a handful of spirit money, and began burning them one by one. Standing helplessly in the darkness, I watched the flickering flames illuminate the scene, until, with a jolt, I realized the spirit money in his hands was real currency. Crimson bills bearing human portraits. I rubbed my eyes, and indeed, it was real money. I could not help but remind, Master, this money. Zhang Yuan turned to glance at me. We are both clad in funeral garments, and we have offered incense to this paper figure. Your eyes should now be capable of perceiving spirits. Thus, this paper money appears as genuine currency. Do not panic. Just remain silent and do as I do. I nodded in confusion, my heart gradually tightening with anxiety. After a few moments, the door of the paper crafting shop suddenly creaked open. Zhang Yuan swiftly tossed the remaining paper money into the flames, then stepped back to stand beside me. He remained silent, and I dared not utter a word. Moments later, the light dimmed before my eyes, revealing the entrance of a figure. This person donned antiquated attire, their face gaunt and emaciated. They hunched forward, approaching the offering table. First, they carefully inhaled the fragrant smoke of the 3 incense sticks, a look of satisfaction spreading across their visage. Then, they grinned, revealing a few sharp, yellowed teeth. I stood there, dumbfounded, and without prompting, I surmised that this was indeed a ghost. The apparition sniffed for a while, then suddenly reached into the flames, and I witnessed a stack of money materialize in their palm. They began to count the bills, wetting each one with saliva, one by one, for over 10 minutes. Finally, I heard them mutter, "Not enough. This amount is insufficient. These young ones lack manners." Their voice was hoarse yet sharp, as if a lump of phlegm was lodged in their throat. The sound was unbearable to my ears. Then, the ghost chuckled sinisterly. The remaining money must fall upon the little rascals. With that, they stuffed the money into their clothes and turned to exit. Once the ghost had departed, Zhang Yuan plucked 2 sticks of incense from the burner and handed one to me, whispering, "Do not let it extinguish." He then led the way outside, while I followed in trepidation. We maintained a short distance from the ghost, yet it seemed oblivious to our presence. After trailing it for a while, we turned into an alley. The ghost vanished in a blink. My master and I surveyed our surroundings. The buildings were aged. Zhang Yuan took a few steps with the incense and pointed to one of the houses. Here. We approached the door and pushed it open. It was not locked. Upon entering, we found ourselves enveloped in darkness, the floor creaking ominously beneath our feet. Zhang Yuan casually discarded the incense and removed his funeral garments. I mimicked his actions, shedding mine as well. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan opened a box. The sight that greeted me was astonishing. Countless paper balls were strewn across the floor, piled in layers. No wonder the floor creaked beneath our weight. Bending down, I casually picked up a few, unfolding them to reveal the same 2 words written within. There are ghosts, help. As I stood in shock, I suddenly noticed a hand emerging from the corner, weakly tossing a paper ball before slowly descending again. I hurried over, flustered, and began to clear away the paper balls. Inside lay a figure, none other than Li Xiaoxing. After several weeks apart, he appeared even more emaciated, his form grotesquely altered. I could scarcely recognize him. Having been roommates for 4 years, a wave of sorrow washed over me. Gently, I nudged him and inquired, "Xiaoxing, what has happened to you?" Li Xiaoxing lay on the ground, murmuring to himself in a barely audible voice. Leaning closer, I strained to catch his words. "Help me, there's a ghost." Each time I pressed further, he repeated these same 2 phrases. Zhang Yuan sighed. "Suyu, do not question him further. He has lost his senses." Anxiously, I implored, "What shall we do now?" A ghost? Is it the one we encountered at the paper effigy shop? Where has it gone? Master, you must capture it swiftly. Chapter 25. Raising Ghost. Zhang Yuan shook his head, stating, the ghost has already departed. Although the specter had vanished, Li Xiaoxing remained sprawled on the ground, murmuring incoherently, showing no signs of regaining consciousness. I pointed at Li Xiaoxing and asked, why is he still like this? Has he been possessed by a ghost? We must expel the spirit immediately. Zhang Yuan glanced at Li Xiaoxing and replied, there is no ghost here. He is simply in a state of shock. We should take him to the hospital. I nodded in agreement and pulled out my phone, ready to dial for an ambulance, but suddenly realized and said to Zhang Yuan, I have no money. Will they come without payment? Zhang Yuan shrugged off his robe and retorted, I came here without a penny to my name. Are you asking me for money? I waved my hand dismissively. I can find it myself. I then began rummaging through Li Xiaoxing's home. It felt peculiar, as if I were a seasoned burglar. After searching for a considerable time, I finally found a pile of loose change, counting out approximately 200 to 300 yuan. When the ambulance arrived, Zhang Yuan instructed, you accompany him to the hospital. I will search for that ghost. His words resonated with me, and I promptly assisted in lifting Li Xiaoxing into the vehicle before climbing in myself to follow to the hospital. As the ambulance traveled down the road, a nurse caught sight of Li Xiaoxing and exclaimed, isn't this the young man? What has happened to him? I inquired of the nurse, do you know him? She nodded. Yes, I do. His family has been hospitalized, and he used to visit daily, but I haven't seen him in a few days. What is wrong with him? I sighed and replied, he has lost his sanity. The nurse softly responded, then he must be admitted to the psychiatric ward. Since meeting Zhang Yuan, I had been wandering aimlessly, hardly managing a good night's sleep. The vehicle jolted along, and I eventually succumbed to slumber in the swaying ambulance. After a brief respite, someone roused me, saying, wake up, we have arrived. Hurry and settle the payment. Groggily, I approached the payment counter and handed over the money haphazardly, then watched as Li Xiaoxing was wheeled into a ward. I asked the nurse, how long will it take for him to regain consciousness? The nurse shook her head. It's hard to say. Some recover after just 1-4 drip, while others, well, did you see that elderly man in bed 3? He has been here since I was admitted. I turned to glance at the old man in bed 3. He sat upright, facing away from me, seemingly preoccupied with something unknown. I expressed my confusion. He appears quite normal. The nurse wore an enigmatic expression. It only seems that way. I waved my hand. Enough of these people. Where Li Xiaoxing's family? The nurse pondered for a moment before guiding me through the corridor, pushing open the door to her room. She has been in a daze. You may visit, but do not disturb her too much. I gently entered the room, spotting a middle-aged woman lying in bed. Although I had never been to Li Xiaoxing's home, I recognized her instantly as his mother, for their resemblance was striking. I approached her and softly called out, Auntie. How are you doing? Li Xiaoxing's mother lay with her eyes tightly shut, as if in slumber. I ventured to speak again. I am a classmate of Li Xiaoxing, here to visit you. No sooner had the words left my lips than Li's mother suddenly opened her eyes, fixating her gaze upon me with an intensity that unnerved me. I instinctively took a couple of steps back. How are you feeling? Is your illness severe? Without warning, she began to flail her arms, seemingly desperate to sit up. Yet she appeared to lack the strength. After struggling twice without success, I found myself startled by her fervor and involuntarily retreated another couple of steps. Just as I contemplated fleeing, a nurse entered, moving with practiced ease to wipe Li's mother's arms and legs with a damp cloth. As she worked, she remarked, her brain has been injured, making communication quite challenging. If you have inquiries, it would be best not to ask her, despite my long care. I still don't know what she desires. The nurse's words did not go unheard. Li's mother intensified her arm movements. The nurse, taken aback, exclaimed, why is she so lively today? Usually, she hardly speaks. Li's mother continued to struggle, and unable to bear the sight any longer, I said to the nurse, it seems to me she wishes to stand up. The nurse pondered for a moment. A little movement would be beneficial. Perhaps she is quite enthusiastic. With that, she assisted Li's mother to her feet, chattering away. Li is known for her good temperament. Some patients become quite irritable after prolonged hospitalization. Look at my basin. It has been overturned several times. Supported by the nurse, Li's mother managed to stand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on me, before she performed a gesture that resembled a bow. I was taken aback. What is this about? Her expression was one of urgency, as she continued to bow. This action left the nurse bewildered as well. Does she wish to request your assistance? I scratched my head, perplexed. What does this mean? Please, speak up. Why are you bowing? I am not deceased. Even if I were, I wouldn't dare allow you. Suddenly, clarity struck me. Li's mother was not bowing, but rather mimicking the act of incense offering. I recalled the low altar at the paper effigy shop. If she wished to present incense, she would certainly need to bend down. I quickly inquired, Is it for the incense? The altar at the paper effigy shop? Lee's mother nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. I pressed further. What do you need the altar for? She gestured with both hands in a circular motion, then mimicked inserting incense. I asked, is it for the incense? She shook her head. After considering for a moment, I tentatively asked, shall I bring the incense burner? This time, she burst into tears, bowing profusely in gratitude. I hastily assisted her back to bed and reassured her, do not worry, I will go at once. Feeling in my pocket, I discovered 50 yuan remaining. Since this money belonged to Li Xiaoxing's family, I stepped outside and hailed a taxi. Having learned my lesson after 2 previous encounters with unscrupulous drivers, I made sure to check the driver's appearance. Fortunately, this one was unfamiliar to me. Not the same individual who had deceived me twice before. Once inside, I instructed, to the paper effigy shop in the west of the city. As the driver steered westward, he inquired, Qingxi? Which paper effigy shop? I scratched my head in contemplation. It's just the one in Qingxi. The shop is run by a woman, and her son, Li Xiaoxing, has recently been hospitalized. The driver responded with a knowing "oh," and then asked, are you related? I shook my head. Not related, just not very familiar. The driver, perhaps feeling a bit lonely after a stretch of driving, remarked, since you're not too acquainted, allow me to offer you a word of advice. It's best to avoid that paper effigy shop. Intrigued by his words, I pondered whether there might be something more to this. Why shouldn't I go to that shop? Is it because they shortchange on the paper money? The driver shook his head. Not at all. Their paper money is particularly well made and of substantial weight. However, there are rumors circulating among the neighbors. I leaned forward. What rumors? The driver glanced at me. Are you truly not related to them? I shook my head emphatically. Of course not. I've hardly seen them more than a few times. Rest assured, feel free to speak candidly. The driver nodded. Then I shall speak freely. Young man, you may not be aware, but they are said to keep a spirit. I was taken aback. A spirit? The driver nodded. You haven't visited their shop, have you? Inside, there is an altar with offerings to a spirit from who knows where. Some claim it's from Thailand, others say Vietnam. In any case, it's quite eerie. Young man, do you have any idea how unsettling such a spirit can be? Curiosity piqued. I asked, how unsettling? The driver explained. On that altar sits a gilded statue that resembles a bodhisattva, but it is not. It is said to be a fetus, perhaps a miscarriage, salvaged from somewhere, dried, and preserved to prevent decay, then covered in gold paint and presented as a deity. Would you not find that frightening? They keep one in that paper effigy shop. I mused privately, are they not merely offering paper figures? Thus, I inquired, driver, have you seen this with your own eyes? The driver shook his head, not personally. However, everyone speaks of it, so it must be true. People say that this woman raises spirits to bring misfortune to her neighbors. Consider this, if the spirits cause harm, her paper money would surely find eager buyers. Thus, the neighbors tend to avoid associating with her family. Initially surprised by the preceding tale, I couldn't help but chuckle at this point. That is quite absurd. To harm neighbors merely to sell more paper money? Is it worth such trouble? With that kind of capability, she could surely find a more productive endeavor. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the paper effigy shop. The driver halted the vehicle, turned to me, and said, the lights are off inside. It appears no one is there. Would you like me to drive you back? I considered for a moment. That would be fine. Please wait while I retrieve something. The driver looked startled. Retrieve something? What is your relation to this family? I waved my hand dismissively. I don't know this family. Someone asked me to collect a few items, and I'll leave right after. It's complicated. So please wait a moment. I opened the car door and alighted, hastily making my way toward the paper effigy shop. In my eagerness to prevent the driver from abandoning me, I neglected to pay him. As I crossed the threshold of the shop, a wave of hesitation washed over me. Engrossed in conversation with the driver moments before, I had not considered the implications of my surroundings. Now, standing amidst the myriad of paper money and effigies, I was acutely aware that this was indeed a paper effigy store. Whether or not spirits lurked within, the atmosphere alone was sufficiently unnerving. With a resigned sigh, I steeled myself and stepped inside. I attempted to turn on the lights, yet after feeling along the wall for some time, I could not locate the switch. Fortunately, the dim glow of the streetlight seeped in, providing a scant illumination. I ventured further into the shop, guided by this meager light. Just as I reached the midway point, an indistinct sound of breathing reached my ears, sending a shiver down my spine. Chapter 26. The paper effigy shop. The shop was shrouded in darkness. Yet I could hear the sound of breathing. A chill gripped my heart, and I stood frozen in place, using the light from the street. I began to search for the source of this breath. In truth, the more I searched, the more my fear escalated, for the room was filled with paper figures, and I could not discern which were mere effigies and which were living beings. Or perhaps, could it be that the paper figures had come to life? Suddenly, I recalled the paper figure resting on the altar. The taxi driver had mentioned it was a deceased fetus. Could it be that the fetus had revived? Was it the one breathing? My legs turned to jelly, and an overwhelming urge to flee surged within me. I cautiously stepped back, and just as I did, I noticed a small red dot flickering in the depths of the room. A sharp pain shot through my head. Was there truly a ghost? I held my breath, attempting to steady my nerves. Then, I took another step back. To my astonishment, the small red dot shifted in tandem with my movement. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. I swallowed hard and turned to escape. However, barely a step out, I felt a chilling sensation around my neck. Something had settled on it. My legs trembled as I stood there, quaking with fear. At that moment, I heard a voice behind me say, "Don't move, unless you wish to forfeit your life." The voice was all too familiar. It was Zhang Yuan. A semblance of calm washed over me, and I tentatively replied, "Master." "It's me." The blade withdrew from my neck, and a hand grasped my collar, pulling me back. I then saw Zhang Yuan standing amidst the paper figures, holding a stick of incense. I sighed, "Master, what are you doing here? You nearly frightened me to death." Zhang Yuan looked surprised. "What are you doing here? Didn't you take Li Xiaoxing to the hospital?" I recounted the events at the hospital and explained that Li Ma had requested me to retrieve the incense burner from the paper effigy shop. Zhang Yuan nodded, casually picking up the incense burner from the altar. He then informed me, "This ghost is quite unusual. I sensed its presence at Li Xiaoxing's home, but it vanished suddenly, leaving no trace. I couldn't locate it, so I returned here to try my luck." As we made our way outside, I asked, "Master, if you cannot sense this ghost, what does that imply?" Zhang Yuan responded tersely, "I do not know." My heart sank. If even Zhang Yuan was at a loss, could this ghost be exceptionally formidable? I pondered this as we approached the taxi. The driver glanced at Zhang Yuan and then at me. I said, "This is my master." The driver's eyes widened in realization. "So you're a Taoist. No wonder you dared to enter this paper effigy shop. You must possess true skills. Let me tell you. The neighbors once hired a Taoist to secretly capture the little ghost in this shop. But guess what? Those Taoists, upon seeing the real ghost, didn't even dare to approach. It's rare to find someone like you with genuine prowess. So, are you taking away an incense burner? Have you managed to drive away the little ghost? That truly is a service to the community." I shook my head. "I am not merely a Taoist priest. I possess another identity." The driver, intrigued and filled with a sense of reverence, inquired, "What identity?" I retrieved a business card from my pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Should you require anything, remember to contact me." The driver glanced at the card, his expression dimming as he remarked, "Oh, you're an insurance salesman?" I nodded, "Indeed. I have recently been working at an insurance company. My friend, do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything." The driver politely acknowledged my words and accelerated down the road in a flurry. After 5 minutes of silence, he suddenly slammed the brakes, causing the taxi to emit an unpleasing screech as it came to a halt. I quickly asked what happened. Observing the driver, I noticed he was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling. He turned to me earnestly and said, "Brother, the more I think about it, the more terrified I become. You Taoists can divine the future. Have you foreseen something? I have been facing misfortune lately. Is that why you advised me to buy insurance?" "Master, will I live or die? I have a wife and children at home." I shook my head, thinking the driver's imagination was rather vivid, wondering how he could leap to such conclusions. Unexpectedly, upon seeing my gesture, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "It seems I am doomed." At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who sat behind us, calmly interjected, "Stop crying. You will not die. There is nothing serious." The driver, upon hearing this, looked at Zhang Yuan's inscrutable demeanor and immediately believed him. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to me and asked, "Master, in my situation, should I purchase personal accident insurance or property insurance?" I felt a surge of joy. After months of being affiliated with the insurance company, I had finally made a sale. Observing our lively conversation, Zhang Yuan interjected coolly, "Do you two plan to talk until dawn? Are we not attending to more pressing matters?" The driver nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the important matters take precedence." He then drove us swiftly to the hospital, refusing to accept any fare. Elated, I followed Zhang Yuan upstairs and could not help but remark, "I never expected being a Taoist could be so glamorous." Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed, a chilling laughter that sent shivers down my spine. "There will be times when you are not so glamorous." Upon reaching Aunt Lee's hospital bed, I placed the incense burner on the table and gently called out to her, "Auntie, I have brought the incense burner." Aunt Lee suddenly appeared revitalized, struggling to sit up. Zhang Yuan stood silently beside her, saying nothing. Aunt Lee, disregarding Zhang Yuan entirely, inserted her index finger into her mouth, bit down, and squeezed out a drop of blood, which she let fall into the incense burner. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who had maintained an impassive expression, suddenly exclaimed, "Blood contract." By then, I had gained some understanding of the blood contract, realizing it involved forming a pact with spirits, typically using one's own blood as a medium. Once established, the blood contract required the individual to nourish the spirit with blood, while the spirit would grant unnatural powers to aid the individual in fulfilling their desires. Therefore, upon hearing Zhang Yuan utter the words blood contract, I involuntarily remarked, so, she is indeed nurturing a spirit. After Li Ma's blood dripped into the incense burner, Zhang Yuan immediately became vigilant, drawing his peachwood sword from his robe. Within seconds, I felt a chilling gust of wind sweep into the ward. The incense ashes inside the burner swirled into a tiny whirlwind, spinning several times before everything settled back into eerie silence. That single drop of blood had vanished without a trace. I glanced at Zhang Yuan, who stood frozen, gripping his sword, lost in thought. How did it go? Did you catch it? I asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head, his expression troubled. This ghost, something's off. I didn't sense any ghostly aura from it. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway outside, as if a crowd was rushing past. I leaned out and called. What's happening? One of them shot me a glance. Patient in bed 3 is having another episode. Zhang Yuan remained in the room, keeping watch over Li Ma. Bored, I slipped out to observe the commotion around bed 3. Following the crowd, I realized the so-called bed 3 was the same psychiatric patient the nurse had pointed out earlier. Now, he was thrashing wildly in his bed. Several doctors had restrained his limbs with cloth straps, yet he still convulsed violently, as if he might tear the bed apart at any moment. Pushing through the crowd, I finally caught a glimpse of bed 3, and what I saw sent a jolt of terror through me. Forgetting the hospital's rule against noise, I sprinted back, shouting, Master, come quick. I found the ghost. Zhang Yuan burst out moments later, peachwood sword in hand, urgency etched on his face. Where? I pointed. Look at bed 3. He looks exactly like the ghost we saw at the paper effigy shop. Zhang Yuan smacked his forehead. How did I not realize? It's a living person. No wonder I couldn't catch him. I was chasing a ghost when he wasn't one. Bewildered, I asked, what do you mean? That old man isn't a ghost? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, he's not dead. Earlier, his soul had merely left his body. My mind reeled. Soul projection? And then he went to forge a blood contract? Is he insane? Zhang Yuan sighed. Of course he's not insane. I think I know who he is now. By then, the doctors had sedated the old man, and his violent thrashing gradually subsided. The medical staff dispersed, leaving the ward quiet. Seeing no one around, Zhang Yuan and I slipped inside. Li Xiaoxing lay unconscious beside the old man. No matter how much I called his name, he didn't stir. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan strode straight to the old man's bedside, studying him with a click of his tongue. How did you end up like this? Neither man nor ghost. The old man slowly cracked open one eye, glaring at Zhang Yuan before snarling. Do I know you? Get lost. His words were far too coherent for a madman. Zhang Yuan smirked coldly. You don't recognize me? At the very least, you should recognize this sword. Then, he took out the peachwood sword and waved it before the old man. The old man's initially dismissive gaze was instantly captivated by the sword. The flesh on his face twitched slightly, and he murmured, You are. Zhang Yuan raised his hand, silencing him, and then pointed at me. I felt a twinge of anxiety as I watched the two of them. The old man closed his mouth and then inquired, Your disciple? Zhang Yuan nodded. Suddenly, the old man smiled, his lips curling upwards in a manner strikingly reminiscent of Zhang Yuan. It was an eerie grin. An ominous premonition began to stir within me, as if there were some hidden scheme at play. Thus, I stood by, listening intently to their conversation. Zhang Yuan casually pulled up a chair and sat before the old man's bed, inquiring, How did you end up like this? Chapter 27. Breach of contract. At this moment, I found myself engulfed in confusion. The manner in which these two individuals interacted suggested a prior acquaintance, yet it appeared they had never met before. An unbidden thought crossed my mind. The master must harbor countless secrets within. Since Zhang Yuan did not expel me, I resolved to remain quietly and absorb whatever I could. Zhang Yuan sighed and took a seat, directing his inquiry towards the old man. How did you end up in this state? The old man responded with a cold snort. Young lad, I am not exaggerating. When you reach my age, being presentable will be a triumph in itself. Unfazed, Zhang Yuan retorted, I know you fear death. The old man countered, Do you not fear it as well? Zhang Yuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, I do. I often awaken in the middle of the night from nightmares. The old man sighed again. Then isn't that sufficient? Young lad, a bad life is better than a good death. Even in my current state of madness, I am still alive. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan asked the old man, Are you truly resigned to this? The old man pounded his fist on the bed. Of course, I am not. Zhang Yuan leaned closer, whispering something into the old man's ear. The words were so faint that I could not discern them. However, as he spoke, Zhang Yuan cast a furtive glance in my direction. Soon after, the old man struggled to shift his head and glanced at me. Their actions sent a shiver down my spine. Could their conversation possibly pertain to me? As I pondered this, the old man suddenly began to writhe in terror upon the bed, exclaiming, "No, no, absolutely not." Zhang Yuan rose, his voice icy. "Why not?" The old man hung his head, his demeanor one of despair. "I cannot." Zhang Yuan erupted into laughter. "Cannot? Ha! When has cowardice ever found a place in our lineage?" The old man's face flushed crimson. 10 years ago, had you sought me out, I may have joined you in grand endeavors. But look at me now. Reduced to this pitiful state, my former ambition and desire for vengeance have vanished. Just allow this old skeleton of mine to linger for a few more days. Zhang Yuan shook his head. "This matter is of utmost importance. If you do not accompany me, then there is only—" He left the sentence unfinished. But the emergence of the peachwood sword from his cloak left no room for misinterpretation. The old man gazed at Zhang Yuan in horror. "Young lad, do you intend to kill me?" Zhang Yuan pressed the sword against the old man's chest, declaring, "You are a living being, deceiving others into binding blood contracts, extending your life at the expense of ordinary people. Do you believe you are worthy of being called a cultivator? I care not for your rank. Scoundrels like you deserve to be eradicated." Zhang Yuan's righteous indignation rendered the old man speechless, just as the tip of the peachwood sword was poised to strike down. The tension in the air was palpable. The old man suddenly wept, large tears cascading down his cheeks. "Young man, haven't we suffered enough? Must we turn on one another?" Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand, retracting the blade, and regarded the old man. "Indeed, you have become quite useless." The old man remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan addressed him. "The family from the paper effigy shop is a friend of my disciple. Let them go." The old man's expression faltered. "I wish I could. But a blood contract has been established. I am powerless to act." Zhang Yuan scoffed. "A blood contract can be annulled." The old man appeared horrified. "Then it would be better to kill me." Zhang Yuan gestured for me to follow and turned to exit. "Just before leaving," he said, "prepare yourself. I shall return for you tomorrow." I followed Zhang Yuan outside. In the corridor, he walked in silence, pacing back and forth. A myriad of questions swirled in my mind. Yet I was uncertain which to voice. Finally, I inquired, "Master, do you know that old man?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "I do not know him, but he is undoubtedly a practitioner of the Tao." I was about to ask how he knew this when he sighed and sat on a chair in the hallway. That old man should have perished long ago. He is using a method of soul projection to masquerade as a wandering ghost, binding himself to the living through a blood contract. This way, the underworld cannot ascertain his lifespan, allowing him to prolong his existence here for a few more years. Such a method is known only to those who cultivate the Tao. Others cannot achieve it. I nodded and pondered. So his madness is feigned? Zhang Yuan shook his head. "It is not feigned. His powers are insufficient. Recklessly projecting his soul and binding a blood contract has left him with moments of insanity each day. This is likely the price he pays for his transgressions. Your classmate's mother has entered into a blood contract with him, and should she fall short in her offerings, not only will she suffer misfortune, but so too will the old man." A realization dawned upon me. No wonder. Li Xiaoxing's mother sustained a head injury and could no longer provide for him, which is why the old man has been causing trouble at their home. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. "That is about the gist of it." At this juncture, I could not help but tentatively ask, "Master, might you share what you were discussing quietly just now? Why was that old man particularly frightened?" Zhang Yuan replied curtly, "I cannot." His single statement silenced my inquiries, and I had no choice but to close my mouth. After a few moments, Zhang Yuan said, "To save your classmate, the only way is to nullify the blood contract. My body has yet to fully recover, so tomorrow, you shall handle this matter." I was taken aback and instinctively protested. How could I possibly do this? I have not learned any Taoist arts. Zhang Yuan regarded me. "You are in your 20s, in the prime of health, with abundant yang energy. Tomorrow, we shall choose a time when the yang energy is at its peak. I assure you, there will be no danger." I glanced at Li Xiaoxing, who lay on the hospital bed, and reluctantly nodded. Zhang Yuan instructed, "At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to the hospital. I will guard the door of the ward. No one shall enter or exit, and then you shall place Li Xiaoxing's mother and the old man in the same room." I blinked. "What do you want them to do?" Zhang Yuan glanced at me. "Not them. You. Prick the old man's right middle finger and draw blood. Then drip it into the incense burner. After that, take a bit of the incense ash, mix it into a bowl of warm water, and have Li Xiaoxing's mother drink it." I blinked again. "That simple?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "That's just the beginning. Once you've done this, keep an eye on both of them. If anything unusual happens, don't panic. Just grab the peachwood sword." I interrupted. "What kind of unusual things?" "Master, you'd better explain now." Zhang Yuan waved dismissively. "Nothing major. The old man carries heavy ghostly energy, and the middle finger is particularly sensitive. Once pricked, his vitality will be severely drained. If pushed to desperation, his soul might leave his body. That could cause some trouble. But don't worry. We've chosen the hour of high noon. Unless he has a death wish, daring to let his soul escape at this time. I guarantee he'll be obliterated within minutes. I pressed anxiously, Master, we can't afford carelessness here. What if the old man snaps and fights me to the death? Zhang Yuan reassured me. Relax. Your yang energy is strong, and the old man is already terrified. He won't dare act recklessly. If he truly loses his mind, just strike him once with the peachwood sword. Hold him off for 2 seconds, and I'll rush in from the door to help. I pictured the scene. You'll be right outside? Not going anywhere else? Zhang Yuan nodded. Right outside. I'll keep the doctors and nurses away. I agreed. Then asked, and after? Once she drinks the ash-infused water? Zhang Yuan said. If this step goes smoothly, the rest is simple. Look closely, on Li Xiaoxing's mother's back. There should be a black tumor. I gasped. That disgusting? Zhang Yuan nodded. This tumor will likely have grown a nose and mouth. Essentially, it'll resemble a child's head. I recoiled. That disgusting? Zhang Yuan nodded again. Then take a needle, find the center of the child's forehead, and pierce it decisively, no hesitation, no mercy. Drive it all the way in to drain the blood. Once that's done, the matter will be settled. I considered it. Doesn't he sound too dangerous? All right, Master, I'll follow your lead. That night, we had planned to sleep on the hospital benches. But the moment we lay down, a group of troublemakers arrived, shouting, cursing, and smashing things. Zhang Yuan sighed. See you, let's find another place. Rubbing my drowsy eyes. I followed him out, boarded a random car, and arrived at Li Xiaoxing's home. Too exhausted to tidy up, I collapsed into sleep. It was a deep, dreamless slumber, until Zhang Yuan shook me awake. When I opened my eyes, I found him pacing anxiously around the room. I asked, what's wrong? As Zhang Yuan hastily donned his attire, he urged me, we have both overslept. It is nearly noon. We must hurry, or we shall be late. The impending tasks weighed on my mind, inducing a sense of unease as I hurriedly dressed and followed Zhang Yuan outside. Upon stepping out, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The day was exceedingly gloomy, shrouded in thick clouds with no sun in sight. Were it not for the clock indicating that it was past 11, I would have easily mistaken it for morning. As we took a few steps, a biting wind swept past us. A twinge of concern arose within me. Master, the yang energy seems rather feeble today. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, it is merely an overcast day. With me here, there is nothing to fear. We then hailed a taxi, which sped towards the hospital with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 28. Taking action as I drew nearer to the hospital. An increasing sense of anxiety enveloped me. My mind replayed the procedure repeatedly. First, I would pierce my index finger, then administer the blood to Mother Li, followed by lancing the tumor on my back. The more I pondered, the more my heart raced, and soon, perspiration began to bead on my palms. Zhang Yuan patted my shoulder, reassuringly suggesting, what are you afraid of? It's nothing serious. Just muster your courage and proceed with precision and decisiveness. 10 minutes will suffice. I nodded in agreement, repeating, all right, 10 minutes will do. I murmured this mantra to myself as we continued our journey. Then, the taxi came to a halt, and a wave of sweat broke out across my body. Have we arrived so soon? I inquired. The driver replied nonchalantly, waiting for the red light. I exhaled deeply, resuming my quiet repetition of, 10 minutes will do, 10 minutes will do, as we made our way to the hospital. Zhang Yuan and I headed straight for the old man's ward, where Master stood like a guardian at the door. I pushed the door open and entered. The old man and Mother Li lay on the hospital bed. A thought crossed my mind. Why is a female patient in a male ward? Surely, the hospital has lost its senses. Yet, regardless of the situation, this arrangement was fortuitous for me. I retrieved a needle, awaiting Master's command. The old man lay peacefully, likely sedated, completely unaware that I was about to pierce his finger. A surge of elation coursed through me. Fortune was indeed on my side today. Even the hospital seemed to be aiding my cause. Moments later, Master suddenly called from inside the ward, act now. I dared not hesitate, swiftly grasping the old man's finger and plunging the needle in. However, no blood emerged, and panic seized me as sweat beaded on my forehead. Where's the blood? Why isn't it flowing? I squeezed the old man's finger with urgency, and finally, a single drop of blood was coaxed forth. I quickly positioned an incense burner beneath it, and after a moment's hesitation, the drop fell into the vessel. Hastily, I removed the ash from the burner and poured a cup of water from the thermos, preparing to administer it to Mother Li. I momentarily faltered, pondering how to explain this peculiar act of having her consume incense ash, particularly in a hospital setting. However, when I turned around, I found her dozing lightly on the bed. My heart soared with delight as due to the visage marred by the dark stain. I couldn't help but feel a resemblance to the elderly man from the third bed. After a moment's hesitation, I plunged the needle into the flesh before me. In that very instant, The face transformed into a mask of fury, glaring fiercely at me. Gritting my teeth, I thought, it is merely a face. Why the hostility? With renewed determination, I drove the needle in with force. Almost immediately, a wretched scream pierced the air, not from the face, but from Li Ma, who had been in a deep slumber, startled awake by my action. In shock, I looked down only to realize that I had not struck the dark stain but had instead pierced Li Ma's back. At that moment, I noticed the dark stain shifting incessantly. It had come to life. Holding the needle, I stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. My master had never warned me that such an occurrence could happen. As I scanned the surroundings for Zhang Yuan, a hand suddenly gripped my wrist with an iron grip. The strength was overwhelming, rendering my hand immobile. To my horror, I turned to find that it was Li Ma who held me captive. Though her back faced me, a long dark stain resembling another face had appeared on the back of her head. I struggled to free myself, but to no avail. The face then erupted into a chilling, sinister laughter. Do you think you can force me to relinquish the blood contract? Huh. Even your master wouldn't dare to make you the scapegoat. Very well, this woman won't last long. Let us forge a blood pact instead. In that moment, clarity dawned upon me. The old man's spirit had likely transferred to Li Ma, manifesting through that dark stain. Just as I pondered my next move, the dark stain rapidly slithered along Li Ma's arm, making its way to my own. Terror engulfed me, and I screamed as if slaughtered like a pig. Yet, the stain continued to revel in its triumph. I called out repeatedly, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Just as I reached the peak of my desperate cries, my master burst through the door. However, instead of vanquishing the stain, he swung his arm and struck me across the face with a resounding slap. The impact left half my face numb and ablaze with pain. Yet, it was that very slap that jolted me awake. As I opened my eyes, I found myself safely lying on the bed in Li Xiaoxing's home. It had all been a mere dream. I exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing how frightful it had been, only to discover it was a dream. Zhang Yuan was hurriedly dressing beside me, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. We're going to be late. It's already 11. A thought struck me as I hastily donned my clothes. It seemed I was also late in my dream. After quickly getting dressed, I followed him out. Stepping outside, my heart sank. The day was overcast, devoid of sunlight, with a biting wind whipping around us. Zhang Yuan flagged down a taxi and gestured for me to get in. Throughout the ride, despair enveloped me. It was over. The dream had been a premonition. Everything was about to unfold. Suddenly, I recalled a statement from an elderly man in my dream. The master has found a scapegoat. Am I the scapegoat? Is the master intending to harm me? I turned to glance at Zhang Yuan, who wore an expression of feigned sincerity, perhaps sensing my gaze upon him. He turned his head and inquired, "What is the matter?" With an air of unruffled composure, I opened my mouth and asked, "Master, do you believe in the ability to foresee the future?" The master shook his head, stating, "Even those with the most profound mastery of Tao cannot achieve that. However, some individuals might glimpse fragments of the future under special circumstances, and that is indeed possible." I softly acknowledged his words, my mind racing with the thought. I had seen some fragments of the future last night. Throughout this journey, everything mirrored the events of my dream from the previous night. Waiting at red lights, ascending the stairs. As I passed by Aunt Lee's hospital room, anxiety compelled me to rush over and peek inside. Indeed, Aunt Lee was not there. Just then, a nurse emerged, and I grabbed her arm, asking, "What happened to that woman? The one who fell and injured her head?" The nurse pondered for a moment and replied, "A patient arrived needing urgent care. Due to a lack of beds, we temporarily placed her in the male ward." Upon hearing this, my heart sank, and I began to waver in my resolve. Zhang Yuan, mistaking my trepidation for fear, encouraged me, "Don't be afraid. It will only take 10 minutes. His words jolted me like a hot iron, and I instinctively recoiled in terror. Zhang Yuan, displaying an expression of exasperation, said, "Come here. With such a timid disposition, how can you be my disciple?" He then grasped my wrist with considerable strength, a grip reminiscent of the dream from last night. I was momentarily paralyzed with fear and clung to the doorframe, declaring, "I won't go. If anyone should go, it should be you." Zhang Yuan shot me an impatient glance. "Are you scared?" Naturally, I was terrified, my hands gripping the doorframe. My head bowed in silence. After observing me for a moment, he sighed, "A decayed wood cannot be carved." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. I thought to myself, if I cannot be carved, then so be it. Preserving my life is paramount. However, after entering, Zhang Yuan stood motionless at the threshold. Concerned about unforeseen developments, I cautiously leaned my head inside. At that moment, I saw Aunt Lee lying there, perfectly well. Yet, the elderly man in bed 3 was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yuan, his face ashen, turned to me and said, "He has escaped." A sigh of relief washed over me. "It is good that he has fled." As he stepped further inside, he muttered, "It makes no sense. Li Xiaoxing's mother is in our hands. As long as we do not provide for him, he will perish within half a month. What significance does his escape hold? As he spoke, he lifted Aunt Lee's clothing, presumably to examine the condition of the black marks. Shortly after, I heard him exclaim in surprise. I leaned closer to see that the black mark had been punctured, leaving a soft, dark patch adhered to Aunt Lee's back, which appeared poised to fall away at any moment. Zhang Yuan roused Aunt Lee and asked her what on earth happened. Though she could not speak, she gestured with her hands, and I gradually understood her meaning. The elderly man's blood bond with her had been voluntarily severed by him. I pricked my finger and infused it with fragrant ash water. Every method mirrored what my master had taught me. According to Lima, after the old man completed all of this, he fled. I inquired of Zhang Yuan, what shall we do? Should we apprehend this old man? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Let it be. Since he has voluntarily dissolved the blood pact, he is signaling to us to refrain from further disturbance. Let us gather our belongings and return tomorrow. Li Xiaoxing still lay on the hospital bed, rambling incoherently, yet by that afternoon, he had awakened. Li Xiaoxing surveyed his surroundings and then turned to me, quickly realizing. Su Yu, was it you who saved me? I nodded and gestured towards my master. Both of us saved you, along with your mother. Chapter 29. Impermanence. Li Xiaoxing turned to glance at Li Ma, scratching his head in confusion. Have you saved my mother? She's still lying in the hospital bed, isn't she? I waved my hand dismissively. What are you thinking? We are here to exorcise spirits, not to heal the sick. Li Xiaoxing nodded, still bewildered. Oh, is that so? I looked at him in puzzlement. Why do you look so lost? Wasn't it you who sent us the message, claiming there was a ghost and you needed help? He scratched his head again and pulled out his phone. No, I didn't. He then showed me his message history. Strangely, there were indeed no records. Could it be that Li Xiaoxing, in a state of confusion, had deleted it? I pulled up a chair and sat in front of Li Xiaoxing's bed. Are you aware that your mother has been raising a spirit? Li Xiaoxing nodded. I was quite young at that time, and our shop was struggling. Eventually, my mother began to offer a paper effigy. Besides burning incense, she also burned paper money. She said this little spirit was a messenger from the underworld. And by burning the paper money, it could bribe the king of hell to grant us longevity and prosperity. I scratched my head. But I heard from a driver that your family used this spirit to harm others, leading to their demise, so they would purchase your paper money. Li Xiaoxing erupted in anger. Nonsense. See you. We study economics. Don't you see the logic? How much paper money could we sell by killing someone? Is it worth it? I nodded in agreement. I also believe it's not worth it. So, does raising the spirit actually have any benefits for your family? Li Xiaoxing affirmed. Yes, it indeed has benefits. Gradually, several nearby paper effigy shops went out of business and transitioned to other trades. Consequently, the number of paper effigy shops in the entire city diminished. Our family's business began to flourish. Without this, I wouldn't have been able to attend university. Moreover, in recent months, I've heard my mother mention that the local crematorium is in talks with us for a collaboration. Just imagine how much we could earn from that. I widened my eyes in astonishment, unable to believe that Li Xiaoxing's family had become so prosperous from running a paper effigy shop. However, Li Xiaoxing's expression darkened. But ever since we began raising the spirit, I've been plagued by nightmares, feeling as though there are many spirits lurking in our home. Over the years, I've grown increasingly reluctant to return home. See you. When you mentioned helping us catch ghosts, were you referring to the spirit my mother has raised? I nodded and recounted the events of the past few days. Li Xiaoxing sighed and said, if we must catch it, then so be it. We can't rely on raising spirits for a lifetime. Anyway, I've graduated now and should seek a proper job. Zhang Yuan had been sitting quietly beside us, examining his peachwood sword, lost in thought. Just as I was halfway through my conversation with Li Xiaoxing, my phone buzzed from my pocket. I pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. I answered, and a familiar voice came through. Is this Master Su Yu? Hesitantly, I replied, yes, this is Su Yu. How did you get my number? Who are you? The voice on the other end hesitated before responding. You gave me your business card. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Are you the one who bought insurance? After a brief pause, the voice continued. I've already purchased it. I'm a taxi driver. Do you remember me? I pondered for a moment. Ah, you are the taxi driver who took me to the paper effigy shop that day? The driver replied, indeed, indeed. Master Su, is your master around? I responded, my master is right beside me. Would you like to speak with him? The driver, in a flurry, insisted, no, Master Su. I am looking for you. How about this? Find a secluded place for us to converse privately. A sense of confusion enveloped me. What on earth do you intend to do? The driver, shrouded in mystery, declared, it's a matter of great importance. Where are you now? I shall come to fetch you. I scratched my head and replied, I'm still at the hospital. Upon hearing this, the driver contemplated for a moment and said, Master Su, could you step out for a moment? Do not bring anyone, nor tell anyone, just you alone. I will come to get you. I nodded in acquiescence. Very well. After hanging up, I glanced at Zhang Yuan. Master, I shall step out for a moment. Please wait for me here. Zhang Yuan, seemingly distracted, nodded absent-mindedly. I sauntered out of the hospital, my mind swirling with thoughts. The driver's cryptic demeanor left me pondering his intentions. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck me. Could it be that the driver intends to abduct me? With this thought, I turned to return. Yet, someone grasped my arm firmly. Master Su, I have been waiting for you for half an hour. I turned to find it was the driver. A wave of apprehension washed over me. What is it you want? The driver stamped his foot, exclaiming, Master Su, you are in grave danger. Do you not realize? A calamity is imminent. I waved my hand dismissively. Do not jest. With such words, perhaps I should call you master. The driver sighed. Master Su, please come with me. I will take you to meet someone. Dazed, I found myself ushered into the taxi, and after a brief journey of 10 minutes, we arrived at a food stall. The driver pointed to the stall owner and said, This is my brother. I nodded politely at the owner. The driver then instructed the owner, Tell Master Su about what transpired last night. The owner wiped his hands with a rag and began, Master Su, look at my face, it is clean. But when I was a child, I was called Mozi. I do not know why my parents bestowed such a name upon me. Last night, while I was frying dough sticks in my makeshift stall, preparing for the night market, just as I was halfway through, suddenly with a loud crash, the stall collapsed, trapping me beneath. As I listened, I nodded earnestly, feigning seriousness, while internally I speculated, could this individual have encountered an accident and now seeks to engage me for insurance? The man continued, initially, the stall wasn't heavy enough to cause fatal harm. Yet, several iron rods pinned me down, rendering me immobile. At that moment, a pot of hot oil began to boil, threatening to scorch me alive. Then, I overheard two individuals conversing outside. One said, Lao Zhang, I heard you have taken on a new apprentice? At that moment, I overheard a voice from outside exclaiming, This is bad. We have the wrong person. It's not him. Upon hearing this, I instinctively shouted, If you've made a mistake, then hurry and pull me out. Immediately after my outcry, I felt a firm grip pulling me from beneath the canopy. Dazed by the heat of the fire, I could vaguely discern the silhouettes of two figures departing. One of them donned a monk's robe, yet his hair was tied in a bun atop his head. The implications of his words sent a chill down my spine, compelling me to ask, Are you suggesting that my master went to kill you last night? That cannot be true. We were together the entire night. As I uttered this, a sense of uncertainty crept in, for upon returning to Li Xiaoxing's home, I had collapsed into slumber, only awakening at 11 o'clock. If my master had ventured out during that time, I would indeed be unaware. The man glanced around cautiously and whispered, The crux lies in what happened later. When I awoke in the morning, I heard fireworks from the neighbors. Upon investigation, I discovered that a spirit banner had been raised. Inquiring further, I learned that a person had died in that household, a man named Mozi, who had succumbed to a sudden illness while dining. At this juncture, the driver looked at me intently and said, Master Su, I perceive you as a good and earnest individual, unlike those who play mind games. Moreover, we are grateful for your efforts in driving away the spirits from the paper effigy shop. My brother and I risk our lives to convey this warning to you. You must be wary of your master. I found myself at a loss for words. My mind in a whirl. Be wary of my master? Of what? The driver sighed. Both my brother and I believe that your master is a ghostly emissary of impermanence, tasked with capturing souls for the king of hell. You must tread carefully, lest he bring you harm. The driver and the man spoke extensively. Yet I absorbed none of it, my thoughts fixated on the phrase, Your master is a ghostly emissary of impermanence. Zhang Yuan had always been shrouded in mystery. An enigma I often pondered. The driver's and Mozi's comments only intensified my suspicions. That day, in a daze, I returned to the hospital to find Zhang Yuan waiting for me at the entrance. Upon my arrival, he asked nothing, merely inquired, Is the matter resolved? I nodded vacantly, and he put away the peachwood sword, saying, Let us return to the great sage temple. I followed him in silence, my head bowed. As we made our way back, by the time we reached the temple, it was nearing dinner. The abbot, seeing our return, muttered, You two loafers. Why are you back again? He then reluctantly served us 2 bowls of rice. After dinner, we retired to our quarters. In the dead of night, I tossed and turned, unable to find rest as Zhang Yuan's affairs loomed heavily in my mind. Eventually, I got up and made my way to the abbot's room. The abbot snored thunderously, lost in deep slumber. Following the sound, I approached and covered his mouth. He jolted awake, throwing a punch in response. Fortunately, due to months of training, my reflexes were swift, allowing me to seize his arm and whisper, It's me, Suyu. The abbot finally fell silent. I released my grip, and in a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, Are you out of your mind, disturbing the peace at this late hour? I sighed and settled down in the darkness. Abbot, something is amiss. I heard him rummaging about as he sat up. What has happened? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to voice my concern. I have noticed something unusual about my master. The abbot slapped his thigh. I had already discerned that. Someone who has been pulled from a pit cannot be quite right. Can they? In the shadows, I shook my head. This time, there is additional evidence. Chapter 30. The Soul Snatcher upon hearing my voice. The abbot exhibited a hint of apprehension and quickly replied, Do not fret. I shall light a candle. I feel somewhat uneasy. I grasped his arm and urged, No. Please don't. This matter concerns my master. If you illuminate the room, he might grow suspicious. The abbot struck a match and ignited a candle, saying, Su, you are being foolish. If we do not light the candle, we shall be unaware of your master's arrival. I promptly slapped my forehead, exclaiming, You are right. I was indeed muddled. After lighting the candle, the abbot surveyed the surroundings to ensure safety before inquiring, What exactly is happening? I pondered for a moment and asked him, Do you recall the tale the thin Taoist shared about encountering a water ghost by the riverbank? The abbot rubbed his bald head. Yes, I remember. What of it? I glanced out the window, where darkness enveloped everything, devoid of any anomalies, and softly continued. The thin Taoist mentioned seeing my master escorting a ghost, which was shackled in iron chains. The abbot's eyes widened in confusion. What of it? Your master is a Taoist. It is quite normal for him to capture ghosts. I waved my hand dismissively. However, I have come across another piece of information. During my visit to Li Xiaoxing's home, I encountered a driver who claimed to have witnessed my master snatching souls in the dead of night. The abbot stared in disbelief. Snatching souls? I nodded. The individual, known as Mazi, was perfectly fine until my master took his soul in the dead of night. He passed away the following day. The abbot seemed to grasp my implication and began to tremble slightly. Black and white impermanence, ox head and horse face? I nodded in affirmation. It appears so. The abbot's complexion turned ashen. So you must swiftly remove your master from this vicinity. Living in close proximity to such a being is perilous. I scratched my head, feeling increasingly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, There is no concrete evidence regarding this matter. We must not act rashly. Zhang Yuan has saved my life after all. We cannot harm his feelings. Therefore, abbot, please procure a set of funeral garments tomorrow. The abbot shuddered all over. For whom shall these be purchased? I glared at him. For the two of us, of course. The abbot's face turned ghostly pale. Su, do not frighten me. Are we truly preparing for the afterlife? I waved my hand dismissively. On this outing, I have acquired similar skills as Zhang Yuan. You shall prepare 2 sets of funeral garments tomorrow, and then we will discuss further. Now, you should rest. I shall return home. The abbot clutched my arm. Su, are you jesting? You regale me with such supernatural tales in the dead of night. How can I possibly sleep? I sighed in resignation. What do you wish to do? The abbot stepped aside. Do not depart. Stay here and sleep in my room. What say you? I grimaced. Share a bed with you? The abbot, understanding, grabbed a blanket and descended from the bed. I shall sleep on the floor. Is that acceptable? I let out a sigh. Very well. I collapsed onto the abbot's bed and shut my eyes, my mind replaying past events, the acquaintance with Zhang Yuan, the words he had spoken, the deeds he had performed. The more I pondered, the more unsettled I felt. I turned over and sat up, intending to discuss matters with the abbot. However, he was fast asleep on the ground, snoring loudly. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to myself. The abbot truly embodies a heart as vast as the sky and a figure to match. Why should I remain here to keep him company? With a sigh, I listened to the rhythmic sound of his snoring, unable to sleep the entire night. My eyes wide open until dawn broke outside. Then, I heard Zhang Yuan calling from the courtyard. Su, the rooster has crowed. Where have you gone? I hurriedly donned my clothes and ran outside, only to find Zhang Yuan standing in the courtyard in his monk's robe, scanning the surroundings. A sense of unease washed over me as I timidly called out, Master. Zhang Yuan glanced my way, and a mysterious smile crept across his lips. Su, something seems amiss with you. My heart sank. Had he figured it out? I felt beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Thinking to myself, Zhang Yuan wouldn't he resort to silencing me by taking my soul, would he? Just as I was lost in these thoughts, Zhang Yuan patted my shoulder, tilted his chin toward the abbot's room, and smirked. What were you two up to last night? Why did you emerge from his chamber? Were you trying to emulate that Master Ma and seek something novel? I was taken aback, stammering, Huh? Zhang Yuan burst into laughter, playfully kicking at me, off to practice. I wiped the sweat from my brow, relieved that it was merely a misunderstanding better than suspicion. I sat down and began to channel the yin and yang energies as Zhang Yuan had taught me, attempting to cultivate my skills. In truth, my mind was a chaotic whirlwind, rendering me incapable of focus. During this time, the abbot had stealthily ventured out and returned at noon with a cloth bundle. appearing rather furtive. That night, I once again crept into the abbot's quarters. I asked him what happened. He nodded, all is well. Then he opened the cloth bundle to reveal 2 burial garments. Handing one to me, he remarked, the seller was rather unscrupulous. I told him my size. Yet he didn't even bother measuring, simply handing over 2 garments, claiming any burial garment would suffice. I took the garment and donned it in haste. Hurry and put yours on, I urged the abbot. Reluctantly, he complied, asking, Suyu, what exactly do you intend to do? I waved my hand dismissively and produced 2 incense sticks, lighting them before handing one to him. I then led the abbot to the courtyard. Lowering my voice, I explained. This time, I learned from Zhang Yuan. Wearing the burial garments and holding incense allows one to see spirits. The abbot, quaking with trepidation, questioned, what are we to do? I pointed toward the Master's room. If the master intends to summon souls, he will surely leave his body. Then we can follow. The abbot nodded, somewhat understanding. We kept vigil until the early hours of the morning, but to no avail. Before dawn, we returned, thoroughly disheartened. The next day and the day after followed suit. On the evening of the 4th day, the abbot grew increasingly discontented, exclaiming, Suyu, you and your master have been causing a ruckus all day and night. Are you toying with me? Go alone tonight. I shan't accompany you. I waved my hand dismissively, not at all. Can we hold on for just one more day? As we stood in the corner, conferring, we suddenly spotted Zhang Yuan leaning against the doorframe, declaring, I won't be having dinner today. I feel a bit drowsy. Moments later, I witnessed him collapse onto the bed in a faint. A surge of joy filled my heart as I promptly nudged the abbot. I believe today is the day. Have you forgotten? Just a couple of days ago, when he went to lure souls, he was in this very state. The abbot, somewhat skeptical, donned the shroud I offered him, incense in hand. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Peering into the courtyard, we discerned a figure approaching the temple entrance. The abbot pointed and said, Isn't that your master? I nodded and whispered, Follow closely. We both held our incense, tiptoeing forward. Zhang Yuan ambled along the path as if taking an evening stroll. As we passed beneath a street lamp, both the abbot and I clearly noticed that he cast no shadow. In truth, it was not merely Zhang Yuan, neither did we have shadows. At the witching hour, surrounded by an aura of malevolence, clad in shrouds and twirling incense, we signified our presence as beings of the netherworld, rather than of the living. After walking for a while, the abbot suddenly coughed softly, as if to alert me. I glanced at Zhang Yuan, who appeared utterly normal, still meandering along the riverbank. I turned to the abbot, silently inquiring, What is it? The abbot raised his eyebrows in a manner that suggested unease. It dawned on me that he was not looking at me, but rather at something behind me. A chill ran down my spine, and I slightly inclined my head, casting a furtive glance over my shoulder. To my horror, I discovered a face hovering just behind me. I gasped, on the verge of screaming, but reason compelled me to stifle my voice. In that moment, I had to endure. My legs began to tremble uncontrollably, rendering me incapable of moving. Thus, I stood my ground, slowly turning to face the source of my fear. An elderly woman was perched on my back. Her face a tapestry of wrinkles, her body hunched into a frail ball. She gazed at me with curious eyes. I stared back at her, wide-eyed and tense. Then, to my astonishment, the old woman grinned at me, revealing her incomplete set of teeth. A wave of terror washed over me, nearly causing me to topple. After a few moments, perhaps sensing my lack of interest, the old woman released her grip and drifted away. The abbot exhaled deeply, saying, That was terrifying. We ought to leave at once. I turned to glance at him, only to find a small infant perched on his shoulder. A chill coursed through me, prompting an involuntary step backward. The abbot quietly asked, What's wrong? I waved my hand dismissively. It's nothing, nothing at all. We resumed our cautious advance. Incense held high. It seemed as though tiny spirits were clambering onto our shoulders, occasionally slipping off. By the time we reached the end of our journey, we had grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences, able to face them with composure. Indeed, taking that first step proved to be the most pivotal. I felt ready to learn the art of ghost capturing. In the distance, Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance of a household, his head bowed as he lingered, occasionally glancing up at the sky. Neither of us could discern his intentions. We remained concealed behind a wall, waiting for approximately half an hour before he finally entered the home. 5 minutes later, he emerged, followed closely by a woman. She appeared to be in a trance, wobbling as she stepped out behind him. As they reached the center of the street, a dog from an unknown household suddenly began to bark loudly. Such creatures once stirred. Inside a chorus of canines, and soon the entire street was filled with the cacophony of barking. The previously dazed woman seemed to awaken abruptly, her demeanor shifting to one of frenzy as she charged at Zhang Yuan, engaging him in a struggle. Zhang Yuan, unarmed and devoid of his peach with sword, grappled with her for a moment. Remarkably, she grew increasingly emboldened, cursing and scratching, while Zhang Yuan gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 31. The coffin shop, the abbot and I crouched in the shadows, anxiously watching the spectacle unfold before us. Clad in funeral garments, we had traversed the night, encountering numerous spirits along the way. At this moment, the fear that had gripped my heart began to wane. The abbot glanced at Zhang Yuan, nudging me with a whisper. Your master is not as formidable as one might think. How is it that he cannot subdue 2 women? I shook my head. Perhaps the woman is simply too fierce. Even as a ghost, she remains a malevolent spirit. The abbot nodded in agreement. On the other side, my master engaged in a fierce struggle with the woman, but gradually found himself overwhelmed, ultimately fleeing in disarray. The woman, standing defiantly in the street, cursed for a time before turning to leave. The abbot marveled. No wonder it is said that virtuous lives are short, while the wicked endure for a millennium. If one is truly ruthless, even the ghostly emissaries dare not provoke them. Does this not grant them longevity? Suyu, your master has departed. Shall we return? I sighed. Let us go back. As I began to rise, the abbot suddenly seized my arm. Stay still. Another pair approaches. I quickly squatted down, peering around the corner. 2 figures emerged in the distance, instantly recognizable. One was Zhang Yuan, while the other remained a mystery. They conversed animatedly, gesticulating as if discussing something significant. Without any hesitation, they entered a nearby house. Moments later, all 3 emerged. The woman was shackled by iron chains, struggling and hurling curses. Yet, despite her fierce disposition, she was no match for the 2 men. As her strength waned, Zhang Yuan guided her forward, her steps faltering. I sighed again. It appears the driver spoke the truth. My master truly is a ghostly emissary. The abbot nodded. And he is not alone. He has assistants. We exchanged a few murmurs of astonishment before noticing the trio moving further away. The abbot and I, lighting incense, stealthily followed them. They meandered along the path, and after a while, the abbot began to express his confusion. Why do I feel as though they are circling back? This road clearly allows for a direct passage. Why take such a long detour? I contemplated, pointing towards the river. My master once said that water embodies the yin. I suspect that while they can roam freely at night, the heavier the yin energy, the more beneficial it is for them. The abbot nodded, falling silent. Several hours later, we found ourselves in the outskirts, in a tranquil village where every household lay shrouded in darkness. However, as we turned a corner, I noticed one house illuminated. The dwelling was unremarkable, its 2 black wooden doors firmly shut, adorned with brass rings, flanked by 2 diminutive stone lions. This arrangement exuded an air of tradition and conservatism. 2 white paper lanterns hung from the entrance, flickering candles casting a gentle glow within, swaying softly in the night breeze. The abbot and I surveyed the oppressive darkness surrounding us, rendered speechless by the stillness of the night. Zhang Yuan and the other ghostly emissary escorted the woman to the door. Rather than knocking, they forcefully shoved her inside. Then Zhang Yuan and that individual clapped their hands and walked away, arms slung over each other's shoulders. The abbot glanced at me and asked, "Shall we go?" I scratched my head and replied, "Of course, why wouldn't we?" After taking a couple of steps, I suddenly turned back, picked up a clod of dirt, and drew a circle on the gate of the house. The abbot looked puzzled and inquired, "What are you doing?" I said, "I wish to investigate this place. But nighttime is too frightening. I'll mark it so we can return tomorrow." The abbot gave me a thumbs up, approvingly. We waited until Zhang Yuan and the ghostly figure had walked far enough away before sneaking back to the great sage temple. That night, even the most slumberous abbot found it impossible to sleep. The next day, Zhang Yuan indeed slept until the sun was high in the sky, evidently drained from last night's soul-harvesting escapade. After breakfast, the abbot bravely approached Zhang Yuan and recounted a prearranged excuse, claiming we needed to visit the market for some grains and oil. Zhang Yuan nodded, settled himself on a mat to study, and allowed us to leave. As we slipped out of the great sage temple, the abbot asked, "Do you remember the way from last night?" I shook my head. How could I? I was terrified to the point of nearly wetting my pants. The abbot widened his eyes. "Then how shall we find it?" I pointed to the fetid river. "We'll follow it." As we walked, we covered our noses, complaining about the foul stench. Halfway there, the abbot suddenly halted, his eyes fixed on a household. "Suyu, look at that family. Is it not the one from last night?" I turned to glance and immediately understood. They were in mourning. Indeed, it was the woman from the previous night. I sighed. Let us move on. Perhaps she has already been reborn. The abbot looked at me in confusion. "So soon?" I nodded. "Haven't you heard? Some souls are drawn out and then pushed through a doorway, only to awaken as infants." We decided to check the dark door from last night to see if they had indeed welcomed a newborn. The abbot nodded, and we made our way along the river. We easily found the village on the outskirts. Following the mark from the previous night, we stopped in front of the same black door. The abbot looked at me. "How shall we enter? Should we just knock?" I scratched my head. Should we find someone to inquire first? Just then, an old man walked by. We stopped him and said, Sir, may we ask you something? The old man chuckled. Young man, go ahead, what is it? Our village isn't large. I can help you find anyone you need. I pointed to the adjacent black door. What is the surname of the family living here? Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he shook his head, looking down as if to leave. The abbot seized him, displeased. Aren't you the most helpful? Why are you silent now, trying to walk away? The old man glared at the abbot. Bald monk, you should remain in your temple and chant your scriptures. Meddling in other villagers' affairs isn't your place. Otherwise, I might just use your bald head as a wooden fish. A sharp exchange of words left the abbot wide-eyed. How dare you speak like that, you old fool? The old man retorted defiantly. What of it? Are you going to hit me? A dog biting El Dombin. I'm not afraid of your fists. With that, he casually picked up a stick from the roadside. Their quarrel grew increasingly loud, and soon a crowd began to gather around us. The villagers urged the old man, Uncle, why bother with these two fools? Come, let us go to my house for a drink. The abbot and I exchanged furious glances, but outnumbered and outmatched, we could only glare at them menacingly. The villagers dismissed us with scorn, dragging the old man away. I turned to the abbot. What shall we do now? He scratched his head in contemplation. Shall we knock on the door? We could fabricate a tale about their family facing misfortune. If they believe us, we can inquire further. If not, we might simply be shown the door. I nodded in agreement. That sounds perfect. We deliberated briefly and synchronized our approach before knocking on the black wooden door with a series of firm raps. No response came from within. I scratched my head, puzzled. No one home? The abbot knocked again, yet still, there was silence. At that moment, I spotted a young boy standing at the corner, holding a bowl of noodles, eating while watching the commotion. I called out to him, Child, do you know where this family has gone? The boy replied, They haven't gone anywhere. They never leave home. As we pondered this, a decrepit tractor approached in the distance. It was in such disrepair that the trailer was rusted and shedding iron debris as it moved. The front was even more astonishing, resembling a makeshift platform with a diesel engine atop it, lacking a proper exhaust, rattling loudly and emitting sparks as it roared by, deafening us. The abbot covered his ears and exclaimed, For heaven's sake, this is a city. How can such a wreck be driven here? I too shielded my ears, shouting, This is the outskirts. The traffic police have no authority here. We pressed our bodies against the wall to make way for the tractor. However, after a few sputters, it came to a halt before the black wooden door. The young boy continued to eat his noodles, but suddenly a woman appeared, tugging at his ear, sending him home with a cry. After the tractor stopped, a young man jumped down from it. He banged on the door 3 times and then shouted, Coffins for sale. Once he finished his announcement, the wooden door creaked open. Before the abbot and I could ascertain what lay inside, the young man leaped in and shut the door behind him. It dawned on us. This was a coffin shop, explaining the villagers' superstitious aversion to the place. The abbot scratched his head. Something feels off. Back in my hometown, carpenters also made coffins, but I've never seen a shop dedicated solely to selling them. I waved my hand dismissively. Perhaps this establishment is thriving, hence their specialization in coffins. As we were conversing, the young man emerged from the doorway, bound by ropes, dragging a coffin behind him. Subsequently, the heavy black door was shut with a thud. The young man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at the two of us and said, Hey, guys, could you lend me a hand? My companion and I approached him, assisting in placing the coffin onto the dilapidated tractor, securing it tightly with ropes. My companion then inquired, Young man, who resides within this coffin? The young man shook his head, responding, I have no idea. I was referred here by someone else. The occupant has not uttered a single word. I suspect they may be mute. Chapter 32. The mute. I nodded. Not only is he mute, but also deaf. We knocked on the door for over 10 minutes. Yet no one answered. The abbot halted me. That doesn't make sense. If this person is deaf, how could he have heard us shout about buying a coffin? I sighed. Who knows? I then inquired of the young man, Did you hear the sound of a baby crying inside? You know, like a newborn? The young man shook his head. No, it's surprisingly quiet in there. As he spoke, the young man had already secured the coffin. He took out the handle of the tractor and said to us, Thank you both. I must be on my way. By the way, I remember when I came. The elders back home specifically instructed me to buy the coffin and leave quickly, without looking around. I see there are quite a few taboos in this coffin shop. You too should be cautious. The abbot and I nodded, waving goodbye to the young man. The tractor rattled away. I covered my ears and stood at the crossroads, troubled. I said to the abbot, It seems there is something amiss here. Since no child was born, why did the master push that woman's spirit inside the door? The abbot pondered. We can't definitively say there isn't one. What if the child is asleep, and the young man didn't tea here? I pointed to my ears. That noisy tractor just now was so loud that my ears are still ringing. How could a child possibly be asleep? The abbot could only nod. and after a few seconds, he reluctantly added, "Perhaps the child inherited deafness from his parents." I waved my hand dismissively. "Let us not indulge in nonsense. What should we do now?" The abbot hesitated and pointed at the black wooden door. "Shall we pretend to be here to buy a coffin?" A spark of realization lit up my face. "That's a splendid idea. Abbot, you're quite clever." The abbot wore a pained smile. "Are we really going in?" "Suyu, I still feel something eerie about this place. Shouldn't we think it over?" I replied impatiently. "One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its den. What else can we do if we don't go in?" The abbot reasoned. "If we don't go in, then we don't. Whether there is a child inside is none of our concern. That woman from last night is no relation to us. Why should we care where her soul has been trapped?" I glared at him. "Abbot, are you truly foolish, or just pretending? If we don't clarify this matter, how will we know the origins of my master? If you prefer to linger in the great sage temple, then don't knock on the door." The abbot scratched his bald head, troubled, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally reached out and knocked on the door, shouting, "Coffin for sale." Indeed, after his shout, the black wooden door creaked open. I stole a glance inside, discovering the yard in disarray, cluttered with various items. More importantly, there was no one inside. I turned back to the abbot, who opened the door for us. The abbot, a bit nervously, said, "Is this door alive? Can it open by itself?" We stood at the entrance discussing for a while, and eventually, we mustered the courage to step inside. Just as I entered the doorway, the abbot suddenly let out a loud cry from behind me. The sudden sound startled me, causing my entire body to shudder, nearly making me collapse onto the ground. Irritated, I turned around and exclaimed, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you howling for no reason?" It was only then that I noticed a gaunt man standing behind the door. His body was emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones, with eyes darting around restlessly, fixed intently upon the two of us. The abbot appeared somewhat aggrieved, pointing at the man and saying, "This fellow opens the door and then hides behind it." When I turned around and saw such a figure, how could I not be frightened? As the abbot and I observed the man, we whispered among ourselves. The man glanced at us for a moment before suddenly gesturing towards the courtyard. In the yard, there were numerous coffins displayed, suggesting that he intended for us to choose one. I looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle. "My friend, are you truly mute?" The man glanced skyward, silently moved into the yard, and then tapped one of the coffins. It emitted a series of thuds. He then gave a thumbs up, implying that the sound indicated it was a fine coffin. I turned to the abbot and inquired, "Do you think this coffin is suitable?" The abbot's gaze wandered. "I have never purchased one myself." I nodded in agreement. "Neither have I, but I have bought watermelons, and judging by this sound, it doesn't seem promising." If it weren't for the presence of so many coffins, the monk would likely have burst into laughter. He waved his hand dismissively. "Suyu, you truly court disaster. Your irreverence towards the deceased is quite troublesome." I replied earnestly, "Abbot, I have already dined with ghosts. What more is there to fear?" The abbot nodded repeatedly, pressing his palms together in prayer. "May I not offend?" Seeing my dissatisfaction with the coffin, the mute man tapped another one. I shook my head again and asked, "Is there not a better one?" The mute appeared puzzled, looking at me as if contemplating, could this fellow possibly be here to cause trouble? Sensing the situation might escalate, I hastily suggested, "Why don't you take us inside to have a look? Surely, a good coffin would be kept indoors. What kind of feng shui is it to leave them exposed to the sun and wind in the yard?" After a moment of hesitation, the mute nodded and led us inside. The room was cluttered with a dozen coffins haphazardly arranged. A quick glance revealed a corner filled with pots and pans, but no other household items. Curiosity piqued, I asked, "Where do you sleep?" The mute casually patted one of the coffins nearby. I looked over and noticed it was uncovered, containing a pillow and a quilt. The abbot and I exchanged knowing nods. What an intriguing individual. We resumed our examination of the coffins. Our purpose for this visit was certainly not to purchase one, as we were merely exploring. While scanning the room, we suddenly discovered a small door on the wall. We pointed at it and asked, "Are the finest coffins behind that door?" We quickly approached, eager to enter. However, the mute swiftly darted in front of us, his expression grave and his eyes menacing. We exchanged awkward smiles. "We won't go in, we won't go in. We'll choose from outside." The abbot and I pretended to examine the coffin while whispering to each other. "What do you think?" I replied softly, "There must be something amiss behind that door. We need to find a way in." The abbot glanced at the mute man standing nearby with his arms crossed and said, "How are we supposed to get in? This person seems peculiar. If we provoke him, he might very well kill us and bury us in that coffin." I waved my hand dismissively. "Come on. If he truly intended to kill you, would he bother preparing a coffin? Here's the plan. Let us head back for now and return this evening to sneak in while he is distracted." The abbot nodded in agreement. Although the mute man could not speak, he was not foolish. He could tell we were not there to purchase a coffin, and thus showed no eagerness to promote his wares, remaining vigilant as he observed us. I discreetly pressed my phone in my pocket twice, and soon a ringtone echoed. I feigned a phone call. Hello? Old Wang? I'm at the coffin shop. Yes, I'm buying a coffin for Old Li. Didn't he just... What? You say he was saved? All right, I'll be right back. After ending the call, I turned to the mute man with an apologetic expression. My friend, I'm afraid you can't sell this coffin after all. The doctor is quite skilled and has managed to revive the person. The mute man stared coldly at us. Remaining utterly still, the abbot pulled on my sleeve. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us make our exit. We hurriedly fled the coffin shop. By this time, it was already afternoon. We hadn't eaten lunch and were ravenous. Although this was the suburbs, it still fell within the city's domain, and there were several small eateries. The abbot and I found a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and began to feast heartily. The proprietress was quite straightforward, serving the dishes while casting contemptuous glances at the abbot. These monks are getting more and more unruly. Simple fare should suffice for a monk, yet they crave fried dishes. The abbot's face flushed like a ripe apple, and he said nothing, merely bowing his head to eat. Noticing the proprietress seemed to be a warm-hearted person, I asked her, "Excuse me, may I inquire about something?" The proprietress smiled broadly. "This young man can speak. What would you like to know?" I hesitated for a moment. "What is the story behind that coffin shop in your village?" At the mention of the coffin shop, the proprietress's expression suddenly shifted. I thought to myself, oh no, have I upset her again? However, after a moment of silence, she asked, "What do you want to know about that coffin shop?" I gestured toward the abbot. This is a revered monk. During his recent travels in the area, he sensed something unusual about the coffin shop and wishes to inquire further, hoping to assist you in resolving any troubles. The proprietress looked dubiously at the abbot, who was now covered in grease from his meal. A master? Him? I quickly nudged the abbot, who understood the hint and wiped his mouth clean. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands in prayer and proclaimed, "Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. Form is emptiness, and so is wine and meat. In the eyes of this humble monk, chicken, duck, fish, and grains hold no distinction." The monk consumed them precisely because he understood the path of Buddhism, emphasizing the importance of cultivating the heart over strict adherence to rules. I was left utterly astonished by this statement. Having resided in the great sage temple for a considerable period, I was aware that the abbot, in his deceitful pursuits, diligently studied scriptures, effortlessly reciting extensive passages with a mastery that sometimes surpassed even that of genuine monks from religious institutions. However, I never anticipated that he could articulate such profound truths. The abbot was a charlatan, and for a deceiver to succeed, he must first instill belief in the veracity of his words. Having deceived within the great sage temple for decades, he had honed his craft to perfection. His expressions, language, voice, and body movements harmoniously combined, enveloping the proprietress in a divine light, leaving her utterly captivated. Chapter 33. Night Exploration. The deceiver is the common enemy of mankind. However, the abbot's ability to portray deception with such elegance transforms it into an art form. Observing the proprietress rendered speechless by the abbot's presence, I seized the opportunity to inquire, "Madam, could you elucidate the situation regarding that coffin shop?" The proprietress nodded repeatedly, settling down to divulge, "Since you, master, have discerned the truth, I shall share the details." I encouraged her with a nod, urging, "Please, do continue." Casting her gaze at the surrounding diners, she began, "That coffin shop has stood there for countless years. Our village has witnessed the passing of many generations, and the shop has perpetually sold coffins. It is said that a mute resides within, yet he rarely emerges. Perhaps once every 10 days or so." I silently nodded, remarking to myself, "A true recluse." The proprietress glanced at the abbot, her voice trembling as she continued, "Typically, a place like that would be considered inauspicious. We might merely harbor disdain for it, but it would not lead to any significant consequences. However, during critical times, some have claimed to have seen ghosts there." Upon hearing this, I eagerly leaned forward, listening intently. The abbot, usually boisterous and somewhat foolish, displayed remarkable professionalism today, maintaining an air of solemnity befitting his role as a monk. The proprietress continued, "One night, an elderly man from our village fell gravely ill. His ailment was some form of cancer, and the hospital could do nothing more. He was brought home to await his end. You understand cancer? The pain is so excruciating it elicits cries of despair, rendering one unable to eat. Within a fortnight, he had withered to a mere skeleton, weighing only 40 or 50 pounds. It is heart-wrenching for compassionate souls to witness." I hastily pressed her, "And what happened next? Did the old man see a ghost?" The proprietress nodded. The old man was a good soul. In his healthier days, he was generous and well-liked by all. However, as his condition deteriorated, he became despondent. Perhaps the torment of his illness clouded his mind. He secretly procured a bottle of pesticide, contemplating taking his own life. Being a kind-hearted man, he did not wish to burden others. Those who pass must report to the land deity. So he thought, I shall not trouble anyone else. I will simply die in front of the land deity's shrine to spare him some effort. As the old man slowly approached the shrine, he passed by the coffin shop. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Turning around, he saw an acquaintance peering over the wall of the shop, conversing with him. Puzzled, he wondered why this familiar face was at the coffin shop at such a late hour. After exchanging a few words, the acquaintance abruptly withdrew, vanishing from sight. Shaking his head in confusion, the old man resumed his path to the shrine. But after a few steps, an unsettling realization struck him. This acquaintance had passed away just days prior. Terrified, he abandoned his suicidal intentions and rushed home to confide in his family. Fortunately, this incident led them to keep a closer eye on him. Yet, regrettably, a few days later, he succumbed to his fate. People say that those nearing death possess insufficient yang energy, allowing them to see ghosts. I nodded thoughtfully, yet a flicker of doubt crossed my mind as I asked, could it be that he simply misidentified the person? The proprietress shook her head, stating that we later discovered, regardless of whether it was day or night, children under the age of 5 were not to approach the coffin shop. Whenever they ventured too close, they would burst into tears, often crying until they fainted. The elders claimed that children had not yet fully matured, hence they could see spirits. Such rumors grew increasingly sinister, prompting everyone to consider moving away. I scratched my head and asked, don't you want to take a look inside to see what lies within? The proprietress glared at me, saying, who would dare to venture inside? We had indeed invited a ghost catcher, but he refused to come, stating he would rather avoid the place altogether. If it weren't for our roots here and the heirlooms left by our ancestors, I too would have moved away, she lamented. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was evident that the coffin shop harbored some issues, a fact now confirmed. However, according to the proprietress, no Taoist priest dared to approach, which was unexpected. Those priests were far more skilled than I, and if they wouldn't dare to intervene, what was I doing here? Risking my life? After the proprietress finished speaking, she showed no intention of leaving, instead gazing imploringly at the abbot. Master, would you be willing to help us capture the spirits? The abbot nodded, exuding an air of authority as he declared, it is but a trifling matter, easily handled. I quickly interjected, Abbot, spare us the pretense. We are not ghost catchers. Let us simply go about our business. Surprisingly, the abbot continued to feign enthusiasm, waving his hand and saying, see you, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. As monks, we must aid those in peril. If you are afraid, you may leave first. I immediately felt a surge of frustration. Had he taken leave of his senses? I pulled him aside, demanding, what is wrong with you? It was then that the abbot revealed a mischievous grin, saying, so many people regard me as a master, holding me in high esteem. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. I narrowed my eyes. So you plan to venture into that coffin shop to catch ghosts? Haven't you heard? Countless priests have shunned it. The abbot waved his hand dismissively. So you've become quite naive. Why would we actually go? We can boast a bit and then slip away. I let out a derisive laugh. Slip away? Just look. The abbot turned to see nearly 100 people gathered in the restaurant, all elderly, infirm, or young, their faces brimming with expectation as they looked at us. The proprietress chuckled awkwardly. The able-bodied have gone off to work. Those remaining are either too old, too young, or too ill to manage heavy labor. We are counting on you two to help with that coffin shop. Then, these individuals encircled us, showering us with kind words. Even the elderly man who had previously shown hostility approached, sincerely apologizing. I noticed the stubborn old man's face was flushed with embarrassment, and my anxiety deepened. Word had spread, and these people had treated us as benefactors all afternoon. If I were to abruptly decline, I would surely be drowned in a tide of their spittle. The abbot, no longer pretending, exchanged glances with me, both of us sighing heavily. It wasn't until nightfall that the crowd began to disperse. A few brave souls remained, escorting us to the doorway of the coffin shop, their eyes wide with anticipation as they awaited our incantations. At that moment, I noticed that the entrance to the coffin shop was indeed adorned with 2 lanterns. These lanterns swayed in the night breeze, adding an abundance of terror to the atmosphere. I glanced at the abbot and asked, somewhat irritably, what shall we do now? The abbot sighed. What can we do? Perhaps we should proceed as planned. Sneaking inside to assess the situation, he reminded me of the small door inside his room. Let us see what lies within. The coffin shop was quite old. It must have been well constructed in its time. Yet, as the years passed, the surrounding walls had grown increasingly shorter. Without exerting much effort, we climbed up. Perched atop the wall, we began to peer inside. The moment I glanced in, I was taken aback. The courtyard was strewn with coffins, each adorned with incense and candles flickering ominously. The candlelight cast an eerie pallor on the abbot's face, and he nervously inquired, "Aren't these coffins supposed to be empty? What purpose do the candles serve for vacant coffins?" I retorted, "You ask me? Who should I ask? It's infuriating that you're acting so brazenly. What now? This clearly is a den of peril." The abbot, momentarily rendered speechless by my response, suddenly grinned silently. I whispered in frustration, "What are you laughing at?" He replied with a grin, "I just remembered that I bought a life insurance policy from you a few days ago. Looks like it might come in handy now." Exasperated, I tugged at my hair and said, "Let us proceed." I then grasped the wall and slowly slid down, landing softly as light as a feather. The abbot made a louder descent, but considering his weight, it was relatively quiet. We crouched in the corner for a moment, observing the stillness in the courtyard. Before cautiously advancing towards a coffin, I exchanged a glance with the abbot, and together we gently lifted the coffin lid. Peering inside, I found it empty. Thank goodness. It was vacant. Had there been a body within, I would have preferred to huddle by the wall for an entire night rather than venture inside. I signaled to the abbot, and we stealthily moved towards the house. Our approach was smooth, devoid of any noise. Crouching at the entrance, we cautiously peered inside. The coffins within the house, much like those in the courtyard, were all adorned with candles. However, each bore a yellow talisman affixed atop. After observing for a while, we noted that all the coffins were in this manner, except for the one that the mute had used as a bed, which remained untouched. Summoning our courage, we pried open a small gap in one of the coffins inside, peering in once more, but still found nothing. I mused to myself, is this mute not in his right mind? What a waste of money on so many candles. The abbot nudged me and pointed towards the small door. A surge of excitement coursed through me. It was splendid news. Initially, I had worried about how to enter in the darkness, but now the mute had conveniently lit the way for us. We crouched low, inching forward step by step. It had likely been decades since anyone dared to approach the coffin shop at night, rendering the mute figure inside in a deep, undisturbed slumber, utterly oblivious to our presence. Once I and the abbot reached the small door, we paused to catch our breath, then extended our hands to gently push it. The door emitted a stubborn creak, piercing the stillness of the night with an unsettling sharpness. Startled, we froze in place, straining our ears to listen. The mute remained unaware. Thus, we resumed our cautious effort to nudge the small door. Accompanied by a faint squeak, it finally yielded to our persistence. Chapter 34, The Maiden in the Coffin. As the abbot and I peered inside, we discovered a coffin, similarly adorned with candles, mirroring the ambience outside. With a sense of purpose, we cautiously entered, ensuring the door was securely shut behind us. In this enclosed space, we felt a modicum of safety. We surveyed the room, only to find the solitary coffin at its center, devoid of anything else. With a sigh of relief, the abbot turned to me and inquired, "Suyu, what shall we do next? This place is filled with coffins, and we cannot uncover the truth about your master here." I exhaled deeply. If we cannot discover anything, then so be it. At least we know now that this coffin shop harbors secrets. Ultimately, we may need to confront my master directly. The abbot perched himself atop the coffin, pondering, confront him? What if he truly is a ghostly figure, filled with wrath and intent on ending our lives? I contemplated this. I doubt I would meet my demise. Consider this. I was afflicted with copper coin spots and was not expected to live much longer. Were it not for my master, I would have perished by now. After expending such effort to revive me, would he truly seek to kill me? That would be sheer folly. The abbot waved dismissively. "Suyu, do not be naive. Zhang Yuan did not save you out of benevolence. He did it to compel us to assist him in reclaiming his body." I reflected on this notion, and it indeed seemed plausible. Unease crept into my heart as I pondered. Are you suggesting that my master has been exploiting us all along? That there is no genuine affection in our relationship? The abbot nodded. That appears to be the case. Moreover, Zhang Yuan has always been enigmatic, concealing many truths from us. I cannot find peace in his presence. Remember when you hesitated to become his disciple? He warned you that without his guidance, you would not survive for long. This is a threat. He might harbor ulterior motives concerning you. Suyu, I implore you to reconsider. Let us quietly depart, as if nothing has transpired, and sever ties with Zhang Yuan. We can put this matter to rest. I hesitated, severing ties? What if doing so leads to my demise? The abbot appeared confident. What is there to fear? Do we not have our safety net? His words left me momentarily speechless. Abbot, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? At times, your words are quite sensible, yet you seem to falter within moments. The abbot scratched his bald head. Enough chatter. Shall we leave? Is conversing here truly enjoyable? I glanced at the coffin beneath him. Since we have come this far, we ought to at least open the coffin and investigate. The abbot, displaying impatience, retorted. What is there to see? After witnessing so many, it is surely an empty coffin. I waved my hand dismissively. No nonsense. We must take a look. Together. We grasped the coffin lid, exerting our strength to pry it open. To our astonishment, as the lid creaked ajar, a hand suddenly emerged from within, grasping my wrist tightly. The shock was overwhelming, causing me to lose my grip, and the coffin lid fell shut once more. The abbot, perplexed, continued to raise his hands. Suddenly, I released my grip, and he, caught off guard, had his fingers crushed by the coffin lid, causing his eyes to redden with pain. Yet he dared not utter a sound, merely grimacing. I retreated hastily, distancing myself. The abbot, nursing his injured fingers, muttered, "What happened?" I gestured towards the coffin. "You can see for yourself." Earlier, while we had attempted to lift the coffin lid, it had not entirely opened, yet a substantial gap had formed. A pale hand lay draped over the coffin's edge. The abbot jumped back in shock, instinctively retreating. We both stared for a moment, observing that the hand remained still. Then, with a surge of courage, the abbot tiptoed closer to peer inside the coffin. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he glanced at me, noting his discomfort. I anxiously inquired, "What is the matter?" He replied, "There is no ghost inside. It's a girl, and rather beautiful at that. She seems familiar, as though I've seen her somewhere before." A sense of confusion washed over me as I approached cautiously and peered inside. The moment I laid eyes upon her face, it felt as if a bolt of lightning coursed through my body. It was her. I recognized this enchanting woman. After my accident, when I had just been discharged from the hospital, I encountered her near the ghost market. She had attempted to grasp me, and in my panic, I had taken a detour, inadvertently stumbling upon the ghost market. Without her, I might never have tasted the ghostly fare. My thoughts were in disarray. Why was she here? What could possibly bring her to this place? The abbot approached and tugged at my sleeve. "What are you thinking? Shall we leave?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Let us observe a little longer." I lowered my gaze, scrutinizing her closely. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she remained utterly motionless. She resembled a lifeless figure. I considered reaching out to check for any signs of breath or heartbeat, yet I hesitated. As I continued to gaze, the abbot suddenly pointed into the coffin, exclaiming, "There is a sword." Following his finger, I indeed spotted a sword clasped in the girl's hand. Its color and design were hauntingly familiar. I pulled out my own peachwood sword to compare, and to my astonishment, they were nearly identical. The abbot looked at me in surprise. "What is your connection with her?" I shook my head. "I have no connection. However, I believe she is linked to my master. This sword was gifted to me by him." The abbot scratched his bald head. "This situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. Enough of this. Having seen what we have, let us depart." I nodded. "Let us return for now. This place feels rather sinister." No sooner had I spoken than I heard a sudden creak behind us. The small door swung open. Both the abbot and I peered outside, only to find no one at the doorway. The abbot murmured, "The wind must have pushed the door open." I waved my hand. How could there possibly be wind here? My thoughts immediately drifted to the mute figure. Although the abbot and I had been speaking in hushed tones to avoid attracting attention, it was no surprise that he could sense our presence after we had stirred about for over an hour. I drew my peachwood sword from my cloak and cautiously leaned out to investigate. The outside world was enveloped in silence, the candles flickering softly as if nothing were amiss. I turned to the abbot and said, "Everything is secure. Let us depart." However, when I glanced back, the abbot's figure had vanished. The small cabin felt desolate, with only a solitary coffin remaining. A wave of anxiety and dread washed over me. Suddenly, I heard someone softly calling my name from the front. "See you, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave." I looked up to find the abbot crouched behind a coffin, beckoning me to exit swiftly. Confused, I gestured and inquired, "How did you get in front?" With a cheeky grin, he replied, "When have I ever lagged behind in fleeing?" He waved me on and dashed toward the door. Just as I lifted my foot to follow, a chilling laugh echoed from behind me, startling me. I turned in panic to see the beautiful woman rising from the coffin. Her gaze fixed intently on me, a cryptic smile curling her lips. Fear gripped me, compelling me to flee. At that moment, I heard her whisper in my ear, "That person was not your friend. If you follow him, you shall meet your demise." I recoiled, trembling as I asked, "Where is the abbot?" "Who was that?" The woman smirked, "Come closer, and I shall tell you." Warily, I approached, clutching my peachwood sword, apprehensive of her potential deceit. I halted a few paces from the coffin and demanded, "Where is the abbot?" She smiled without parting her lips, yet I heard a voice resound, "Right here." Then, she produced a severed head from the coffin, unmistakably that of the abbot. She revealed a set of bone-white teeth, saying, "A year ago, I consumed your friend." Shock overwhelmed me, and as my mind raced with confusion, a hand rested on my shoulder. Turning, I was met by a headless figure clad in monk's robes standing behind me. Before I could react, a sharp pain pierced my chest. I turned to find the woman thrusting the peachwood sword into me. In despair, I let out a cry. Unexpectedly, the sound exploded in my ears like a thunderclap. And instantly, my left cheek throbbed with numbness. As I opened my eyes, I found the woman lying peacefully in the coffin while I sat atop her, gripping the sword as I plunged it into my own chest. Bewildered, I glanced around to see the abbot rubbing his palms together. I asked, "What happened?" He pulled me from the coffin, exclaiming, "How would I know? You refused to leave when I called, and instead, you crawled into the coffin to harm yourself. If I hadn't slapped you, you might have ended your own life." In my days, my scream had likely startled the mute specter. We dared not linger and quickly pulled open the door, intent on escaping. Outside, the tranquility persisted, as though the commotion within the cabin had gone unnoticed by the world beyond. With utmost caution, the abbot and I ventured outside. Passing by the coffin of the mute, who lay in slumber, I could not resist the urge to cast a fleeting glance inside. It was empty. The coffin held nothing but a blanket and a pillow. The whereabouts of the occupant remained a mystery. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. "Abbot, let us cease our charade. The mute must have noticed something amiss. I wonder where he is hiding." The abbot glanced nervously around. Could he be concealed within another coffin? No sooner had he uttered these words than the coffins began to emit a series of ominous sounds. Bang, 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 echoing like the mute's earlier attempts to peddle his wares during the daylight. I examined the peachwood sword in my hand, recalling how I had inadvertently brought out the lady's sword when I had crawled from the coffin. Contemplating this, I drew my own sword from my bosom and handed it to the abbot. "Should the mute dare to create a ruckus, we shall confront him together. There is no need for fear." The abbot trembled as he grasped the sword, but the mute is likely a ghost. No matter how many of us there are, we cannot contend with him.